Well, look, you have to go back pretty far back in the day to get to a point where I haven't seen something, but for the first time in well beyond my lifetime, for the first time in 53 years, for the first time since 1973, for the first time in the modern era of NBA history, post 1976 ABA NBA merger, the New York Knickerbockers are champions of the basketball world. One of the most storied and hallowed organizations in all of basketball history. To me, they are right up there. While their NBA championship count doesn't stack up even remotely close to the Boston Celtics or the LA Lakers, while the Chicago Bulls and the Golden State Warriors have even won more than them, to me, the New York Knicks are basketball royalty, and they always have been. A top three all-time organization, at least, I restate, a top three legendary and most renowned organization and franchise. And for the first time in a very, very, very long time, they can call themselves the best. And they did it not with the best player in the NBA, not with the best team in the NBA, just with a group of guys who believed in each other and who refused to ever give up, who refused to ever let go of the rope, who continued to battle and claw and scrape in every single game, no matter how big the deficit. Just a bunch of guys who had that magical championship heart, that intangible thing that you can't really define or depict with numbers, statistics, or analytics. This was truly a magical run by the New York Knicks this season. Make no mistake, a run unlike any other, at least I have ever seen in my entire lifetime of watching professional basketball, spanning roughly 3 decades now. Because I have said it all the way along this run, all the way, of course, throughout the course of this NBA postseason, that I have never seen a true team of destiny in professional basketball history. Quite frankly, they simply don't exist, because basketball is a sport, and the configuration of the tournament where it is almost impossible to have these kinds of upsets, to have these kinds of runs over the course of basically a month and a half to 2 months. It is impossible for just a team of guys that believe, with a bunch of guys basically nobody else want or gave up on. It's impossible for them to come together and beat true beasts and monsters and icons of the game. Basically, the NBA is a sport built upon individual dynastic excellence and dominance by the best players of the eras, the best teams, or the best players with the best teams in the eras. That is why these magical teams of destiny simply do not and have never been able to exist in professional basketball, at least not for as long as I have been watching, at least not until this year, in the Lord's year of 2026, when a team of destiny on a truly magical run got it all done, accomplished it, scaled to the top of the mountain peak, and now they stand atop everybody else in the NBA world, in the professional basketball world. This is one of, if not the, in my estimation, that I've seen in 30 years, the greatest playoff run my eyes have ever seen. And it comes, again, not by one of these story teams or players, just from a bunch of underdogs who came together, and boy, did they come together with one of the greatest runs, in my opinion, in sports history. They've lost one game once since April 23rd. One loss in nearly 2 full months in the NBA playoffs. And again, the Spurs squander and blow another massive lead. In the games the San Antonio Spurs lost, they just got gentlemen swept. One win, 4-1 in this series, New York. And in the 4 wins that the Knicks got, they trailed by 14, 12, 29, and 15 at some stage of the game. And it looked extraordinarily bleak late in the fourth quarters in multiple games. But hell, it just doesn't matter, because these Knicks simply could not lose. A team of destiny and a magical team. And of course, all, congratulations, celebrations go out to all of you long-suffering New York Knicks fans who have, many of you probably have waited longer than you've been on earth to see this. Many of you have not even seen what you are now experiencing right now, a New York Knicks World Championship. They haven't even been back since 1999, so a 27-year drought of even being in this series. To say that New York Knicks fans have been waiting a long time for this is an absolute understatement. And while this entire run was a complete and total team effort, and I think the team defense that the Knicks put out in this series is the story, but no doubt about it. I came on live here before I saw who was named Finals MVP. Got to be Brunson, and he deserved it, even if he did little through the previous 3 games other than volume score. He certainly deserves the Finals MVP just on the veracity of this one standalone performance tonight. One of the great closeout performances in NBA history. This was an old school game. It harkens back to the early 2000s, the late 90s. A 94-90 finish, and Jalen Brunson with 45 of the points, nearly half of the points. So kudos to Jalen Brunson and congratulations on what is a well-deserved Finals MVP at this point. But I will continue to tip my cap as well to the defense of the New York Knicks, who just continued to get it done, and they did it again. They clamped down on the San Antonio Spurs. 18 points they gave them in the fourth and final period to allow that comeback, and they really did it on defense this entire series. I believe they held the San Antonio Spurs to either the 3 or 4 lowest outputs of their entire postseason run. This was their 23rd game played in this postseason, and 3 or 4 of their lowest outputs now produced by this New York Knicks defense. So just everything clicking for the Knicks throughout the last basically 2 months, essentially since they went down 2-1 to the Atlanta Hawks in the first round. They have been just absolutely unbeatable, and it doesn't matter how much they're behind. They've done it all series long against the Spurs. They did it to the Cavs in game 1. They were down by 22, I think, in the middle of the fourth quarter in that game. They just simply were incapable of losing. And the New York Knicks, congratulations to the entire city and to this team. I feel so absolutely happy for all of the players on this squad and all the guys, again, many of them cast-offs, guys that have been marginalized or, disrespected, underappreciated, given up on their entire careers, by and large. A team of outcasts that come together and play together like an actual team. And they are now, to me, one of the great teams I have ever seen in NBA history, because this is undeniably one of its greatest runs that we've ever seen. At least me tracking basketball since the mid-90s, it is the best run. It goes right up there alongside the 2017 Golden State Warriors, who were 16-1 in the postseason with a 13.5 total net differential. It goes right up there with the 2001 LA Lakers, who were 15-1 in the playoffs with a 12.5 net differential on their run. I don't know what the final numbers are in terms of differential for these Knicks, but my estimation is it's probably going to be around 14 or 15 when we factor this one in. So that means it is the greatest differential run in league history. And again, they did it while losing only 3 games. So a 16-3 run, and 2 of those games were by 1 point in the first 3 games that they played in this playoff run. So 1 loss the entire rest of the way. One of, if not the very best runs in NBA playoff history. And I know, they did not play, a robust set of competitors in the Eastern Conference. And I know that people will kind of poo-poo or marginalize their run to some degree because of that. But still, when you buzz through a collection of NBA playoff teams with this level of precision and dominance on the way to winning an NBA championship and destroying the Western Conference contender. And look, yes, I know all of these games were close. All of these games were 1-score games in the final minute, basically. But when you beat a team 4-1, you have destroyed them. The San Antonio Spurs, as we go from the good, the great, really, with the New York Knicks, well, we ultimately have to get to the bad and the ugly. And that would be the San Antonio Spurs in this game and in this series. Another ridiculous, squandered, massive lead for the San Antonio Spurs tonight. Again, I repeat, they were up 14, 12, 29, and 15 in 4 games that they lost in this series. And they have lost all 3 games at home. So not one single home win for a team that won 62 games in the regular season. A team that, yes, finished the regular season 30-4, best record in the NBA over that span of time. And they were a 13 net rated team during those 34 games, by far the best in the NBA going into the playoffs. And they proved it, that they were the best team. They leveraged it by the way they ran through the Western Conference, ripping right through the Portland Trailblazers in the first round, even without Wembanyama for a game that he missed because of a concussion, ripping right through the Minnesota Timberwolves after they dominated the Denver Nuggets, and then getting in to the Western Conference Finals against the Oklahoma City Thunder, the massive NBA title favorites this year, the defending reigning NBA champions, led by the league MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And the Spurs went into a Game 7 on the road and won that series. In fact, they won back-to-back games in Game 6 and 7 running to win that series and rip it. So the Spurs, as they should have been considered, I suppose, heading into this series, massive favorites. To get only one game, I don't care if they lost every game basically by one shot, to get only one game is an annihilation by the New York Knicks. It is a pathetic and maybe nearly unparalleled choke job at this level for the San Antonio Spurs. Yes, they are young. Yes, they are inexperienced. Yes, they have an incomplete roster at this point, led by an incomplete player, a truly remarkable generational defender who is, quite frankly, a very limited offensive player at this stage of his career, and that was exposed throughout the course of this entire series. The Spurs will be back. They will be better than ever. I think all of the players on this team will learn and get better from it. They will add more pieces, and the Spurs are going to be a threat and probably the championship favorite for at least the next half decade, probably beyond. But that doesn't mean that we need to write an entire booklet of excuses for them tonight in the aftermath of yet another heinous, reprehensible, and smolderingly Aussie loss by them tonight. Again, 15-point lead at home, playing for your absolute life, and they just essentially sleepwalk through the final period, choke their way really through the final period. Calls by me and others to let Dylan Harper cook. He did not have the impact tonight. He had a great game. When you look at the standard box, scored 25 points, led the team in scoring, and shot 10 of 19, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. But look, this guy has been a net positive, a massive net positive on this team all postseason. He had the second best on-off on this roster coming into tonight's game. He was +9 in all the minutes he plays on the floor in this playoff run. The second best on the team behind only Victor Wembanyama. Tonight, a -12 in his 31 minutes. Still, nonetheless, he really was one of the few players to show up tonight again. I still think he's probably their best player on the floor tonight, a 20-year-old rookie. They got no other bench points at all aside from his 25, besides Keldon Johnson's 7. That's it. Those are the only 2 guys that scored off the bench. And Victor Wembanyama, not good. Below not good for tonight. And really, ultimately, as the smoke clears and the dust settles in this series, tonight he had 19 points, 7 of 19 shooting. He did have the 14 rebounds and 5 blocked shots, but I believe all 5 of those came in the first half. He was a net negative tonight, -3 in 38 minutes. So Victor Wembanyama, look, he had one good game in this series, one pretty good game in this series, and he was pretty terrible in the other 3 games. And he had massive choke jobs down the stretch in basically 3 of them. He blew another late free throw tonight, basically at the same period of time that he blew the other 2 in the last game. Again, like an 86% free throw shooter in these playoffs. So the San Antonio Spurs are going to have to wear the outcome of this series, because it really is startlingly and puzzlingly a mirror of the entire Emirates Cup playoff run or the in-season tournament run, that the Spurs really put themselves on the map by beating Oklahoma City in that semi, and then they went on into the finals to play these Knicks, and it was a subpar, lackluster performance, and the Knicks won the Emirates in Cup, in season or whatever we're calling it, title. So that really did mirror this postseason run, where everybody just assumed the Spurs, once they beat Oklahoma City in 7, were going to go on and beat the Knicks, sweep the Knicks. I heard all outrageous and ridiculous assertions. I knew the Knicks could win this series. I just didn't know if they could overcome the talent of the San Antonio Spurs. But the Spurs also had a lot of youthful indiscretion going on in this series. They obviously showed their age and inexperience, and they and their talent couldn't overcome the magic and the destiny about the New York Knicks this year, in the Lord's year of 2026, a year that will always live on now in the hearts and minds of anyone born and raised or that is a New York Knicks fan all around the world. This is obviously a year, a run, and this specifically a series filled with games that will never be forgotten. And quite frankly, not just by Knicks fans, by everybody. I know I will never forget Game 4 and that comeback and what we were witness to in that miracle comeback in the Garden, in that electric atmosphere there. I can only imagine, speaking of electric atmospheres, what the hell is going on in Gotham City tonight. My goodness, we got to send our collective thoughts and prayers to the city of New York and hope that it is in one piece tomorrow morning following the celebrations, obviously, which are about to ensue probably all night long. Of course, the city that never sleeps. I'm certain that many of them won't tonight. So, guys, it's nearing midnight now on the East Coast in the good old US of A here. Gary and I are both coming to you live from the East Coast on the US of A. So we are in the same, we're in the same time zone, if you will, as New York City. So here we are with all of you Knicks fans, I'm certain, ready to celebrate this really historic and breathtaking win is really the only word that comes to mind for me. We've got, I don't know, about 1,200 people right now in the chat joining us. Skap Live After Dark, guys. Welcome in. As always, I am very thankful to you guys for coming in, humbled really by your graciousness to be here and to interact and engage with us and listen to what I have to say about this game. And I want to welcome in, of course, moderator Gary, as always, who is here with me. Of course, a lifelong Spurs fan. We'll hear from him in a moment. But first, guys, a quick little PSA. If you guys are new here, please hit that like button immediately. I want to get as many eyes and as many viewers in here as I possibly can. The only way to do it is to let the YouTube algorithms know that you guys are enjoying your time here in the Skap Live After Dark Lounge, where the waters are always warm. Guys, please hit that subscribe button for me too if you haven't already, and turn notifications on. And welcome into all of you, over 1,000 people here tonight. And oh my goodness, Gary, we have a ridiculous amount of super chats already and comments and questions from you guys. We will get to those obviously in quick order because, well, we're going to be here all night long probably if we don't. And I will be on all night long till I answer, read, and respond to every single one of the comments that you guys are sending. But before we hit into that now, as we crescendo over the 20-minute mark here of the show, let me bring in lifelong Spurs fan, moderator Gary. Gary, welcome in. Say something to the people.
Something to the people. Yeah, I'm pretty deflated, man. I really don't have much to say.
Yeah, Gary, deflated. Look, you've been saying all year, and you've been not all playoffs, all year. You've been very consistent with this, that you're not expecting a championship this year. And I get that take, and they have a bright future. And I think they will be back. They will win championships, plural, soon. But still, Gary, to be up massive in 4 games and lose every single one of them, to basically, Gary, You guys were up 15 plus basically in 4 games, and
you don't have to convince me.
You lost all of them by one shot basically at the end.
I watched. I saw. Yeah, you don't have to convince me. I know. I thought Denver was gonna beat Minnesota round 1 and beat us in round 2, and I would have been okay with that. But this is now, just Gary, cruel because look, we're better. Now I sound like Homelander. I'm better. So I'm saying that we're actually more talented, but we're just getting outplayed, and it's just so frustrating. Not to take anything, props to New York, by the way. Congrats to Cuse Mode and all the Knicks fans and to the Knicks organization. It's just deflating when you're right there, and you should have won. In spite of everything I said, I'm in agreement. In spite of everything I said throughout the year of the inexperience, it wasn't inexperience that cost us this. I mean, yes, we had some inexperience, but we were still outplaying them. I expected us to lose to OKC, but if we can beat OKC like we did, that raised my hope to thinking we should be able to beat the Knicks as well, even though they're a better offensive unit. I think we're going to figure out a way to get it done because that's what we did against the Timberwolves and then against OKC. So this is just totally deflating. I'm still processing. This live stream started 9 minutes after. So typically after I've watched a team lose, I mean, I just had to deal with the Blue Jays losing from 3-2 up in the World Series. Now I'm dealing with this. So it just usually takes me time just to digest everything. And as you know, a hardcore fan has a hard time in these moments.
Yes, Gary. And look, as you guys, probably all the people joining us right now in the aftermath of this historic New York Knicks victory tonight, the first championship since 1973. And quite frankly, the New York sports scene in general hasn't won a whole lot of anything as of late. They have basically like the 2 worst football teams in the NFL. And now, I mean, it's just been nothing but despair and misery. Speaking of despair, Gary, as you and most of the people I'm sure that are here realize, I love movies. Like as much as I love sports, I might love movies even more. I usually compare or contrast or whatever, draw some kind of an analogy to movies. And Gary, I love the Batman, the Nolan Batman films. Primarily, you and I are on the same page that The Dark Knight is the best one. But in the third and final one, The Dark Knight Rises, you remember Bruce Wayne fights Bane and he isn't ready for the fight, right? And Bane destroys him in that fight, breaks his back, and relegates him to the prison. So he has to watch Gotham be destroyed then and without being able to do anything about it. And in the process of that, and then Bruce works his way back, of course, and saves the day. But in the course of the first fight where Bane breaks his back, great monologue by Bane, played by Tom Hardy. And one of the lines throughout the course of it was, there can be no true despair without hope, which to me is just such an utterly great and poignant line to me, and so true. There can be no true despair without hope. You understand that. You try never to get too high. I understand that. As living a lifetime of heartaches and heartbreaks, I never get my hopes up for anything, and particularly as it pertains to sports. But sometimes, though, even if you aren't expecting it or thinking that it can happen, stuff happens throughout the course of a game or a series that shifts that and makes you realize, or makes you believe, makes you feel the hope, makes you think there's a chance. I mean, it happened, honestly, most recently for me in that Nuggets series against the Timberwolves in 2024, when they got obliterated in the first 2 games. Obliterated. At home, they lost by like 35 points in game 2 to go down 0-2. Everybody, the whole world was saying sweep, and I thought that the series was 100% over. But then the Nuggets came all the way back and had a 20-point lead in the second half of game 7 at home. So at that point, Well, I've given in. The hope has taken over me now. I think the Knicks or the Nuggets are going to come all the way back, get an easy matchup then against, the Dallas Mavericks, and then a team against the Boston Celtics in the finals who has a penchant for choking and shitting their pants. I was thinking back to back here all of a sudden, and then it's ripped away in like the last 13 minutes in an absolutely devastating and dreadful collapse by the Denver Nuggets. They blow up and implode around themselves, give up that 20-point lead. So, Gary, I went in with no hope after game 2, but then I built the hope because it was so inevitable almost, it seemed like, only to have it ripped away. And my point here, Gary, is you could have gone in all year long thinking, I'm not saying you, because maybe you never found hope, but I'm sure a lot of Spurs fans seeing the dominance displayed by this team throughout most of this series. I'd have to check and see how long the Spurs spent with leads in this series compared to the Knicks. By my naked little eyes, I would suggest that probably the Spurs led for roughly 70% of the overall minutes in this series. So I would, in the series, I would be kind of finding help. Gary, every game, I'm barely even watching the first half because it's an absolute beatdown. And I'm like, well, the Spurs, they got this one. They got, they don't until they don't. And I kept doing it after every game, even tonight. I at no point thought that the Knicks had any shot at winning that game until they took a lead with a minute left. And I was like, oh my God, is it going to happen yet again for a fourth time in 5 nights? So I understand the lack of expectation and trying not to have the hope, but they really did let one get away. And ultimately, at the end of the day, no matter what Victor Wembanyama does from here, he is going to look back. I know I've said that this won't tarnish his reputation overall at the end of the day, and I believe that it won't. But that doesn't mean that he isn't going to look back on this very critically for the rest of his life. Not just the rest of his career, the rest of his life, because they really did, and he really did, let this opportunity get away. I think the Spurs 100% were the better team. They just didn't execute when it mattered most, and the New York Knicks rode just a magic carpet ride in to the NBA championship and just couldn't be beaten from there. But a devastating loss, I think, nonetheless, for the San Antonio Spurs overall, when you factor in how good this team has looked all these playoffs and even in these games, just an unmitigated choke job. Any thoughts on that or any response, Gary?
No, we choke. Wemby, I don't care what anyone says. Wemby is 100% at fault for that stupid pass to Castle's back at the end of game 2. I'm not trying to hear where Mitch should have called a timeout. No, the game's tied. You've got them on the ropes. Don't call a timeout. How about Wemby? You just make a fundamental pass. Nothing to do with being young. Any rookie who comes into the NBA, you had to go through middle school, high school, college to get to the NBA, and you should know how to execute a fundamental pass. So no, in that moment, inexperience was not an excuse for Wembanyama failing to execute a fundamental pass, and he did so by holding the ball a beat too long because Castle's hands were out, ready to receive the ball. Wemby held it and started to dribble up. Castle, in turn, looks up court, sprinting, thinking they're off to the races. The game's tied. Worst case scenario, we're going to overtime. But this brilliant Wembanyama passes the ball to Castle's back and then has the audacity to look at Castle and put his hands up for a second. He quickly put his hands down, but his initial thought was, what were you doing? No, Wemby, what were you doing? So that is an all-time choke job on behalf of Wembanyama. Had they went down court, not scored, and lost in overtime, so be it. I wouldn't consider that a choke. That was an all-time choke job right there. And of course, they're like, hold my beer. We're going to get an even bigger choke job in game 4. And yes, Fox did a lot of stupid things the last minute of game 4, but we never should have been in that position. If we hadn't continued to shoot off a bunch of three-pointers, why did Wemby play over 40 minutes in game 4? Rest him and just go to the basket. It's all you had to do. But no, we're just going to throw up a bunch of threes, and they did the same thing tonight. we're just throwing up a bunch of three-pointers, even though we've got a decent lead. What were they, 12 or 37 on threes, 32%? That's what did them in. They deserve to lose. And I'm sorry, that's not even inexperience. That's just stupidity. You're lacking the fundamentals. And I'm just so annoyed. I would have rather us just got blown out 4 games and swept. Right. This is just really discouraging, disheartening. I mean, this is just disheartening for the way they lost.
And look, Wembanyama has not been good this entire series, but there were a lot of guys that didn't have it tonight at home. Like, you don't expect to see role players or elite, top 2-3 options on a team completely vanish at home. Like, you expect those players to play better and stronger at home. And De'Aaron Fox's nightmare series, Gary, limps to a conclusion, really, how you would probably imagine that it would, with just an absolutely appallingly terrible game tonight from him. 37 minutes, 7 points, 3 of 15 shooting, 1 of 8 from the three-point line. Nightmare game from him. We could talk about what's going to happen with him in the offseason. I think 100% they have to try to trade him. But the real question is, what's his value at this point? Likely not commensurate to his like $55 million per year annual salary moving forward. Now, for the next 4 seasons, I say 55 because that's the average, I believe. Gary, would you believe next year De'Aaron Fox is the 18th highest paid player in the NBA overall for just next season, and he is due the 4th most money in the entire NBA right now. He has the 4th most guaranteed money of any player in the entire NBA moving forward now over the next 4 years. $223 million owed to him over the next 4 seasons. So is there a team that's going to be real pumped up to pay that moving forward after what they saw? I still think he does have a lot of value. I still think there should be teams that would be interested in acquiring him. I just don't think there will be after watching these 5 games right now and thinking, do I want to shell out $223 million a year for the next 5 years for what I just saw over those last 5 games? So it's not going to be an easy feat to trade him. In fact, at this point, if they're going to, they might have to attach an asset to him to convince a team to take him. But it's a bad situation because you unequivocally have to move him to the bench if he's on the roster next year. How do you play a guy in Dylan Harper who's making $12 million next year, I believe? How do you play him over De'Aaron Fox in starter minutes when Fox is making $52 million or whatever he's making next year? Not a good situation at all. So they got to try to move him. Other teams know this. I can't believe that the market's going to be very good for De'Aaron Fox as a result moving forward, but an absolute nightmare of a series for him. Really, the lone veteran presence that they had in their rotation, really. And nightmare series drags to the finish line in a barrel full of poop with a 7.3 of 15 shooting performance tonight. But he wasn't alone because Stephon Castle, who has been absolutely magnificent, and I've been talking about him on some of these pick integrations that I've been doing where I'm picking these player props basically. And I've basically, Gary, bet on Stephon Castle every game this entire postseason. He has been 11.5 has been his more or less set line for the entire postseason other than one game. And I didn't use it the one game. It was like 19.5 the other game. I didn't use it. Other than that, every single game, it's been 11.5, and I've used it every time, and he has always gone over. Gary, they played 22 games before tonight. He's been more than 11.5 in every single game this postseason until tonight in the elimination game at home, his worst game of the postseason as well. How does this grab you, Gary? 6 points, 1 of 10 shooting. 1 of 10 for Stephon Castle in an elimination game at home. Just an absolute dreadful choke job for the ages in this series by the San Antonio Spurs, culminating with their bum-ass performances tonight across the board. Like nobody other than Dylan Harper. And Dylan Harper had the only good game on the surface, but even he was only a -12 on the plus-minus scale. So really not a very effective night for him, even though he had 25 points on 10 of 19. Everybody else was just sheer garbage in this game. And just a fitting way for the Spurs to go out in a series where they all choked. Wembanyama, Stephon Castle, Mitch Johnson, there is nobody that can be feeling good about themselves in this series, probably other than, I think Dylan Harper, Gary, by and large, won through these 5 games. If you look at all 5, Dylan Harper is probably the best player on their team in this series. And he's 20. So I'd say he's the only guy that could walk out there with his head held high after this series comes to an end in this fashion. Other than that, absolutely an abysmal performance by virtually every Spur across the board, by and large, collectively, when you look at 1 through 5 in this series. To lose in 5 is wild to me. I don't think I was so torn on making this pick pre-series that I was waffling back and forth. I ultimately went with the Spurs in 7, but with the asterisk, or with the kind of intent that I actually said it, Gary, as you remember in our show, that if the Knicks won game 1, I would instantly flip-flop to Knicks in 6. I never in my wildest of imaginations did I expect the Knicks to win this series in a gentleman sweep fashion. Like in 5 games, that is shocking, because the Knicks to start this series, I know you're not a betting guy, Gary. I am. I look at these kinds of things all the time. They had an implied odds of basically they were like a 70% probability to win this series to start at the start of game 1. So for them to get 1 game is humiliating. So we'll see what kind of fire this lights under Wemby and company after a long, long offseason to marinate on it. Meanwhile, to the victors goes the spoils, obviously. The New York Knicks, once again, congratulations to them, everyone on the team, everyone associated with the team, all of the fans in New York and around the world. Congratulations and kudos to all of you guys. You really deserve this one. You really earned this one. And I hope that you all enjoy it accordingly. And hopefully that, I'm sure it will be, hopefully that parade is absolutely lit and safe whenever it is that they do the championship parade. Look, I think there's 8 million people that live in the city, I want to say, in New York City. I wouldn't be surprised if they got over 3 million people at that parade. It might be the biggest parade in the United States of America in history for a championship kind of celebration parade. It might be the biggest we ever see, the numbers that it draws. The entire city will basically be shut down, other than that bus or the 2 buses or whatever that are ferrying the Larry O'Brien around. I would imagine they're going to do that sometime next week, though they might wait till the weekend to try to get as big. Who cares? It doesn't even need to be a weekend. They're going to everything will be shut down. There will be no job. No one will go to work that day. It will just be like a national, or at least a citywide holiday for all of New Yorkers. And damn it, they deserve it. If a fan base ever has, it's them. So congratulations to everybody out there in New York Knicks land right now, in New York and abroad. Congrats, tip of the hat. And now, Gary, as we hit the 40-minute mark here in Skap Live After Dark, we have our work cut out for us tonight, because you guys have obviously come out with a ton of questions and comments already through these first 40 minutes of this show. So could be a late night here, guys. Strap in, get your coffee ready, or whatever. If you fall asleep to us, you're going to have something to listen to for several hours, obviously. Let's start, Gary, at first. I think we got to, because this is a massive one from Will N. Thank you very much, Will N 8664. Shout out to you. You've been here all along for me. You are a Skap After Dark. You are a true lounge OG, and you're one of our greatest benefactors and sponsors. And obviously that is illustrated by this extraordinarily gracious and massive super chat here. So thank you so much for all that you do for me, your continued support, obviously, not just in these live streams, but throughout the entire year. I couldn't do it without you guys and people like you all. Thank you very much. Gary, what is the question or comment associated with this very generous donation?
94-99 finals heartbreak. Dark ages of the Isaiah Thomas Starberry era in 2000s. The Melo era with the rise fall of Linsanity. Stat getting injured. Fizdale coach. Porzingis leaving. Effing drafts. I don't know how that name is.
Nidalakina.
Nidalakina. Never heard of that person, by the way. Knox. The Tibbs Randall era. This is for you. Sorry, I don't have the energy to shout that, but go ahead and do it, Jay.
New York! This is for you! That really is, though, for you, New York. Unlike LeBron, who only honored himself in 2016 after that improbable Cleveland Cavaliers comeback from down 3-1 against the 73-9 Golden State Warriors, LeBron, yelled out, "Cleveland, this is for you!" Only to, like 1 week later, get down on a couch with Rich Paul on some podcast and say, that one right there made me the GOAT. So while that one was all for his highness and his glory, his personal individual glory, this one, this team really is, it is all for you, New York. Just an epic all-timer of a team. Obviously, Jalen Brunson will never buy another meal or alcoholic beverage in the city of New York for as long as he or any of his direct descendants may ever live, because an unbelievable and an insane closeout performance by him, obviously. I've been very critical of Jalen Brunson in his role, and I still do not think he was the best player on this team throughout the playoffs, but he certainly damn sure was tonight in this elimination game, and he had an all-timer, scoring nearly 50% of a team's points. Look, not that unusual back in the day, back in the 90s or back in the early 2000s, where you scored 80 points, sometimes 70 points in games that you win back then. But today, in today's day and age, to see a guy score nearly half of the point output for a game is extraordinarily rare. And the fact that he came on the road in a game they were down big most of the game really was just an epic performance by him. So yes, Will N, 8664. This is for you, New York. All of New York. Probably, I'm sure, not just New York, though. The Knicks have tons of fans all over the world, just like every other historically renowned all-time franchise. And while the Knicks haven't been successful for years, they still have been very popular nonetheless. So I'm sure they still have fans everywhere, and they will be celebrating everywhere tonight. Will N8664, again, shout out to you, and thank you so much for your very kind support of us really all the way along. We kick off the show here with, of course, other than that one we just read from Will, but the very first comment is Jason Alexander, obviously a native New Yorker. I wonder if he had a watch party. Let me know, maybe if you've got Jerry Seinfeld with you and Larry David, let us know. Shout out to you guys if you're watching the Skap Live After Dark. Maybe Elaine is there as well. Kramer, possibly. Putty, who knows? Jay Peterman, some of my favorites. Who knows? But shout out to you. I know you've been a long time native New Yorker, Jason, the Human Fun CEO. So thank you very much for coming in and spending some time with us even tonight when you should be obviously out at the diner celebrating, I'm sure. Fox made Murray Simmons like an MVP. Sorry, Gary. Now wait. Fox made. Oh, I see. I see what we're saying. De'Aaron Fox will go into the category now of Murray. That's what you're. So De'Aaron Fox should be the real MVP, is what you're saying. I'll say this: below not good from De'Aaron Fox. Just an abysmal series from him. De'Aaron Fox in 4 games coming into tonight, 14 points per game on 38% shooting from the field. He had 13 turnovers, which is a team high coming in. And then tonight, after all of that to come in and everything he did down the stretch in the last game to throw it away, 7 points, 3 of 15, 1 of 8 from the 3-point line. So De'Aaron Fox certainly with a series to forget, just like all of the San Antonio Spurs after this one. Sarah, what's up? Welcome in to one of my rare lady viewers and lady subscribers. Thank you very much, Sarah. I appreciate you so much. You and Stephanie are here pretty much every single night. Can't thank you enough. This is why you don't crown Wemby this early. Let the kid grow and prove himself. Epic choke job by the Spurs. No doubt. No doubt it's an epic choke job by Wembanyama and by the Spurs. Two things can still be true, though. He can display an epic choke job and he can still be the best player in the game. I personally think, look, I said that the title for best player in the NBA might be up for grabs for the first time in 6 years, or maybe 4 or 5 years, depending on what you think about Giannis Antetokounmpo during the time that I'm talking about. But in my estimation, Nikola Jokic has been the best player in the NBA for 6 years. And I said maybe, just maybe this season, because of how bad they looked and how underwhelming he was in the first round against the Timberwolves, if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander comes out here and stuns and wins a back-to-back championship, or if Victor Wembanyama goes and wins a championship and rips it straight through the heart of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I said maybe, just maybe, one of those two dudes would deserve to be crowned the new best player in the NBA. Well, I've seen the entire postseason now, and yes, I am ready to reveal who I think the best player is in the NBA moving into next season, now that this season is officially over, and it is still the king, Nikola Jokic, who has been the best player in the NBA for 6 years running, and he will be the best player to me going into next season for a 7th consecutive season, because not Victor Wembanyama nor Shai Gilgeous-Alexander showed enough, proved enough, delivered enough in the postseason to show that they're better, either one of them, as a total player than Nikola Jokic. And I can tell you this, Jalen Brunson damn sure isn't taking the moniker of best player in the NBA. He still, to me, is not even a top 5 player in the NBA. But we definitely have to tip our cap to him and applaud him and celebrate him accordingly as the finals MVP and the leader of this team, which just went on an absolutely magical run. All right, we've got Karthik Shankar 1 is back in, I'll just say welcome back in, because Karthik is always here, seemingly every single night. Gary, I'll turn this one over to you.
The Spurs choke job needs to be studied. Worse than the Falcons versus the Pats. I don't agree with that. How do you throw away double-digit leads 4 times in the NBA Finals? Yes, but the Spurs did not come into the season as favorites. The I'm sorry, I still feel the Falcons choke job was way worse than this.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Falcons choke when you I know this is the NBA Finals, that was the Super Bowl, but like football is different. When you have that big of a lead, it was 2 minutes and 18 seconds. 2 minutes and 18 seconds left in the third, and it was 28-3. And you had the league MVP in Matt Ryan that year, and Tom Brady didn't have Gronkowski or Randy Moss or what, like he had literally his best receiver was James White, the running back coming out of the backfield, and then Julian Edelman, I believe, and Danny Amendola. Like those were Tom Brady's principal weapons in that Super Bowl, and he came back from a 28-3 deficit nearly at the end of the third quarter in a Super Bowl. Like that is, to me, all things factored in, the biggest choke job I've ever seen. Like there was a magnificent throw and catch by Matt Ryan to Julio Jones along the sidelines with like 3 minutes to go or something like that in the fourth quarter. They were squarely in field goal range. All the Falcons had to do was go in victory formation and take 3 knees and kick a field goal, and they would have won the game. Instead, they stacked 3 consecutive negative plays. They were up 8. So that would have put them up 11 with 3 minutes to go if they kicked the field goal. Instead, they stacked 3 consecutive negative plays back to back to back, had to punt the ball, and Tom Brady drove the length of the field and got a 2-point conversion to send it into overtime where, of course, the Patriots ultimately prevailed. That is an all-time epic gag job. You can also say, I mean, realistically, to me, the Dallas Mavericks beating the Miami Heat still in 2011, still that's a bigger choke job. Like the Heat had a 2-1 lead in that series. 3 crazy primed perennial all-stars, 2 of the 3 best players in the NBA, 3 of the top 15 players in the NBA. They were up 2-1 and they were up 9 like midway through the fourth quarter in game 4 to take a 3-1 lead, which is pretty much insurmountable. And they blew that lead and then never won another game the rest of the way. Yet they were in all of the games in the fourth quarter. They just systematically choked every game. And Dirk Nowitzki was unstoppable in the fourth quarters. And LeBron, of course, scored 0 clutch time points. To me, that is a bigger choke too than this one. Just talking in basketball for basketball terms. So look, Karthik, there's no doubt it is a massive choke. But I'm not ready to say it's like the biggest in sports history. All right, we've got Wabajax is back in. Wabajax a regular as well. Thank you, Wabajax. Thank you so much for being here as always. San Antonio Spurs should change their short name to US. So change it from SAS to US. So, same exact, lettering or acronym or whatever, just rearranging the lettering, the ordering of the letters, I should say. So, yeah, I mean, I won't push back at all on you on that one, Wabajax. You make a compelling case following those 5 games, and particularly the 4 games that they lost tonight. We've got Stump 4522 is back in again. I was wrong. I said Knicks in 6, but it was Knicks in 5. Sorry, New York Knicks fans. I didn't have that much faith in y'all. 5. I mean, it was a crazy, and the Spurs barely won the game they did win. Like the Knicks nearly won. The Spurs, despite dominating that game too, barely won that game. So the Knicks barely lost a single game in this series, which again is just nuts with how dominant the Spurs looked throughout massive chunks of the series. The humongous leads that they squandered in all 4 games that they lost, and nearly squandered a big lead. That, remember, because OG Anunoby hit that corner 3 to cut the lead to 2 with 9 seconds left in the game that the Spurs ultimately did hold on to win. But they nearly blew that game too. So the fact that the way the Spurs mismanaged the clutch times, that's just going to be a narrative all throughout the next regular season now. Like, no matter how dominant they look or how dominant they play throughout the course of the regular season, no one will give a damn about it until they get into the playoffs and prove that they can execute in clutch time, because they proved that they can't in this series. They proved that they can't, not even close, execute and operate properly in the clutch, at least not against a seasoned veteran team. They outperformed the Oklahoma City Thunder in clutch time, but the Thunder showed a lot of, to me, struggles and challenges in clutch time as well. Yes, they won the NBA championship last year, but they were utterly dominant. They should have swept or gentlemen swept every single team along the way last year, and they got taken to 7 twice because they were constantly choking and throwing away games down the clutch. So basically, maybe we need to re-examine the way we're looking, the lens of which we're viewing that Western Conference Finals win now with the Spurs. Perhaps maybe the Thunder and Spurs have to prove themselves next season moving forward, that either of them can execute and get it done when it really matters in clutch time. It's going to be interesting to see, because both of these 2 teams, these perceived unbeatable juggernauts, neither of them won the NBA championship. And the Knicks dispatched the Spurs fairly easily. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see now, what kind of moves other teams make. Maybe they think they can get a little bit closer, maybe just one move away from constructing something special like the Knicks did this season. Who knows? I think the Knicks really give hope to everybody that maybe you're just one move or 2 moves away. And look, you don't need a super team, and you don't even need superstar players necessarily to get it done. So this is going to be a very interesting offseason, which officially gets underway right now, as we are ticking over to June 14th right now, early in the morning. The NBA offseason has begun. We are roughly 9 days away from the NBA draft now at this point. So still a lot of things to go on off the court now before we really wind down into the doldrums or the dog days of summer, as they say, where all we've got is baseball pretty much, and football preseason stuff as well. But it's going to be interesting. I will be watching. I will be talking about it, guys. So hopefully you stick around and hang out with me throughout the offseason as well. But we've got Bands Nabs 5523 coming from Canada. Welcome in. There was the World Cup is underway, and Canada had a draw yesterday to start their action. So welcome in Bands Nabs 5523. Thank you for hanging out on this basketball live stream or post-game show. I appreciate it. They were never going to come back from 3-1. You need a king for that. The Spurs need to get the king and the prince this summer. Hashtag witness greatness. The Spurs will not be bringing in LeBron James. I do not think. And if they do, they're going to be villain number one for me all next year. Gary, how would you feel about your San Antonio Spurs if they went and got LeBron? What if LeBron called the ownership group with the Spurs and said, listen, yo, boys, King James here. Me and Prince LeBron Jr., we want to come to town next year and help you guys get over the hump. I'll help lead you guys and show you how to finish these games and get that championship secured. And I'm willing to do it at the vet minimum. All you got to do is help work with the Lakers on a trade for Bronny. What do you say? Gary, what would your feelings be if that move was made and executed this summer by your Spurs?
Only if they send De'Aaron Fox to LA and get that contract off the books. I'll take LeBron. I'll take LeBron over Fox right now.
Disgusting, Gary. Disgusting.
No, Fox is disgusting. I'm sorry. He was the veteran of the team, and he played worse than all the young guys. I'm sorry, man. I know Wemby did choke away too, but he was not even intelligent enough to box OG out. There never should have been a tip in. And that's what I'm saying not nobody, but analysts understand it, but the common viewer doesn't understand. OG never should have been open for that tip in. That's because De'Aaron Fox had to go help the 7'6" defensive player of the year guard a 6'2" guard on the perimeter and leave another defender wide open who tipped it in and ultimately won the game for them. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. And it's Fox's contract also. That clogs. That's why I didn't want Fox. Because I knew he was going to demand the max. Gary, he's not worth it.
But Gary, I understand you saying that now in hindsight, and I get it.
I said it when they got him. I said I don't want to sign him to a big contract because that's going to disrupt paying Castle, Wemby, and our new guy that we got that turned out to be Dylan Harper.
That's the thing, though. You can't anticipate you're going to get an absolute miracle ball and get Dylan Harper. Like that was you should not have Dylan Harper. Like that was miraculous.
Whoever. I'm not saying it had to be Dylan Harper per se. I'm saying before that, I knew we were going to get a lottery pick. So whoever the lottery pick was, we'd have to pay Wemby, we had to pay Castle, and we had to pay. And then we had 2 lottery picks last year, and we had to pay our 2 lottery picks. Of course, I didn't know at the time it was going to be Dylan Harper at number 2. I thought it'd probably be like somewhere between 8 to 10. But regardless, that's a huge contract. It's just like Dak Prescott on the Cowboys. I've been fighting that. It's the first contract. The first time Jerry Jones signed Dak Prescott to that bloated contract, I was totally against it. I said, let his ass walk, and let's get Nick Foles for the minimum, who helped the Eagles beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. He was available for a veteran minimum. And then when Dak's contract ran out, we signed him to a second bloated contract. So where all of Dallas Cowboys' problems are self-inflicted from stupid management. And I did not want to see the Spurs do the same thing to De'Aaron Fox. I foresaw this happening before they officially signed him. I did not want him for that reason, because it's thrown a monkey wrench in constructing our roster.
Gary, I'll be honest with you. You're right. You honestly have been calling all this stuff. Like, I know people are hard on you in the comments from time to time, but you honestly, Gary guys has called all of this every step of the way. Like he rejected the Giannis move because he knew that Stephon Castle was going to emerge into something great. He did not want De'Aaron Fox basically from the get-go. And he has been saying that they weren't going to win the championship. So Gary really has been spot on all year long and beyond and before that really with all of his projections and prognostications on the Spurs. So he really is dialed in and what he's saying isn't false. He's been telling me this shit for 2 years, which is all coming to fruition now. And that De'Aaron Fox, I mean, it looks horrendous right now. In the aftermath of these 5 games, just a brutal. When you factor in tonight's game, he's gonna have it's gonna be 12 points per game on 35% shooting in this series. Who the hell is gonna be ooh, goody, let me get that $225 million contract for this guy into his 30s where he just dropped 13 points on 35% shooting. That is going to be a tough contract to offload. They're going to get nothing usable. It's basically going to have to be a shed. They're going to have to just dump it for essentially nothing. They're going to get no return. They're just going to, I guess, hope they can get big expiring contracts and eat some crazy veteran contract, another ass contract, but at least they'll get it off the books in 1 year as opposed to having it on for 4 with De'Aaron Fox's contract. And Gary, they might have to send away an asset, which I know you don't want to hear, but I think it's pivotal that they get rid of Fox. It's pivotal. And whatever it takes within reason. I'm not saying they're going to give away one of their 5 best guys, but maybe a young prospect that you don't really want to see go.
Draft picks.
Or draft picks.
Yeah. Somebody want the number 20 this year? And then we've got 2 or 3 early picks in the second round. I'll give up all the picks from this year's draft if someone takes De'Aaron Fox, because he's a monkey wrench in our progression right now, and he needs to be gone. You heard me after game 2 when we were down 0-2. What did I say? Put Dylan Harper in the driver's seat. Even make Wemby complimentary to Harper, because Wemby is here's what you're right and wrong. Wemby absolutely is he is everything advertised as far as defense. It's the offense that needs work, and that's what I've been saying, is that the offense has no identity and it's clunky. That's how I was baffled. I don't know how the heck we beat OKC. I don't think we would have beat them if they had AJ Mitchell and Jalen Williams, but that, we can't control that. But since we did manage to beat OKC, then I was like, okay, well, I think we'll probably figure out how to beat the Knicks. Nope. Finally, I picked them, and then they lose. One positive, and no one's acknowledged. Thank you, God. Wembanyama showed that he can finish a season without being injured.
True. But
so
now
I'm very happy for that.
True. But now he's got to show he played 31 minutes a game this year, which is, believe it or not, Gary, I was looking at when Kobe, for whatever reason, I was looking at on-off for Kobe Bryant in 2005, 2006, right? He played 2,800 minutes of the Lakers minutes and sat 600 of them in that season, where he finished 4th in MVP, but led the league in scoring and was first team all NBA defense, whatever. He played 80% of the minutes. This year, Victor Wembanyama played less minutes than he did. The Spurs had more minutes without Wemby on the floor than with him. Some of that is because he missed 16 games or whatever, but he only played 31 minutes a night. If he won the MVP this year, it would have been the least minutes, I think, of all time for an MVP to win. So I thought they were just slow playing him because he did accrue some little kind of nagging injuries along the season. So I think they were trying to just preserve him, make sure they didn't blow him out or hurt him too bad during the regular season, save him for the postseason. And then he was just going to be unleashed. But it looks like maybe when he plays when he plays upper 30s or 40 minutes, he really doesn't have the stamina to finish those games. So I think that part of the offseason, in terms of him also getting bigger and stronger, he's going to get better conditioned and be able, like everyone mocks Nikola Jokic about how fat and out of shape he is. That dude plays like 38 minutes, like 37 minutes, all regular season long, then plays 40 plus minutes, all playoff long. Like, and he's, I mean, yes, he weakens on defense at times, but the guy is still largely executing and making plays like all game long at like 40, 41, 42 minutes. Victor Wembanyama, who's this elite specimen of an athlete, really stamina-wise, not upper echelon. So that's something he really needs to get better on, because sometimes, Gary, you got to play 40 minutes, 42, 43 minutes. You just got to sometimes.
I think I don't know if this has been said. It probably has, but here's the deal. I actually don't think he's going to improve his stamina. This is why. I just figured this out. The reason that he doesn't finish on the offense in the second half, why he kept settling for three-pointers in game 4, is because he can't fully exert himself on both offense and defense. This is probably why Jokic is not as good defensively, because he's exerts so much energy on the offensive end. On the opposite spectrum is Wemby, who exerts so much energy on the defensive end that he can't fully, for 2 halves, also exert himself like that on offense. That's why you got to monitor his minutes and kind of like ebb and flow play him. Or that's why I said just let Wemby be the primary defender on defense and Harper the primary person on the focus on offense. That's why I wanted to put Dylan Harper in the driver's seat of the offense and let Wemby focus on defense, because I trust that Harper could have actually done some like Tony Parker, Ginobili-esque things in this series. So I don't think moving forward he's going to be able to do both. You can't exert yourself for 40 minutes a game on both offense and defense. So he's going to have to pick his spots, and that's going to be a challenge, and that's going to take a good coach being able to help him navigate through all that.
Yeah, when the Spurs lost game 1 to the Timberwolves, so like Nikola Jokic was getting slandered to oblivion in the press and in social media after they lost to Minnesota. And then the very next game, the Spurs lose. And Wembanyama was heinous. He was like 3 of 15 for like 12 points or something. And I made a video, and in the name of the video, I forget exactly what it was called, but something along the lines of, there is no such thing as a two-way player anymore. And in the video, I said, Victor Wembanyama found out the hard way last night that this two-way player thing is hard, dog. Like, they're not made like they were before, Gary. Like the Kobe Bryants, Tim Duncans, Kevin Garnett's, Michael Jordan's, like the dudes that just played 40, 38, 41 minutes, hard as hell on both sides of the floor. Like they don't exist anymore today. That's why, like, you don't see these guys that are perennially first team All-NBA defense anymore. Victor Wembanyama is going to be that guy, Gary, just based on his statistical accomplishments. Like, even being bad on offense this playoff run, he still averaged like 24 and 11. So, like, he's still going to be like a first-team All-NBA guy every year and first-team All-NBA defense. But you're right. When push comes to shove and he's got to be there at the ends and execute and make these plays, he's just gassed from playing 39, 42, 43 minutes and being like the guy on defense and having to be the eraser all of those minutes. Like, it's hard. It is. It's hard to do. That's why, like, people mock Nikola Jokic and say, oh, he only plays half the court. Well, to your point, like, it's because he has such a burden, such a responsibility at that side. He doesn't, and by the way, he doesn't just have to score. He's going to get like 12, 13 assists every game too, and make all of his teammates a lot better and get them easy looks as well. So he's got to get you 30 and then have basically a ridiculous total like floor game and rise the level of all of his teammates as well. That's a lot of work when you've got elite defenders and elite defenses funneled in on only you for 40, 42 minutes on the floor. Oh, then you've got to be like the rim protector too and try to like defend all these guys at the other end. It's hard. So, I mean, that's a good point. Like, maybe Wemby, as well conditioned as he is, maybe he'll never have the ability to be, like upper echelon closer guy at the end in the fourth quarters down the stretch, while also having to be the defensive closer. It's asking a lot. You're right. And he's a huge guy. And the bigger and more muscular he gets, the more weight he's going to be carrying as well up and down the floor. So that's going to require more energy and stuff to get all of that weight moving and going. You're right. We might never, which means it's incumbent on the other guys, the guards, the Kobe guy, to emerge and be the closer. If you're talking like Shaq, Kobe kind of run, like you've got to have Harper be the guy that comes in and closes down the stretch. And I mean, he made some big shots tonight down the stretch. Wasn't enough ultimately. Just was not enough. And they didn't go to him enough in the series, I think, to really make a difference. Had they started playing this guy, starting him from the beginning, right after game one, and played him 38, 40 minutes a game, every game, maybe it's a different outcome. Even tonight, I think he still only got 31 minutes. I just don't understand why the limitations on his minutes. He's the only guy that showed or proved to be offensively capable for basically the entire series. But hey, I didn't finish third this year in NBA Coach of the Year voting. That would be Mitch Johnson. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what he has to say about that. But
Mitch is at fault too, because he should have benched Wemby. And when they were up 29 in the second half, why did Wemby play like 40-something minutes in that game? He had nothing left towards the end. That's why he was settling for all those three-pointers. He exerted all of his energy. If you had rested him, see, that's the same thing the Nuggets did with Jokic in that Game 7 in 2024. That's why Jokic had no gas in the tank the last 5 minutes of that game. That's when the Timberwolves trounced and took the lead and ultimately won the series. So that's on Mitch Johnson, that he didn't bench Wemby and monitor his minutes. And also, when we get our power forward in this year's draft, that's going to help. That's going to help with everything. We're still searching for our identity on offense. So once we get our power forward, things are going to fall into place a lot better, I think.
Next thing, we've got the Incorruptible. Welcome back in, my friend. Thank you so much for your ongoing support here. And a subdued avatar tonight, La Process, Gary. Just subdued, like his subdued kind of mentality, kind of his behavior and so forth tonight. A little somber tone here from moderator Gary, just like this avatar. The Spurs did it to themselves. Fox needs to go. Brunson showed up like he wanted a chip, and the Spurs showed up like they're working towards 2028. Trust the process. It's not going to be 20. Maybe it would be 20. I don't think 2028. I think they should be considered. It's going to be interesting to see, because typically when a team wins an NBA championship, they open as the favorite. There will be odds released late tonight, or I guess it's over tonight. It's already tomorrow. So it is Sunday, June 14th. Now, the odds will come out sometime today. The preseason betting odds for next year's NBA championship. And typically the reigning champion would be the favorite. I don't know that that's going to be the case. I maybe just because they're in the East, whereas you don't know whether it's going to be the Thunder or the Spurs to come out. But I don't think the Knicks should be considered the favorite to defend this championship next year. In fact, I would bet almost anything that they won't defend this championship next year. And to me, it's between the Spurs and Thunder again, starting right now. Like, those two are the two best teams in the NBA, and I think one of those teams will win the championship next year. But Incorruptible, I don't know if it will be next year in 2027 or, to your and Gary's point, the following year in 2028. Time will tell, though, because in sports, we always find out. What is the name of Kramer's intern at Kramerica? That is an obscure one. Is it Darren? Let me know. Is it Darren let me know on the live feed. Gary's giving me the thumbs up that he knows that I am right. So I do believe it was Darren, but nice, very obscure. Yet, okay, the Human Fund is saying yes. George is saying I got it. So yes, I nailed that. See, like I said, George, I know the show better than maybe even you, Jason Alexander, even though you were obviously a principal core actor in the show. I love that show. One of the best shows in existence to me that has ever been created. and intertwined into the overall kind of mythos of New York City. So I'm sure the entire cast of Seinfeld is rejoicing and celebrating at LD's pad tonight, probably. But yes, Darren, the intern at America. Go ahead.
There's a meme after Game 4, Seinfeld meme, because he was at the Knicks game. So it says, the Spurs know how to take a lead, but they don't know how to hold the lead. And the holding is really the most important part of the lead.
That was an S tier, as the kids would say, Gary, an S tier meme for sure. Yes, of course, it's Jerry when he's trying to pick up his rental car, and he's like, anybody could just be taking reservations out there. You have to hold the reservation. Yeah, so that was a very an S tier, a GOAT level meme, 100%. And thank you, Jason Alexander, for another incredible trivia question. We've got Karthik Shankar 1 back, and Spurs fans went from we have a generational player to we have generational trauma quickly. Congratulations to the Knicks. Very well deserved. You said it, Karthik. Very well deserved. And congratulations to the New York Knicks. We just simply have to celebrate this team as one of the great individual playoff runs in NBA history, I think. They are probably the best I've ever seen in terms of look, the Knicks I think they were 5th or 6th odds-on favorite to start the season. It's about where I thought they were to go into the playoffs, like the 5th or 6th best team. But they just came together at the right time, and they had an absolute masterpiece of a run and just one of the most memorable championship runs I've ever seen. And that Game 4, the 29-point comeback, probably the most, I'd say, memorable finals game I've ever seen, other than the 98 Michael Jordan last shot against the Bulls to win his 6th and final championship when he had 45 points in that closer. So, those are basically the two most memorable games I've ever probably seen in the NBA playoffs, at least in the NBA finals. I remember a lot of games that Kobe was a part of very poignantly because I am a Kobe Bryant fan. But just overall, in terms of all of NBA history or whatever, on that level, I would say that Game 4 and the 1998 Game 6. All right, we've got Hashtronomy is in next. What's up, Hashtronomy, and welcome into you. Who's more to blame, Fox or Mitch Johnson? Yes. The answer is yes, Hashtronomy and Victor Wembanyama. Look, and Victor Wembanyama. Because I've been quoting this biblical passage for about a week now. And again, I am not prone to quoting scripture. However, it is such a great quote in my estimation. To whom much is given, much is required. That is the exact wording of it in Luke 12:48 in the Bible. But it is often rephrased or reworded to whom much is given, much is expected. And Victor Wembanyama has been given much this year already. First team All-NBA, first team All-NBA defense, third in MVP voting, first in Defensive Player of the Year award, and the new media darling, the new media face of the NBA, the new beloved golden boy, golden player of the NBA, already at 22, already being bestowed the title of best player on earth. So he has been given a lot, and therefore much is expected from him. And quite frankly, he was putrid in this series overall by his standards. So yes, all of those and Victor Wembanyama, Hashtronomy. If I had to put it on, I would probably say Mitch Johnson and Wembanyama, to me, carry the shoulder or shoulder the major burden of the blame here, or eat the pie, the blame pie the most, those two, more so than even De'Aaron Fox. Because, look, De'Aaron Fox, I get it, he is the point. I get it, he is the only veteran really in that rotation. But, Gary, realistically, on, the best of days, De'Aaron Fox, what, the 4th best player on the team, would you say?
He's supposed to be the 2nd best. He's definitely, that's why he's got that huge contract.
By Stephon, though. Stephon Castle definitely became the 2nd best player throughout the course of this season.
Well, yeah, but he's also very inconsistent. He's still developing. As we saw, he laid an egg tonight. He's he's not supposed to be like the calm. Like Fox is paid that money to calm them down and lead them. Castle's still learning. Castle is the better player, yes, but he's not supposed to provide leadership. That's supposed to be Fox and Wembanyama. And I put this on Fox and Mitch Johnson more than Wemby. I put game 2 on Wemby. I put game 4 on Fox and Mitch because Mitch should have taken Wembanyama out. Wembanyama's biggest fault in game 4 was he kept trying too hard. Mitch should have sat his tail on the bench and conserved his minutes. So I put that on Mitch. And I also put, it wasn't just like not dribbling the clock down and catching a foul at the end, but it's also not boxing out OG. Two crucial. Oh, and he committed a foul on Alvarado as Alvarado was falling into the backcourt for a backcourt violation. He fouls him. That's all 3 game-altering, boneheaded decisions in the last minute. So absolutely game 4 falls on Fox primarily, secondarily on Mitch, but honestly, they shouldn't have been in that predicament. But Mitch should have put Wemby on the bench. So Wemby catches it all for game 2, but I put it on Mitch and Fox for game 4.
Mr. Terrible is in next. Thank you very much, Mr. Terrible, for joining us. This is Jason Whitlock's burner account. Brunson TKO'd Wemby. Whitlock TKO'd Skap. Time to admit Brunson is that guy. Of course he's that guy. He's just not the best player on this team. And even if he is the de facto best player on this team, my principal argument with Whitlock was that it's a team. It's about the team, not any one player. Like, looking at the last decade or whatever, when I think of the Toronto Raptors winning the championship, I think of Kawhi Leonard. When I think about the Milwaukee Bucks winning the championship, I think about Giannis Antetokounmpo. When I think about the Denver Nuggets winning the championship, I think about Nikola Jokic. Like, when I think about Steph Curry winning his 2022 ring, I think about Steph Curry. I simply will never remember Jalen Brunson as the story for winning this most memorable championship, or one of them that I've ever seen. It will forever and always be the team collective. And that's my point. Jalen Brunson didn't lead the Knicks in literally anything from an advanced standpoint. In fact, he wasn't even third on the team in many of the things. Like player efficiency rating, box plus minus, value over replacement, win shares. He was third best on his team throughout this postseason run. I'll check tomorrow to see the finalized numbers, but I would be almost certain of it that he was third best on his team in all 4 of those categories. He entered tonight with the second best game score on his team, and it was tight between him and Cat, coming in drastically below OG Anunoby on game score. OG with a 21 game score through 4 games, Brunson with a 17 game score, and Cat with a 15, while he played, again, Karl Anthony Towns, shackled with ridiculous fouls all series long. He was tonight, too. He fouled out in tonight's game. He ultimately played some ridiculously, 23 minutes total he played tonight before fouling out with 6 fouls. So I think he was removed from this series largely because of the officiating. But when he was on, he was always a force for he was a plus positive. So to me, yes, Brunson is that guy. He does have that Mamba mentality, but he just simply isn't the guy that I will ever think about, because I won't think about any one guy for this team because it was just a team effort, a true team effort. The closest championship really in my lifetime I could think of is probably the Pistons in 2004, where, like, yes, Chauncey Billups got finals MVP, but that was just about the collective, the team defense, and the Knicks defense has been wild in this series. Wild. I mean, the fact that the Knicks, in fact, let me just check it out right now, actually, while I'm here. Let me just see the schedule and results here for the postseason. So they scored in this series 105 twice. No, I'm sorry. Yes, they scored. They scored 3. Yes, 4 of their lowest outputs. 4 of their lowest outputs came of their 23 games came in this series. That ain't Jalen Brunson. He's their worst defensive player. So the fact that they've stymied the Spurs to this level, that is just a full team defensive effort. And yes, Brunson was the closer and deservingly got Finals MVP. But again, to me, this was just a massive team effort, in my opinion. All right, we've got Stump 4522 back in. Minnesota sports fan are killing themselves. Sam Darnold left the Vikings and won a championship a season later. Cat was traded, and now he got a ring. Yeah, Minnesota's never won shit in their entire existence, and this is just another reason why. Karl Anthony Towns, obviously, terrific. He did not get to play a lot in this series. He played very minimal minutes throughout because, again, he just had 4 or 5 fouls basically the whole game. It seemed like every game, and he fouled out actually tonight. But he was massive throughout the entire postseason, and he was massive in this series when he actually got to be on the court. So, yeah, it just shows as good as that trade kind of looked for Minnesota too. Cat was that guy. Like, they should have held on to Cat. It now looks like, because boy, wouldn't they have liked to have Cat against Victor Wembanyama in that second round series. Stump 4522, back to back. Thank you very much, Stump. I appreciate it. Mavs fans are on suicide watch. They got away with Jalen Brunson and Luka Doncic. At least they got Cooper Flag, I guess. So not only is Stump throwing the dirt on Minnesota fans, also throwing the dirt on the Dallas Mavericks fans for letting both Luka and, yeah, it looks pretty bad. Like, what a great playoff riser Luka Doncic typically is, or he has been at points, I should say. And same with Jalen Brunson, obviously an elite playoff riser. You mismanage both of them. And at least, though, they did get Cooper Flag as a result of their bumbling and idiocies with their moves. They did lose enough games that they won the draft lottery, or the NBA felt bad enough that they tanked the draft lottery in their behalf. So, or on their behalf. So, yeah, at least they got Flag, because I think Flag is going to be an absolute stud for many, 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 many years to come. But still, they are, yes, left with a little pie on the face. There's no doubt about that. Giuseppe DeRosa 01. We need Batman out there. New York is now Gotham. Yeah, you're going to need Batman patrolling the streets tonight, I fear, because the parties and the celebrating might get a tad bit out of hand. I can't even imagine what's going on in New York City right now. And there are several World Cup games going on there too. So you've got all the World Cup fans in that atmosphere, all the people that traveled there for that. And then the New York Knicks winning their first NBA championship since 1973. It's going to look like an absolute war zone there, just with all of the like fireworks, whatever they're shooting off, people out in mass celebrating and whatever, demonstrating probably throughout the city. So hopefully prayers and thoughts and wishes to the city of New York tonight, that everybody that goes out does it with good intentions and is in a good mood and celebrating the right way and in non-violent ways, hopefully. So congratulations again to the city. Hopefully they don't pay the price tonight in those in the aftermath of it all. Massive Dumper is back in. Again, welcome into you, Massive Dumper. The Brunson burner has a flair for the dramatic. I mean, terrific performance. All I can say for Brunson tonight, terrific performance. 41 minutes, 45 points, 14 to 27 from the field. The first time he shot over 50% from the field all series long. 13 to 15 from the free throw line. Lot made about the officiating throughout this series. Karl Anthony Towns, again, barely gets on the court, but for the second time in a row, second game in a row, I think the Knicks outshoot the Spurs by 10 free throws. So back-to-back games where they shot now 20 more free throws in the last 2 games. So much made about that free throw discrepancy in the game that they lost, in the one game that the Knicks lost. And since that game, though, the Knicks pretty handily won that free throw discrepancy or disparity. So great game, though, for Jalen Brunson, no doubt about it, and a great run by the New York Knicks. All right, we've got Don S. SGC is in next. Congrats, Knicks. Brunson and Fox are finals MVPs. Yeah, I mean, De'Aaron Fox, listen, it's going to be a long summer. And a long summer of him on the trade block, a long summer of people calling for him to be banished out of town at any cost. And I can't say that I blame a single fan or teammate really at this point if you feel that way about De'Aaron Fox after witnessing the series that he just played. We'll go back to back with Don SGC. Congrats, Knicks, Brunson. Okay, just a duplicate there. Thank you, Don SGC. One more time. Congrats, Knicks, Brunson and Fox are finals MVPs. Thank you, Don, so much for your very kind back-to-back donations for us. I appreciate it. And guys, I appreciate all of you. We just hit the 90-minute mark of tonight's show. We are still drastically far behind on these comments. I will get to all of them, I assure you. It is still around 1,000 people here after 90 minutes. So again, another great turnout and retention by all of you guys. You could possibly do me a favor because I don't want to say goodbye. I want to keep this party going. I know I teased last year at the end of the playoffs that I wanted to keep some kind of a semblance of a live show moving forward throughout the year. I'm actually going to execute on that this summer. I'm going to work towards that. And if you guys would be so kind, don't leave the comment here. It will get buried in all of these live comments that are going on now. Go on once we finish and conclude this show and this live stream. If you could be so kind, sometime throughout the next couple days, since we still have about 1,000 people here, I'm asking now. Go into the comment section on that video after it becomes a video and the live part of it ends, and leave me a comment in there, and I will go in and look at every one of the comments that I receive. Let me know around what time of the day, because I'm still struggling with when I should go on live, because it would be the same time every day. So let me know. You guys are obviously my most important, my most loyal and faithful fans and followers that have been here all along for the last 2 postseasons and certainly for this whole postseason. So you guys let me know if you would be so kind, what time would work best for me to do like maybe a daily or semi-weekly live show moving forward, because your input will certainly help drive my decision. I'm on the East Coast of the US of A, by the way. I say it all the time, but it is 1:12 a.m. where I'm at right now. Okay, Xavier DeGod is welcome in. Xavier, for tonight. You're always here, but welcome in tonight. Thank you. Brunson won a ring before Luka. Crazy. Yeah, who would have had that on the bingo sheet when Brunson left Dallas, that Brunson would be the leader and the star of his team, and he would win a chip before Luka Doncic? Yeah, I don't think anybody had that on the old bingo card. So congratulations to Jalen Brunson, and shout out to him. It's been a great run for him individually in New York over the last 4 seasons. And obviously he culminates it with breaking the curse for the city of New York. And like I said, he will never buy another meal or alcoholic beverage ever in the rest of his time alive while he steps foot in that city. We've got Alex Fish 6955 is up next. Welcome in, Alex. Thank you so much. Spurs coaching lost this series. Congrats to New York. I mean, look, there's always 2 sides to everything. There's sometimes you win it, sometimes another team loses it. And ultimately in the NBA, like I said, where there really are no teams of destiny or whatever, generally the better team has to find a way to lose it. But look, credit to the Knicks. They applied the pressure that made the Spurs choke possible. So like, did the Spurs choke? Is this a choke? Is it a choke? Maybe more than a win even? Maybe, probably. However, the Knicks' constant pressure down the stretch and in clutch time led them in the direction of executing on that choke. So a lot of credit has to be given still to the Knicks, even though the Spurs had a lot of self-inflicted injuries throughout the course of this series. Stump is back in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have to give Mike Brown his damn respect now at this point. Mike Brown greater than Fox, Sacramento Kings in purgatory. Mike Brown, welcome to immortality. Welcome to the party, pal. Of all-time legendary coaches, Mike Brown will never want for anything in the city of New York either, because he will be a folk hero and a legend there for all of time. Now, his first year as the guy, he takes over in his first season and wins their first championship in 53 years. A coach of the year two times with two different franchises, who has been fired multiple times in his NBA tenure. Celebrate, because you deserve it and you earn it tonight, Mr. Mike Brown. Tip of the cap to you. All-time great run for him, and a great coach to me. Now a Hall of Fame coach for sure. Two-time coach of the year award winner now. And, he's going to stick around long enough that he's probably going to be top 10 all-time in wins when it's all said and done. And now add this championship to the leisure. Phenomenal all-time run by him and his New York Knicks. Xavier DeGod joins us again. Who would have thought that Cat would be an NBA champion? I'll tell you. Look, Zesty Cat turned into Big Purr throughout the course of this postseason run. Terrific run. Absolutely a great run for Big Purr throughout the course of this. And I'm so happy for him. He's dealt with adversity in his life. He seems like a really good guy in general, a good teammate. I know things have been made about him and his playing style, selfish offensively, overrated to not good defensively, but he really changed the complexities of his game throughout the course of this season and this postseason run. Very, very happy for him. He seems like a great guy ultimately. And all of these Knicks players ultimately do seem like great guys, great teammates. And I'm just happy for the entire team. We've got Gregory Lieber is in next. Scott Foster tried his damnedest. The extender. They should have put in Scott Foster. They should have just made an all-star team, like an Avengers, of all of the shittiest officiating for tonight's game. Like, they should have had Foster and Brothers and pick like the other worst guy there is in the NBA and just run all three out for the San Antonio Spurs. And maybe then they could have got it over the hump into a game 6 and got it back to New York. But alas, it wasn't meant to be, of course. Stump 45-22, Cat greater than Jimmy Butler. Look, playoff Jimmy has been to 2 finals, but Zesty Cat, check that, Big Purr has won an NBA championship. And he's done it as an instrumental, massive piece in this run. Just instrumental defense and precision offense and a high efficiency throughout the entire postseason. So again, like I just said, I'm very, very happy for Karl Anthony Towns. All right, we've got the Human Fun CEO, George Costanza, still is on. Thank you for checking back in. Jordan Clarkson, first Filipino to win an NBA ring. Well, shout out to Jordan Clarkson as well. Congratulations to him. He played tonight, 6 minutes, 2 points, 1 of 5 shooting. So they didn't unleash Jordan Clarkson tonight, though he did have one good game in this series. And look, he's a standard roster player on this team. He deserves that and has earned that ring just like the other 12 or whatever 15 guys that are going to ultimately be bestowed that New York chip ring sometime early on, probably the NBA opener, I would imagine, next season. So, congratulations to you, Jordan Clarkson, and congratulations for being the first Filipino to win an NBA ring. Oh, look who we've got. Dylan. Welcome back in, my friend. Model Body Fit checks back in. Welcome in, my friend. An OG here as well. Thanks so much for your continued support of me here, my friend. My Spurs are professional chokers. This is sad, man. Yeah, it does it's not going to leave a good taste in any Spurs fans' mouths moving forward through this offseason. While again, they showed so much hope, so much promise, so much maturation throughout the course of this playoffs. I've said it throughout the course of this series. The closer you get and fail, the harder it is to stomach, the worse it is. Like, if you're going to get gentlemen swept out here in the NBA Finals, just get beat down by like 15 or 20 points every game. Don't be up 15 or 20 points every game and choke every game away. That is excruciating. So no matter how good, how young, how promising the future and how bright the future looks for this team, it still stings to get so close and fail like that. We've got Mark N. Miguel 95 up next. Welcome to you, Mark N. Shout out. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Everyone's better than New York until it's time to be better than New York. Brunson MVP performance tonight, legendary finals. Tremendous run, tremendous. Look, the finals was all time. Even though it was only 5 games, every game was like a 2-point game in the last minute. Like, I just can't even think of anything like this. I mean, I'm sad ultimately that it didn't get to 6 or 7, because if it did, every game probably would have been a 2-point game with a minute left or less. So it's sad that I'm sad to see it end in 5, because this was such a ridiculous and compelling final stanza of every game for 5 games and 2 very evenly matched teams. So ultimately, though, I will always remember this. The magic of New York, the magical run of the team of destiny that was the New York Knicks. Just an absolute storybook run for them. So I can't say enough good things about the Knicks, about this team. It's just a masterpiece all the way from start to finish, practically. We've got J-Mos is in next. Another regular. Thank you so much, my friend. Welcome in tonight. What a finish to this series. Happy for New York. Don't feel bad for the Spurs in the slightest, but they'll be back. Now I need to work on escaping New Jersey. In all seriousness, J-Mos, thoughts and prayers to you. Be safe, my friend. And hopefully anyone coming from the New York or New Jersey area, I've got family in New Jersey, extended, like family through marriage. My sister and brother-in-law and their kids live in New Jersey on the outskirts, like 18-ish miles from New York City. My wife's sister is actually a teacher in New York City. So hopefully they do not put the parade on a school day. Or I guess, okay, good. It's summer. School's out already. I mean, school in Florida, I'm in Florida. School's been done for a month here. But up in the north, where I come from originally, school typically goes to early June, but thankfully it is now mid-June, so school is officially out. So my wife's sister will not be having to go in if there's a parade situation. So thank goodness for that. And hopefully whenever that parade is, hopefully everybody in the area is in a nice, like I said, jovial, celebratory mood and does it, in a safe and non-violent fashion, hopefully. We've got TJDF1978 is up next. What's up, TJ? And welcome into you. Congrats, Brunson, KOB, Anunoby, 824 for life. Yeah, I mean, Anunoby was just an unsung hero throughout the course of the series. Not a great night tonight. He had only 11 points on 3 of 11. Still a positive +2. The best plus minus actually on the floor tonight for the New York Knicks, +15 from Mikal Bridges, who played in 39 minutes, scored 14 points on 5 of 10. He made big shots. Really nothing practically off the bench for the Knicks tonight. They got 9 total points off the bench tonight. So I said limited bench performance from the Spurs because they got 25 from Harper. But other than that, only 7 points from Johnson, and that was it. And, it was not anything better from the New York Knicks bench, only 9 points off the bench for them. So it really was just, again, terrific Knicks team defense. Terrific. Held the Spurs to 38% shooting from the field, 32% shooting from the three-point line. The second time the Spurs this series, at least the second, maybe it was more, didn't break 40% shooting. So it was just terrific Knicks defense and then Jalen Brunson scoring that really carried the day in this game. Next is Darth Cairns, Dylan Brooks, Aura. Welcome in, my friend, another regular. It can't be a live party without the villain himself and the sweep, the gentleman sweep. Yes. I wonder, Darth, if Dylan was sitting courtside, iced out, with all the bling on, laughing at this, on the sideline at the Spurs for going out. Who knows? Obviously, he is the villain, so you carry his Dylan Brooks aura around. But yes, salute to the New York Knicks and their gentleman sweep tonight. Just a terrific all-around playoff run for them. We've got YA boy Andy 2274. What's up, Andy? Thank you, my friend, for being here. I appreciate it. Wemby is ass compared to Jokic. I mean, look, Nikola Jokic. I mean, say what you will. Say what you will about the way he played against the Spurs. Wemby the Timberwolves. Wemby going into tonight. Let me get to this series. Wemby going into tonight in 4 games was shooting 43% from the field. So still a good line. 27 points, 10.5 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks per game going into tonight, but on 43%. A lot of clutch time choke jobs by him. Nikola Jokic, 26 points, 13 rebounds, 9 assists on 46% shooting against the Timberwolves. He got absolutely decimated on the heels of that series. So yes, if we're keeping that same energy and consistency, Wembanyama below not good throughout the vast majority of this series. And therefore, to me, yes, Nikola Jokic is still retains the title of best player on earth for the moment. Karthik Shankar 1 back in yet again. 2-minute silence for Sacramento Kings firing Mike Brown. I won't give you 2 minutes, but I will bow my head for about, a couple 10 seconds. Yeah, there's a 10 count for the Sacramento Kings firing Mike Brown. Yeah, there's a lot of people with a lot of egg on their face. As we pointed out, Minnesota for trading Cat, the Mavericks for letting Brunson walk, and the Kings for firing Mike Brown. Like 1 year after he won Coach of the Year, by the way. Oopsies. Darth Cairns is back in with his Dylan Brooks aura, obviously. How much overtime are the NYPD working this final series? Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to be out probably for the next 2 straight days, because that's probably how long this party is going to wage on the streets of Gotham. Probably is 2 straight days. The Knicks fans are going to be on one. And again, I can't wait to see. Look, that parade, I'm telling you, $3 million is not an unreasonable expectation. They're just going to have to close the whole city down. It's going to be an insane atmosphere and an insane scene to see how many people. It's going to be like Times Square on New Year's Eve, probably, is what that scene is going to look like. Just crazy. All right. Next up is, Cusmo Jimbo. Shout out to you. Congratulations to you, my friend. True OG, a big fan and friend of this show and to me. Thank you so much, Cusmo Jimbo. And congratulations to you and your New York Knicks on your improbable championship this year. And Cusmo says, say what you will about our path, but we found a way and did everything in our control to win. I'd comment more, but I'm still out here celebrating, LOL. I don't blame you in the least, Cusmo Jimbo. I'm shocked that you're even on here at all, and I'm very thankful and appreciative of you being here for me, even though, no one deserves to party more than you and your people. And I, of course, mean your fellow New Yorkers and fans of the New York Knicks. So hopefully you really tie one on and enjoy the hell out of this one, Cusmo Jimbo. Shout out to you. Next up is John O'Radcliffe. Welcome in, my friend. Another OG here, one of the very, very original OGs, actually, John O'Radcliffe. Appreciate you for your continued support and generosity. Gary, I'll turn this one over to you. What does John have to say tonight for us?
Congrats, Knicks, on playing absolutely no worth a damn on the East and an inexperienced Spurs team. Enjoy your nonsensical title. Only the desperate enjoy. Terrible end to a great series.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's funny that we got back-to-back. Hughes Mode saying, say what you will about the run, and John O'Ratcliffe saying, yeah, the run was ass. But they still had a very challenging opponent and a very tough series against the San Antonio Spurs. Yes, they're young. Yes, they're inexperienced, but they did just beat the defending world champion Oklahoma City Thunder. So, look, all the Knicks can do is beat the teams that were put out in front of them, and they beat them all resoundingly. So, I mean, they were up, they were down 2-1. They won 3 straight against the Hawks. They then swept the next round, swept the round after that, and then gentlemen swept this round. So say what you will about the path. They are champions. They deserve it. And we can do nothing but celebrate them. With that said, though, I wouldn't be surprised. I would bet anybody any amount practically that they never win another one. I would not be surprised if they never win another one, because they fit the profile more than any team that hasn't ever won another one over this last 8 years now. Like teams that just never get back. So at least though they got the win and capitalized on it. At least the Nuggets won their chip. The Bucks won their chip. And the Raptors won their chip. And now the Knicks won their chip. At least they're not the Indiana Pacers who got there, will never be back again, or won't be back for like another 20 years plus. They got there and didn't finish the deal off. They got there and Halliburton ruptured his Achilles. So at least the Knicks, like all these other one and done runners, like they at least got the job done, finished it off, and ripped that chip. So kudos and congratulations to the Knicks tonight. Stump 4522 joins us again. Thank you, Stump. Gary, what is this most recent question or comment from Stump?
Allen Iverson fans and small guard should celebrate and build a statue of Jalen Brunson. He just gave y'all small guard 290 jobs, especially the 2026 draft class of guards.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Brunson goes in the pantheon, the upper echelon, the elite of all-time smaller players, let's say 6'2" or under. So he just makes the cutoff because his list height is 6'2", but he's in that upper echelon, that upper hierarchy of guys like Allen Iverson, Isaiah Thomas, Steve Nash, 6'2", Gary, I think. 6'3". So Steve Nash, look, I guess we can give him an honorary. He's 1 inch over. I guess we give him an honorary small guy. But hey, Jalen Brunson is right up there. He did something that Nash, 2-time league MVP, something that Allen Iverson, 1-time MVP, was never capable of doing, getting a finals MVP, winning the whole thing. And Jalen Brunson will never sniff a league MVP. He will never sniff a league MVP. He will never finish probably top 3 in league MVP vote. But he just won the finals MVP, and that's something that many of these other guys could not do. So congratulations, Jalen Brunson. We've got Kaiserin 20 is in next. What's up, Kai? Welcome into you. Thank you so much for being here and furthering the conversation with us. Harper SVP, I'm so proud of him despite the loss. Hopefully the whole team learns from this run and comes back better. P.S. Get Fox out immediately. Harper was an absolute stud in this series and a grown-ass man. There's no doubt about it. Dylan Harper, for the minutes he was on the floor, because it wasn't many. He played 30 minutes a game, I think, basically. Yeah, he played 31 minutes a game coming in to tonight. He played less minutes than Wembanyama, then Stephon Castle, then De'Aaron Fox, then Devin Vassell, and Julian Champagnie. But for the amount of minutes when he was on the floor, he was the best player on the floor most of the time for either team. So the fact that he was 20 and he did that, kudos to Harper. Nothing to be ashamed of for that kid. And I agree, get De'Aaron Fox the hell out of San Antonio, but easier said than done ultimately, because that is a bloated contract now at this point, and he looks like an ineffective player with the 5 games, the sample size of 5 games that we saw in this finals. which is going to be the lasting memory now of all of these teams and GMs into the summer as you're trying to offload that $225 million contract. Next thing, we've got Super Q2Q. What's up? Welcome back in, Super Q. Thanks, as always, for being here, my friend. And thank you for your continued support and generosity here. Brunson with a ring before Luka. Cat with a ring before Butler. I love it. Cat with a ring before Anthony Edwards, too, you could say, because, again, these two guys basically jettisoned. Brunson not traded. Cat was traded. Brunson was just let go, thrown away like a little piece of rubbish. So the two principal lead guys that kind of led the way, them and OG Anunoby, who OG Anunoby, too, playing on, he not on the original team that we first got to know OG with. Obviously played in Toronto for several teams, and he left, middle of the year as well. So he was like a trade deadline guy too. So, the New York Knicks acquired OG Anunoby in a blockbuster trade with the Toronto Raptors on December 30th of 2023. The Knicks sent guard RJ Barrett, guard Emmanuel Quigley, and a 2024 second-round pick via to Detroit in exchange for Anunoby, and that is basically it. So, quite frankly, look, RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quigley, that's a good deal, ultimately. Like, to trade OG for those two, that is a good deal, but still, OG Anunoby was an invaluable asset and member and a prominent figure on this run in these playoffs. So a tremendous trade ultimately in hindsight for the Knicks. So, just basically three cast-offs in Brunson, Cat, and OG Anunoby come together and produce this kind of run. Ridiculous. Dizzy James 2K joins us next. What's up, James? Thank you so much and welcome to the show. I don't want to hear anyone again compare Wembanyama's bum ass to Joker. Or I should say, I don't want to hear anyone again compare Wembanyama's bum ass to Joker ever again. Yeah, look, there's no doubt that Wembanyama impacts the game defensively substantially more than Nikola Jokic. There's no doubt. I'm not trying to say that. But despite the fact the numbers look similar-ish that Wembanyama puts down offensively to Jokic, Jokic is an exponentially superior offensive player to Victor Wembanyama. Like, the gap, there is a massive gap between Victor Wembanyama and Jokic defensively, but there is basically just as big of a gap. I know the numbers don't bear that out probably, the raw box numbers might not bear that out, but there is just about as big of a gap between Wemby and Jokic in Jokic's favor offensively. So too bad you can't just merge to Wemby's defense with Jokic's offense, and you would have literally the perfect, most unstoppable player in NBA history. But James, yes, for now, there's no doubt this is a dark, bleak, bad-looking moment for Victor Wembanyama. And to me, yes, Nikola Jokic still stands atop the basketball world as an individual. We've got Darth Cairns back in yet again. Welcome in, my friend. Still a ton. We are, guys, I apologize. We are far, far behind on these comments and questions from you guys. I will probably have to get up and go get a little sip of water by the time we're going to finish, but I will leave in Gary's capable hands for a few moments while I step away to refresh my water. But I'll be here all night answering these questions and comments. I appreciate you guys commenting and interacting and hanging out with us all throughout this entire postseason. It's been a tremendous run for me and a lot of fun being with you guys. So thank you. We'll enjoy at least one more night, one more post-game live stream, and then we'll segue to maybe a different looking kind of lives moving forward. But our last post-game live, late night live stream. So I'll definitely stay on and answer all these comments until we hit the very last one. SEC 30. Oh, I'm sorry. I just jumped right over Darth Cairns. I'm a bit late in understanding when and how you guys started calling Cat Big Purr. Well, it's not me, Darth. That's his nickname within NBA circles. I heard a podcast. I don't know who was interviewing him, but it was a player. There was like a current player and like a former player, and Cat was on to be interviewed, and they disclosed that his nickname around NBA circles is Big Purr. Cat himself confirmed this. So it's not me, Darth. That is just his nickname. He is Big Purr. SEC 30 joins us next. Jalen Brunson, the greatest Knick now, well-deserved. Yeah, probably. I think maybe. He certainly is top 2 and probably number 1 at this point. I don't think there's any way around it. And that's crazy to think of, that is a comment or a statement you can make, because again, I started this show off saying, quite frankly, in my estimation, the Knicks are the 3rd most storied franchise in NBA history, behind only the Lakers and the Celtics. And yet Jalen Brunson, who's not even a top 5 current player in his own era, is the all-time greatest player in their franchise's history. That's a wild comment to be able to make, but wild but true, SEC. All right, next we've got Isun Mean is in next. Welcome back to you, Isun Mean, and thank you so much for being here, coming from like halfway across the world. Wish Knicks won at home. Sad for the home fans. I agree. And I was even talking, first of all, we're over 2 hours now. So 2 hours and 1 minute now on the East Coast, where New York continues to party. It's 1:41 a.m. In that time zone. Still 850 people here hanging out with us. Thank you so much. But yeah, I was talking before I came on. I staggered the start a little bit. I waited 10 minutes after the final buzzer ended so I could watch a little bit of the celebration of the players. But yeah, my wife has watched all these games with me, and she said that it was kind of anticlimactic feeling, even though it was, a very tight kind of finish, just like they all have been, because the magic wasn't there, because the atmosphere wasn't there in the Garden. So it certainly did feel a little anticlimactic. And I hate to see when players want to celebrate on their home court. I know fans want the players to close it there. However, I'm greedy as hell. So if I'm a player or a real fan of the Knicks, I just want it finished and closed out as quickly as possible, because the longer these things extend, the worse that things can happen. So if I had an opportunity to close tonight, damn it, I would want it tonight. So no real Knicks fan will bemoan not being able to see it in the building, because anything then can happen in Game 5 if you let it get to a game, or in Game 6 if you let it get there. So I know the players were just ecstatic to get it done, just the fact that they got it done. So, and look, the Knicks fans will have their time to party and celebrate. That parade is going to be absolutely bananas, Isun Mean. Stump 4522, back and again. Kawhi got a finals MVP at the age of 23 with the Spurs in 2014. Sorry, Wemby, but your future looks bright and you will get better. Agreed. And yeah, there has been very young finals MVPs. Look, Magic Johnson was like 20 years old when he won the finals MVP in 1980, in the 80s finals. Like, he upshifted. Remember, Kareem was still the best player on that team for sure, but Kareem hurt his ankle, I believe, late in that series. He actually didn't even play in the elimination, in the closeout game when the Lakers sealed the chip. Magic he jumped at center for that game. So Magic, a point guard, upshifted all the way to 5 and played that whole game at the center position, had like 40 points, 15 rebounds, crazy amount of assists, obviously, and was named finals MVP at 20. So we've seen young guys win finals MVPs in the past, but yeah, it was not meant to be for Victor Wembanyama, and not a good way to go out, obviously, for him or for the Spurs. I know we already read this one. I just want to give another shout out to Will N 8664. I know we started with this one because of the size and the generosity of this comment. But I just wanted to thank you again, Will, so much for your very kind donation. Cusmo Jimbo, though, is back in again. True or false, Mike Brown is over Doc Rivers now. True. Undeniably true. Doc Rivers is one of the biggest pants pooper choke artists as a coach that we have ever seen in any sport ever. So yes, Mike Brown with one of the greatest runs in NBA history is undeniably over Doc Rivers now. Yes. John O'Ratcliffe slides in next. And again, I should say welcome back in, John. Thank you so much, my friend. Glad to have your email now. And I believe I sent you my cell as well. Gary, what is the question or comment from John here?
Scott, this run is as laughable as the 2012 Heat played trash Eastern Conference teams and an inexperienced team on kids. One of the most laughable ever.
Well, yes, John, but you can say the same thing about the Boston Celtics just a few years ago, my friend. So when in glass houses, the Celtics played a worse East than these Knicks, in my opinion, because the Celtics got a bunch of teams. They got the B squad of all of the teams. Like all of the best players were hurt on the best teams in that playoffs. So they got this easy ass run with all of the B tier teams, the JV teams in the JV conference. And then on top of it, all of the best players on those B teams all got hurt in the series that the Celtics were winning. So they were like the first team ever to close out every series without the opposing team's best player on the floor. And they were playing the worser tier of teams in the East. Then they get into the NBA Finals with a young, inexperienced Mavs team. Nowhere near as good as this San Antonio team. Not even close. That Mavericks team was the 5 seed in those NBA Western Conference playoffs. This Spurs team, yes, they were only the 2, but they won 62 games. And they had a crazy net differential in the second half. So this run better, way better than that bum choke artist of a team, the Boston Celtics, who definitely didn't deserve the chip they got in 2024. And they have verified that they didn't deserve that ring and that they don't. Because all the years before that run and all the years after have been catastrophic crap sessions in the postseason. So if you want to belittle the Knicks run this year, I hope you keep that same damn energy with those garbage Celtics and that bum junk run that they went on in 2024. Michael Florida M8P is up next. What's up, Michael? And welcome into you. Brunson won Mike Brown a ring as an HC. LeBron couldn't. Let that sink in. Again, not just Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, and OG Anunoby. Look, I'm sure Brunson's going to get a bump in what I'm about to talk about after tonight's game because Cat was bad, OG was bad, and Brunson was masterful. But again, these metrics, realistically, the best players are always leading the league or the playoffs in these metrics. Like Kobe Bryant, who was never really a good advanced rated player, like he still was leading the NBA playoffs, or at the very least in the top 5 and the best on his team in mostly all of these categories when he was winning championships. Even when he was with Shaq, he was top 5 or above Shaq in them. In 2001, Kobe was top 5 in value over replacement and win shares. He was number 1 in win shares in the postseason in 2001, Kobe was, and number 3, I think, in value over replacement above Shaq in both those categories. So like, even when Kobe was very young, he was still profiling as either the best player on those Shaq Kobe runs or a co-best player. So the best players on the best teams always are leading the playoffs, or at the very least leading their teams in these categories that I'm about to discuss very quickly. Player efficiency rating, box plus minus, value over replacement, and win share. Going into tonight in this final game, so 23 games played for the New York Knicks. Player efficiency rating this season in the playoffs Wemby 1, Karl Anthony Towns 2, SGA 3, OG Anunoby 4, Jason Tatum 5, Brunson not even top 5, and he's third on his team, and he's below two guys that are top 5, his teammates. Win shares going into tonight. Number 1, OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns 2, Victor Wembanyama 3, Brunson 4, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander 5. So Brunson is top 5 in this, but number 1 was OG Anunoby, and number 2 was Karl Anthony Towns, his two teammates. Box plus minus next. Number 1 coming into tonight, Karl Anthony Towns, number 1. OG Anunoby, number 2. Victor Wembanyama 3, Jason Tatum 4, Scotty Barnes 5. So not even top 5 for Jalen Brunson, and below 2 teammates at 1 and 2. And finally, value over replacement. Wemby 1, Cat 2, OG 3, Mobley 4, SGA 5. So Jalen Brunson does not profile in the least as the best player on this team. It isn't close. Like, the fact that he got finals MVP, the fact that he's very clutch, the fact that he's that dude, whatever. Congratulations. Well-deserved finals MVP. He doesn't profile as that important of a player on this run. He just doesn't. And you can go and look, please, look at those 4 metrics for every other guy, every other lead guy that has won a championship in the last 30 years. That guy is top 5 in all these things, or at least leading his team in all these things. He's not top 5 in 3 of the 4, and his two teammates are top 5 in all 4. So, like, let's get off the Brunson is like Kobe, or Brunson won Mike Brown something, or Wemby or whatever. Whitlock proved Skap wrong. Like, everything I said to start this series is 100% accurate. And look, Brunson will get a bump in all these things, like I said, after tonight's game with the way Cat and OG played and the way Brunson played. He still ain't going to be above those 2 guys in those things. So he's literally the third. He's profiled as the 3rd best. And look, again, if it's 2, like Kobe and Shaq were like the 2 best players in the NBA. So like those 2 were like both top 5 in those things. And like Kobe was above him in some, and Shaq was maybe above him in those, but Kobe was top 5 in all those things too. And Shaq was like the best player in the NBA, arguably. It was him and Kobe. Like, Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby aren't the best players in the NBA, and they're still drastically above Brunson in these things. We've got, oh boy, is this just, Gary, can you help me with this one, actually? I'm struggling.
I'm not sure. You know what? Just
yes,
I voy a Cantana.
Apologies. I'm gonna call you Tana. I don't know. Ivio. I can't even attempt it, Tana. I'm so sorry for slaughtering this. The name on this. I'm very sorry, but thank you so much for joining us here, Skap Live After Dark, and for your very generous and kind donation. And I'm sorry that I'm an idiot and I can't read some of these handles, but Tana, I appreciate it. So all these Kobe guys just winning championships, LOL. Tatum, Shea, Dub, and now Brunson. You're right. All of these guys are quote unquote Kobe disciples, or like Kobe was their idol or their mentors or whatever. And you're right. They seemingly just keep winning. So that is, I guess, no coincidence at all, because they all, at the very least, even if they don't have it, they try to emulate that Mamba mentality. We've got the LeBron James of feet is in next. We've got the GOAT, the alleged self-proclaimed GOAT of feet, who LeBron, of course, saw with his foot injury. He saw the LeBron James of feet. Welcome into you. See, we've got all kinds of people on this live stream. So really impressive, I think, about, like, you think there's a lot of star power in Madison Square Garden on Celebrity Row. No, the Skap Live show After Dark, the lounge, as I like to affectionately call it, that's got as much star power as Madison Square Garden, if you ask me. Knicks coming back, all those games is amazing. It really is a magical run, a team of destiny that I will remember for the rest of my days, for how resilient they really are and were, and how elite all these players played together as one core unit. Uncle Rico's Revenge 5280 up next. What's up, Uncle Rico? And thank you for being here. Fox needs to be investigated. Either his bank account is full of cash or his pants are filled with poo. Well, look, his pants likely are filled with poo, Uncle Rico. And his bank account is filled with cash, but not from tanking games, from that fat stack that the San Antonio Spurs made rain over him. They basically, the Spurs just hijacked a Brinks money truck and drove it into De'Aaron Fox's backyard and dumped it there. So he does have a lot of money in that bank account, and he's going to have a lot of money in that bank account moving forward for several years to come. But I'm sure, hopefully not, hopefully in terms of the Spurs fans out there, hopefully not in a San Antonio Spurs jersey will he be earning all of that money. I know nobody in Spurs Nation is going to want to see this guy in a jersey come next season.
He's going to be earning barely under $1 million a week.
Yeah, Gary, and that's not even the
That's
NBA
insane.
week, because the NBA week only runs whatever. The NBA weeks run from late October to end of the regular season, which is really all they're getting paid for, at this point. So end of the regular season's mid-April. So let's even call it mid-October to mid-April, right?
Well, he's gonna have to take care of his body in the off season. So the guys still work. They just stop playing the games. But I'm just saying, calendar year, it averages out to just barely under $1 million a week. Like, how much money do you need, especially when you perform like that?
Below not good, Gary. We got GGT993 is in. What's up, GGT? Welcome into you. Welcome back into you. I appreciate you as always. Gary, let's trade D Fox for Zach LaVine. Not a great fit, I don't think. I mean, he doesn't play very good defense. He's hurt a lot of the time, but he is instant offense. The guy is an elite scorer. So he will provide that to you in a vacuum if you want to bring him off the bench or whatever, as like an instant injection of offense. I guess you could do that. I mean, anything really to get rid of, I think, De'Aaron Fox at this point. Let's see exactly.
Anything.
Look, Zach LaVine makes a shitload of money too. He signed a 5-year, $215 million contract in 2022. So there you have it. So he's on the books for a bit now as well. And he has bounced around the NBA. He's played for 3 teams now, with Sacramento now. So, like, he's on the books for a while, too. He's got, well, actually, no. He's only got a player option this upcoming year for $49 million, and that's about a match, pretty much. So you could do a contract for contract, but you're going to have to send, like, 2 or 3 draft picks probably to go along with that, because you would get LaVine for 1 season, and then he comes off the books, which is a dream scenario. You'd be shedding De'Aaron Fox, basically after 1 year. And look, LaVine, like I said, an elite scorer. He scored 20 roughly points per game this season. He has a 27 point per game season under his belt. So not a bad suggestion, actually, GGT. But you're going to have to pay for it in some way. You're going to have to send some young asset that you don't want to, or 2 of your higher first round picks, maybe this year or something. I don't know exactly, but you're going to have to attach assets for sure to be able to facilitate that move. But hey, that's something that the Kings would probably do. They're in rebuild mode. So they're trying to accrue as many first round picks as they can get. Now, I don't know if they want to return with De'Aaron Fox, or if De'Aaron Fox would even report or whatever, if he would do a sit out and refuse to go. I don't know the ins and outs of that, but not a bad player for player suggestion, actually. The LeBron James of feet is back in. Go ahead, Gary.
I think you missed one. Did you miss Michael Florida up above Gigi? Go back up.
No, I read this one.
No, yeah, but there's another one. He said, Skap, thanks for the After Dark streams. Looking forward to the next one. It's showing up right above the Gigi.
Oh, I see it. This one?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, sorry. Read that one again for me, Gary. I'm sorry.
Skap, thanks for the After Dark streams. Looking forward to next season.
Thank you very much, Michael. I appreciate you so much. I'm looking forward to next season as well, and I'll be around talking shit on sports during the off season as well. I'll be talking some football this summer, I think, for sure. And I'll be covering all the NBA offseason as well. So I will find something to do this summer for sure. And maybe I will be starting a second channel as well. So guys, please make sure you keep your eyes open for that too. And hopefully I'll be catching that 100,000 subscriber mark soon as well on this channel. So thank you very much, Michael. I appreciate it. We've got the LeBron James of feet returns. We always say X will be back next year, but they never are. QED the Thunder. Will the Spurs be back in the parity era? I think the Spurs will probably be back next year. I don't think the Knicks will be, but we'll see. They are in the Eastern Conference. You never know. Like Boston chokes all the time. The Pistons are still very young. The Cavs stink when it matters. So the Knicks may come back. Who knows? But the Spurs, I think chances are more highly likely that they will be the ones that are back. But you're right. We have assumed, like, look, we figured maybe not definitely not Toronto, because when Kawhi left, that was over. And probably not even Golden State, because they were older and Steph was already pretty old at that point when they won again in 2020. But for sure, like Milwaukee and Denver, for sure. I think if you asked anybody after both those teams won, like both dudes were like 27 or something like that when they won. And I think anybody really would have said, oh yeah, these guys will be back in another finals. Like maybe not winning a finals, but they'll be back. They'll get back. Like Giannis and Jokic may never play in another NBA finals ever again. Like Giannis may very well go to Miami. He will never play in a finals again, I don't think. And Jokic, chances are very high he never will either. With the way the Spurs look right now and the Thunder look, chances are very, very high that Jokic will never get back to another. Not only will he never win another one, he's never going to play in another one. So you're right. Like that we do take for granted runs from time to time, and we undervalue, I think, how difficult it is to navigate this field and get back. Isun Mean back in yet again. Thank you very much. Welcome back in, Isun Mean. Who are the, quote, non-lookers on your man crush? I know you have a thing for hot, steaming, attractive, schemexy guys, but any non-physical crushes? Well, that's a good question. And I know that you are an avid viewer and an avid listener, because I don't talk or publicly discuss my man crush list very openly or very frequently. But yes, I have had a long and distinguished, the list is long and distinguished. If you guys get that movie reference. Gary, do you get that movie reference?
Not off the top of my head.
Goose, whose butts did you guys kiss to get in here? And then Goose, the answer is in Top Gun, the list is long and distinguished. And Slider says, so is my Johnson, before taking his shot of alcohol. This is when they're in the club scene at the beginning, when, they're measuring, if you will. And that the scene where Mav sings, "You've Lost That Love and Feeling" to Charlie. So the list is long and distinguished of my man crush list, which prominently features Tom Cruise at the #1 spot. Funny enough that I mentioned Top Gun there. But yeah, I've had the long and distinguished list of man crushes running since I was as young as I could remember. And there are, new additions to the man crush list still to this day. But like the peak of my man crush list, I mean, not surprisingly, Lee Seung-min, definitely two Toms, Tom Cruise and Tom Brady. Probably the upper echelon right now in today's day and age, because look, Tom Brady's not playing anymore. Tom Cruise in his 60s. Ryan Gosling, I'm a big fan of this guy. Love his work. Just a stud actor, in my opinion. And I like all of his films, basically. I don't think the guy makes bad movies. So, though, just to name a few, that would be. But in terms of any non-physical crushes or whatever, that's a good question. I mean, not really. Not that I can think of, really. I mean, either like elite upper echelon athletes or movie stars or something, or like, my idol Jim Rome. So yeah, not really. Most of my man crushes are, even if they're performance based, like I like them as an actor or I like them as an athlete or whatever, they're also typically very good looking men. So that just seems to be the way it works, Lee Seung-min. But great question. I'll keep thinking as I go throughout. I can't dwell on this and think overly about it, but I'll keep thinking in the back of my head about it as I go on and continue here. And if I come up with an example of such, I will definitely interrupt my thought whenever it comes to my mind to update you and let you know. In the meantime, Darth Cairns is back in. Skap, please host an NBA 2K game friendly between your subscribers so we can hear you call people us. I would do that if I could figure out. Darth, I am so pathetic and inept when it comes to my knowledge of technology and computer things and programs and stuff. Like, I don't know I use StreamYard. I think I'm going to switch to Riverside, even though I don't know anything about it. I think that's its name. I want to start streaming in 4K, and StreamYard only has 720p capabilities. So, but I've been using StreamYard for 2 years now, and I don't even know how to share my screen. So like, I can't even put like a video clip up. Like, that's how pathetic and limited I am with this platform. So if I could figure out how to do that, how to host an NBA 2K game between subscribers of mine, I would love to do it and go on and whatever. We could make it like a marathon stream. We could do like a 10-hour stream, like tournament stream between you guys. If I could figure out how to do it, or if someone wants to, I don't know, slip into my email, some young, savvy tech kid and help me with it, then that's something I would totally do this summer if we can make that happen. GGGYY7104. What's up, G? Welcome in. 40-point playoff games. Kobe 13, Brunson 10 already. Different time, different era. Like, Kobe Bryant, in his, like, I guess, look, like let's just pick a random year, 2002 NBA playoffs. And I'll just look at some of them. 94 points per game in the 2002 NBA playoffs was the average point per game output that season. Kobe in his peak. 2003 NBA playoffs, 96 points per game. 2004 NBA playoffs, 88 in the entire playoffs. In the 2004 NBA playoffs, a year where Kobe really did ascend, even in the Shaq, Kobe took over the mantle of best player in that year. That year in the regular season and that year in the playoffs, Kobe Bryant was the best player on the Lakers that year. So like in the regular season that year, Shaq averaged 21 points per game. Kobe averaged 24. In the playoffs that year, Shaq averaged 21 points per game. Kobe averaged 24. Like, Kobe was the best player on the Lakers that year in the 2003-2004 season. Peak. Kobe Bryant peaked. And in that year, 88 points per game on average for 16 teams spanning whatever, 300 games, how many ever games were played in the postseason that year. That is the NBA Kobe Bryant was playing in, G. Not comparable. This year in the regular season of the postseason, it was at 116 point per game scoring. So like an all-time high for a non-1960 season. Different time. Like, and even though it cut drastically in the playoffs, it sure did, because they actually started playing some defense in the postseason, but still it cut by 8 points from 116, but still 108. Did you hear what I just said, GGT? Kobe Bryant in his peak was in a postseason where average nightly scoring in the playoffs was 88, still 20 points lower that year to this one. So not the same. Different time, different runs. So Jalen Brunson, please stop this. This is what makes me go on and talk shit on Jalen Brunson. This idiocy, this comps to Kobe Bryant. Like, that's why I got to give pushback and take Brunson down a couple notches. Not because I dislike Brunson or I'm hating on Brunson, because I'm seeing these Kobe comps. Get Kobe and Brunson out of your damn mouths, guys. Come on, stop this. On your knees, Becky Hammond. Beg JB for forgiveness. Will N 8664. On your knees, Becky Hammond. Beg JB for forgiveness. I'm laughing because before I went on, Whitlock and I were texting back and forth. And let me see if I did not miss anything. But he said, I'm gonna start calling you Becky Hammond was one of the messages he sent me. So that's funny, Will N, that you mentioned that. But you're right. Yeah, Brunson definitely made Hammond look silly. That Becky Hammond was popping off about this. That basically saying that he wasn't going to be able to lead the Knicks to an NBA championship. So Whitlock was invoking Becky Hammond's name when texting me right before I hopped on. Locomotion 965, Brunson, many greater signs than Little Game James. Well, yeah. I mean, yes. Like, Brunson is probably, he goes above, despite the fact James Harden had an exponentially better all-time career. And when you look at what he did in his regular season runs, I mean, James Harden finished MVP, like top 2 final vote 3 years in a row and won MVP. Jalen Brunson's never made one single first-team All-NBA. But most people will likely remember Jalen Brunson as a better all-time player moving forward than James Harden. All right, next, and we've got James Cav 81, as we know, a big Knicks fan. So welcome into you, James, and congratulations on your success, on your team's success. Enjoy this, celebrate it. I hope you're tying one on right now. And thank you very much for your very kind and generous donation here as well on top of it. Gary, what is the question or comment James is going to give us in addition to this very kind donation?
Wow, an amazing run by the Knicks. How many teams do you think will try and replicate how this team was put together, putting successful in college teammates together? So Jalen Brunson beat my Tar Heels in college and now my Spurs in the NBA.
Yeah, and the answer is James, several. Like, it's hard to get the best player in the NBA or like a top 3 best player in the NBA. And it's hard to compile, multiple top 5 lottery picks. And it's hard to coax 2 or 3 top 25 players to your organization, to juggle the salary cap and to get good enough supporting cast so that you're not too top heavy. All those things are very hard. Getting unsung dudes that nobody really wants in the NBA that had a lot of success at the collegiate level, that's kind of easy to do. So why not get like a second tier kind of star and just get guys that he has a good rapport with and build a team like that, like they've done several. Look, the NBA and sports in general, it's a copycat league. And you try to emulate when you see a team have success, you try to emulate and copy that team. So several, I think, will try to do that. And maybe it's going to be hard to duplicate that kind of success because ultimately I think the Knicks just caught lightning in a bottle and they are an outlier year and an outlier team, but I don't think that will stop other teams and general managers and front offices from trying to utilize the same exact tactic. Good point. We've got the real Donald Trump 1646 is in coming from Canada, but I'm sure more than likely he's in New York at Trump Tower or something celebrating this New York Knicks big victory. Welcome in, Mr. President. Thanks for being here. Gary, what is the question or comment from El Presidente here?
Wemby better practice some post moves. 10 to 14 hours a day is required. Fox should be benched. Time for the USC.
Wemby. Yeah, Wemby better get in the weight room and in the laboratory, so to speak, and start expanding that bag, that offensive bag, if you will. I agree with you 100%. 10 to 14 hours doesn't seem realistic, though. Kobe legendarily had the 666 workout. 6 days a week, 6 hours a day, 6 days a week, 6 months a year. The 666 that Kobe Bryant would do, where he would do like 2 hours devoted to just basketball moves and skill set expansion, 2 hours to weight and strength training, and 2 hours to conditioning and sprint training and stuff like that. The 666. So I think, look, 10 to 14 hours a day might be a little unreasonable, I think, for Wemby. If Kobe was doing 6 hours a day in the offseason, I'd say that's a good point to start at maybe for Wembanyama. Okay, we've got Joshua of the Saints is up next. Skap, there was a play in the fourth where Castle waved off Harper and took a bad shot. Shortly after, Castle got benched. Seemed like egos were involved. Thoughts? First of all, Joshua, thank you so much for being here, as you always are. Thank you so much for your very generous donations, not just tonight, but throughout the course of us doing this. I appreciate you very much. And look, yeah, Stephon Castle was terrible tonight. He was ineffective. He was inefficient. He really didn't make an impact. Like, I wasn't seeing his energy like that is typically palpable on both sides of the ball, really. Attacking the basket, being an absolute nuisance on defense. Didn't really see much of it. And look, only 1 of 10 shooting for 6 points. And Harper had it all going tonight, at least from an offensive standpoint. So that does not surprise me. It wasn't something, the moment you're talking about, that poignantly sticks out to me. But the Spurs are going to have to learn to juggle that moving forward. These players are all very young. They're all going to grow into superstars. They're all going to be making $50 million in terms of Harper, Castle, and Wembanyama. All of them will be making $50 million plus a year sometime soon, or sometime at least in the future. And they're all going to have egos involved. And they're all going to want to be all-stars and all-NBA players and, getting the recognition and the credit. So, like, how will they be able to move forward together and lose the egos? Because these guys seem like they seem like they're team first guys, like they're not very ego driven, but ultimately these are elite professional athletes, and all elite professional athletes do carry egos. And these guys are superstars or budding superstars. So how are they going to share the court? How are they going to share the ball? How are they going to share the spotlight? No doubt those questions are going to need to be answered over the next several years, Joshua. And that's really going to dictate whether or not this team ever does reach its full potential. I'm sorry, Darth is in next. Darth Cairns back in again. Several generous donations, as always, from Darth Cairns. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate it. Who was the Dylan Brooks of the 2010s, the 2000s, and the 1990s? Well, that's a good question. Who was that, like, that irritant player, Gary, that was like, that you hated when you basically love them when they're on your team, but you hate them if they're not on your team, in the 90s, the 2000s, and the 2010s? I mean, the 90s, you could say like, I don't know, maybe like a more physical enforcer type player, like a
Dennis Rodman
or Charles Oakley were the two names I was thinking of. In the 2000s, I don't know, like maybe like a Ron Artest possibly, or a Matt Barnes, someone of that ilk. I think like just a really physical, imposing type defender. Raja Bell was another one. Gary, how about another guy like a Bruce? Well, Bruce Bowens wasn't an adjutant or I'm sorry, an irritant or an agitator. He was just an elite defender. So I think he's kind of leaning towards not just a gritty, hard-nosed player, but also an agitator. So I think probably more like a Ron Artest would fit that mold. And then in the 2010s, I don't know. That's a good question. Who's
Draymond
like
Green?
Yeah, I mean, I get. Yeah, you can make a case if he run 2010 through 2020. Yeah, through 2020. Yeah, that's an excellent point, Gary, because he is a guy that like you obviously cannot stand. Nobody can stand that guy unless he's basically on your team, and then you like the things that he brings. Unless you're getting punched in the face by him in a preseason practice, obviously you don't like that part. But I think those are good candidates, Darth. Next in is Ash Ed 65. Welcome in, Ash. Thank you so much. Very cool crest there. Very cool avatar crest. I like it. Ash says, and
I got it. I am a diehard Miami Dolphins fan. If the Knicks can get it turned around, and hopefully I wouldn't put much stock in that. Turning the Knicks around is one thing, but the Dolphins, that's going to take a miracle from God. You know Jesus is coming back if the Dolphins start becoming a Super Bowl contender. I have faith in John Eric Sullivan. I would not put my faith in John Eric Sullivan.
Yeah, the Miami Dolphins stink. They stink. And let me just read you their quarterback room as of right now. Malik Willis, Quinn Ewers, and Cam Miller. That is the Miami Dolphins quarterback room. Malik Willis is your presumptive QB1 right now, Ash. And you're in a division, obviously, that has Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, in addition to, the defending AFC champs, the New England Patriots, led by runner-up MVP in one of the tightest MVP races ever, Drake May. So, like, those are the two teams that you've got in that division. Ash, look, while the NFL is the ultimate parity-driven league, the ultimate worst to first type league, my message to you, Ash, would be expect less. It's probably the Knicks doing this in the NBA, like the first team ever to have this kind of a magical run. Like it's even less likely that the Miami Dolphins can put it together anytime soon, as long as the Patriots and Drake. Maybe though the Patriots have trouble coming if Mike Vrabel has to take the year off for marriage counseling or something. Who knows? Maybe Drake May takes that slump third-year step back, kind of that junior slump third-year step back kind of deal. Who knows? And the Bills are kind of moving in the wrong direction. So stranger things, I suppose, have happened. But I honestly think the Jets are actually closer than the Dolphins at this point. So I would put the Dolphins probably in like the fourth place standing as we sit here now in June 14th, a couple months out, June to August. Only about 2 months now, about 3 months still out to the start of the NFL's regular season. Jokic and Brunson, two greatest second-round players. Yeah, I mean, Brunson, look, as great as he's been, and he's an all-timer now. The fact that he's, won a Finals MVP and took the Knicks on this magical run and broke this 53-year run of futility. But he ain't on Nikola Jokic's level, not even remotely close. Jokic should have like 4 or 5 MVPs at least, maybe as many as 6. He is right now one of only 3 players ever, Nikola Jokic, Bill Russell, Larry Bird, the only players ever to finish top 2 in league MVP vote 6 consecutive seasons. Russell and Bird only did it 6 times. Jokic has an active 6-year streak now running. So if Jokic finishes second again or top 2 in MVP again this year, he breaks the all-time record for consecutive top 2 finishes. So, and oh, by the way, his MVP share his total MVP share is like top 6 all time already. And he's only 31 and he's only played 11 years. But if you look at his MVP win share or MVP vote win share per like season, he's a narrow second all time to Michael Jordan right now. That's what Nikola Jokic is. A value commensurate with Michael Jordan. Razor tight. So Brunson ain't even close to Jokic tier right now, but still an all-time great pick. There's no doubt about that. Though I don't think, hang on one second. He was. I was going to say, I thought he was drafted at the very tail end of the first round, like 30th, but he was actually 33rd. So he was like started the second round in his draft class of 2018. Jokic, though, was what, like 40, what was he, 41, I think, was Jokic's draft pick, which is just ridiculous. 41. So like kind of healthily into the second round. Just a crazy. It's like Tom Brady being drafted in the 7th round of the NFL draft. It's the only thing you can compare Jokic to. Will N8664 is up next and wants to know, thank you, Will, and welcome back in. Who is the better 6th man, Keldon Johnson or the extender, Scott Foster? Probably the extender, Scott Foster, and brothers too, while we're at it. So the Spurs bench in this one consisted of multiple officials, and they were probably better for off the bench for the Spurs than Keldon Johnson was in this series for the Spurs because, Keldon, not a very good. Gary, I haven't seen a 6th man be this putrid in the playoffs probably since, I hate to say it and invoke his name, Little Game James in the Miami.
In 2012.
Yeah, in the 2012 Miami Thunder series. That's like the biggest vanishing. Gary, I don't know if he was hurt or what in this series, but going into tonight.
Yeah, he wasn't hurt.
Well, going into tonight, Gary, the 6th man of the year in this series. Wait, let me get the actual series up.
He was playing good defense on Cat, though. So that's why he played so much. So he wasn't in there for his offense. He was in there to help with defense on Cat, and he did actually a pretty good job.
Fair, but Gary, he was the 6th man of the year this year again. And,
right.
And accordingly, as the 6th man of the year, he did average 13 points per game this season in the regular season on 52% shooting from the field. In the 4 games coming into tonight, he had averaged only 3.8 points per game. So a 10-point per game dip from the regular season. And he did that while shooting just 33% from the field. So nearly a 20% dip from the field, from his field goal shooting. And tonight in the closeout, 7 points on 2 of 5. So that I mean, I guess he did double his output. So it is going to raise those averages a bit. But a massive disappearing act. Obviously, Dylan Harper is by far and away 1,000% the best guy off the bench. It's not Keldon Johnson, even though Keldon Johnson won the 6th man. Go ahead, Gary.
Did you skip Bougie got that beam right before the Will comment?
Oh, wait, and I missed. Oh, no, I did hit. Okay, I didn't give Yvonne the shout out that he deserves. I read it that Jokic and Brunson are the 2 greatest second-round players, but I didn't read the shout out. Yvonne BG 6112, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you so much for your continued and ongoing support here. An original and a great friend to the show. I'm sorry I didn't read your name appropriately when I put your comment up. So shout out to you. And yes, apologies. Booge got that beam for hopping you as well. I'm very sorry. I'm just buried in all of these very generous comments and questions from you guys. So I'm sorry, Gary. Thank you, Gary, for keeping me on point here. Booge got that beam. Welcome into you. Welcome back into you, my friend. Thank you. It's okay. the Wemby era will begin by 2030. For sure, at the latest. Yeah, at the latest, the Wemby era will begin by 2030. I think the Wemby era begins in 2028, 2029, maybe as recently as next year. I think he will be the favorite preseason odds to win the MVP. He will be the preseason odds favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year. They will be the preseason odds favorite to win the NBA championship. If I was setting those marks, or if I was setting those lines, I would have them as the betting favorite and him as the betting favorite installed in all of those things. All right. Will N 8664. All right. We already hit that one. Yep. All right. We've got Gary Lieber is back in. Analytically, Fox was the finals MVP. Hard to refute that, or hard to argue it. Brunson wins the finals MVP, but it certainly was a low point in De'Aaron Fox's career for sure. I'd say at the NBA level, because there wasn't much expectation on him before. Really just put up stats and on not great teams. But now really the spotlight was on, the pressure was on, and he certainly crumbled in a major way. We've got Yvonne BG6112 is back in. Welcome back in, Yvonne. Thank you so much again for your continued support of me and of this show and of this channel. I appreciate you very much, Gary. What is this most recent question or comment from Yvonne?
Although we don't have any dynasty yet on site, this parody gave us these moments. First championships for Raptors, Nuggets, and OKC. First championships for Bucks and Knicks after 50-plus years drought.
True. So, and we do see these captivating one-year runs more than obviously we've ever seen before. But, none of those guys, none of those teams return. And I really don't think that the Knicks are going to be back either. But obviously, look, those championships are celebrated forever. And they mean more because they're harder to get and because those teams haven't had or experienced those kinds of successes for several years, if ever. So they do actually hit a little bit more for those fans. And those fans celebrate and are so appreciative of them more than these fans that are, getting championship runs every year, every other year, or whatever. So that's a good point, Yvonne. And I, the Knicks are one of the most easily rootable teams. Like, they're one of the easiest teams to root for that I've seen in several years. There's nothing to dislike about this team, nothing at all. We've got Matt Yeh up next. What's up, Matt? Welcome back into you. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Gary, go ahead and read this one from Matt.
Skap, I love you, and no offense, but you ridiculed me when I previously sent a super chat saying Baramba mentality, Kobe reference, LOL. It's okay to be wrong sometimes. Love you, Knicks.
Yes, I've got my Mamba mentality shirt on. More on that in a bit, guys. I've partnered with a guy, I'll give him a quick shout out, Soul Blend. And we've got a Skap Attack Kobe pack coming because he sent me these shirts like a month or two ago, and I love the shirt. So I love all he sent me like 5 or 6 shirts. Very generous, and I love them. I wear them all the time. And I gave him a shout out unprompted. He didn't ask for that or require it or give me anything other than the shirt. But I felt like I was so excited about the merch, and I liked it so much. I gave him a shout out, and he did a bunch of sales that one day. So we've decided to partner together and push some of these shirts, hopefully these Kobe centric shirts. So more on that coming up in the next couple days. But look, Maddie, I love you too. Thank you very much for the love. I appreciate it, and I will reciprocate the love. However, Brumba mentality, come on, get out of here. One championship where he's basically commensurate as like the third best player on his team. He has the profiling of a third best. Now, yes, he does lead them in scoring. So I guess like one of the 3 best players. Like, I don't want to disrespect him, but he does. Like, Kobe was an elite defensive force and presence while having to score all the points and against way harder defenses. So I just don't think these players are even comparable. But I love you too, Maddie, and I love the Knicks as well. I'm a big fan of this run, and it's just been such a fun, captivating postseason for me to watch. We've got Tool Druid is in next. Welcome in to you, Tool Druid. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. All 5 of Wemby's blocks came in the first half. He seems to fatigue late or overexert early, but a troubling pattern. Yep, agreed. And Gary and I spoke about that earlier, about the fact, but who knows? It's 2:35 and you sent this at 12:12. So who knows? You probably heard us, I would think, after you posted it, us talk about it. That's something he's got to work on. 31 minutes a game in the regular season. Anytime he seemed to exceed basically 35 minutes in this playoffs, yes, he has seemed gassed and tired down the stretch, and it has impacted him down the stretch oftentimes throughout this playoff run, and specifically in this finals, where he just had a lot of mental errors and missed free throws and stuff. Just really bad moments for him down the stretch, because yes, maybe he fatigues too much, or he's not in the greatest of shape, or maybe he's overexerting early. Either way, that's something he's going to work on and find his way through if the Spurs are going to seal these deals moving forward into future years and win a bunch of these championships like we think they have the capability to do. We've got Giuseppe DeRosa 01 back in again. Thank you, Giuseppe, so much. Le Mercenary to the Knicks now, huh? Yeah, that's out the window. So to me, it's basically Lakers, Cavs, and those are his only options, really. Lakers, Cavs, and I would say Pistons is a dark horse location. But and maybe the Warrior. You got to throw the Warriors in, because Steph Curry is going to be twerking his way to LA to give LeBron James the sales pitch. So, and LeBron just wants to feel welcomed and wanted. And when the Lakers try slashing his salary by about 30 to 40 mil from this year to next, he's not going to be feeling the love in Tinseltown. So if Steph goes and begs him to join up in Golden State, well, obviously that's going to make LeBron feel very valued. So I guess 4 teams would still be in the running. I would say Lakers, the big favorite, followed by the Cavs, in my opinion. Beetle covers, Beetle covers after 9:09. What's up? Beetle covers after 9:09. What's up, Beetle covers? Thank you so much for being here. Kings are officially the biggest poverty franchise after choosing Fox over Halliburton and firing coach of the year. They're the coach of the year there. He won the coach of the year there in Sacramento, and they fired him like a year later. Mike Brown, who is now obviously an all-time legend following this outrageously great run. Uncle Rico's Revenge joins us again, back in for more. Welcome back, Uncle Rico's Revenge 5280. The Brunsons just did what LeBron and his spawn could only do in 2K. 2 rings in one night. Only ring Bronny gonna win is in Elder Ring. Yeah. Yes. Shout out to Rick Brunson and Jalen Brunson. A terrific story, obviously. Rick Brunson is on that coaching staff. So just an absolute special, memorable, obviously a never kind of a forget moment. Really just like the best moment of your life kind of deal. When you get your father on the coaching staff with you, winning an NBA championship for a city that was thirsting and starving for it, and hasn't really been all that close in 53 years. So an amazing night for the Brunsons. Giuseppe DeRosa back in. Every great, not Jordan, has bad series. 100%. 100%. I say it all the time. Every all-time great has blemishes, a blemish or several blemishes throughout the course of their NBA careers. Nobody is perfect, ultimately, and everybody has at least one really bad moment to point to, if not several, throughout the course of their NBA careers. Everyone except for one, of course, GOAT Mike, Michael Jeffrey Jordan, the only really flawless career, ultimately, I think, or I would say the only perfect resume where he doesn't, and he failed and he lost, but like even when he lost, it was to a better team and he still played fantastic. So like every time. So it's really hard to find any fault or issues with that resume. Other than that, though, Giuseppe 100% right, and I say it all the time. Nobody's perfect. And Wembanyama, this is just going to be a hiccup for him, I think, on his way to greatness. The incorruptible back in with that hilarious Gary avatar. Did the Knicks invite Fox to the trophy ceremony? That's a good question. Well, I'll have to go back. I didn't see the whole thing. I'm going to watch it probably. I might just probably not go to sleep. I should. I have not been doing post-game reactions to these games all the way through since I've been doing the live streams and Whitlock every day, basically, and trying to get a video out, but I haven't been doing like react videos or whatever. But I feel like for the championship, I should probably do one, and I should get it out as soon as possible. So I guess I'll see exactly how long I'm on here tonight, because it's 20 minutes to 3 a.m. and we've still got a ton of these comments. So I might be here till, I don't know, like 4:35. So maybe I will put that video on ice. We'll have to wait and see. But I will, before I make a potential video about the game, I will watch the full post-game trophy presentation. Gary, do you know, did they do it on the floor or did they do it in the locker room?
On the floor.
Okay. There was a time where they would do it if a team clinched on the road floor, they would do it in the locker room, which really took steam out of the celebration, honestly. So
that was a long time ago, because in 2009 they did on the floor in Orlando when Kobe Bryant got number 4, because I was shooting photos of it.
Well, yeah, I remember when they were winning in the early 2000s with him and Shaq, they got a couple of those trophies in the locker room. But yeah, I like that they do it on the floor. There's some Knicks fans traveled, so I'm sure they stayed and stuff. And even Spurs fans, I'm sure it's a once in a lifetime moment to see a team win a championship trophy, even if it's not the team you wanted to win. So I'm sure some of them. And Gary, I didn't see, but I'm pretty sure Wemby was hot off the floor. I don't think he shook any hands or anything. I don't know.
The Knicks, it was one of those things where he wasn't in the vicinity of any Knicks players. He was like, I think, closer to one end of the floor, and the Spurs walked off. I saw Brunson and Mitch Johnson shake hands, then Brick Brunson and Mitch Johnson. I think the Spurs players are like the other end of the floor. The Knicks are celebrating on one end, so they didn't really come into contact from what I saw, unless they were in closer contact, maybe some moments before that I didn't see. But I only saw a glimpse, and I saw the guys were on one end walking to the locker room, but they weren't snubbing the Knicks. The Knicks were just celebrating off by themselves.
Yeah, I'll say this, Gary. I saw Kobe Bryant. He took one of the hardest losses. I'd say if you ask Kobe what the hardest loss was of his career, I think he would have said 2008, because he had such a dreadful, nightmarish couple years. He had the Eagle County, Colorado off-court stuff. He had the Shaq breakup. The media forsaked him for whatever reasons, a myriad of things, the off-the-court stuff, and then the fact that he was the selfish gunner ball hog that got Phil Jackson fired and traded Shaq. Then he missed the playoffs the 1 year after that. Then he was eliminated in back-to-back first-round runs and blew a 3-1 lead in the process of one of those. Then gets all the way back to the NBA Finals, a magical run of his own from out of nowhere that year in 2008. They were the 8th or 9th odds-on favorite to get to the championship from the West to start the year. They were like the 15th team, best team odds to win the title that year. They win the most games in the Western Conference. Kobe wins the league MVP. He gets there to win his 4th championship and his first non-Shaq ring to really make a statement. And instead, he blows a 24-point lead in game 4 to tie that series at 2-2. Instead, Paul Pierce shits his pants that game. He's wheelchaired off the court with poop in his pants. Literally, I'm not being funny or hyperbolic. He crapped in his pants, and he gets wheelchaired off the floor, comes back in, and the Celtics overcome the 24-point deficit and go up 3-1. The Lakers won the next game to stave off elimination, won pretty big in Staples because it was still a 2-3-2 at that point. So then they shifted back to Boston in game 6, and Kobe got absolutely worked. 37-point humiliating beatdown in that game 6 elimination. A brutal loss for Kobe Bryant. And then like 2 or 3 days later, Shaq was at some either a stand-up comedy club or I think it was a comedy club in Los Angeles, like 2 or 3 days later, where he dropped the famous rap, the impromptu freelance rap, which had the refrain, "Kobe, tell me how my ass tastes." So Kobe, with the worst loss of his life, he was on that court for like 10 minutes when they lost that game by 37 points. He went up to Doc Rivers. He went up to Paul Pierce. He went up to Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett individually and congratulated all of them. He was on that court with confetti and shit falling in his face for 10 minutes after. So like, while, okay, whatever, he wasn't close, he's the best player on that team. Like, go up and at least shake Brunson's and Cat's hand. Like, wherever they're at, however far you have to go. I'm not a big fan. I love competitive guys. And I love to see the guys with that fire and that passion. But I'm not a big fan of like not shaking hands at the end or like congratulating your counterpart when it's all said and done. Like at the end of individual games, fine. You're still in the heat of it. You're still in the midst of the battle and stuff. But like the game was over. The series was finished. And the Knicks and those players had a miraculous run. I would like to see the best player on the other team go up and congratulate or shake just at least a couple hands. But whatever. I understand it. But my point is incorruptible. I will watch the entire ring ceremony before I issue any kind of a video if I do. We got your boy Andy, which I think I said it wrong before, but it's your boy Andy 2274. Welcome back in, Andy. Thank you very much. If the Spurs had Trae Young over Fox, sweep. Well, I mean, if they had Trae Young, I guess he wouldn't really be on the court. So he wouldn't be able to hurt them like De'Aaron Fox hurt them with his presence on the court. So I guess there would have been that. I don't even know. Is Trae Young? I think he's on the Is he on the Wizards? Does he have a player option though? I think he needs to decide.
I don't know. I don't like Trae Young.
I mean, me neither.
I don't care for him.
Me neither. He's a.
I mean, look how much the Hawks are now without him. Look at them. They looked really good the second half of the year.
Right. So look, Trae Young does have a player option this upcoming year. So he'll have to decide this summer if he's going to activate that 1 year, $50 million option or what. He probably wants more money. So if Washington decides to throw a massive extension at him, he'll probably stay. It would be my opinion. Oh, we've got Six Wheel Cowboy in. What's up? What's up, my friend? Welcome into you. A big Oklahoma City fan here. So obviously, you gotta imagine he's not feeling altogether good about seeing the fact that the team that beat his team just got beat down in a gentleman's sweep. Gary, go ahead and read the question or comment from Six Wheel Cowboy for me.
Kudos to Gary for taking his head on. I couldn't go live after we lost. Skap, what were preseason odds on New York Knicks winning? Gary, let's get ready for DC.
Well, thank you, Jason, again, for your very kind and generous ongoing support of me here. I appreciate you very much. Hopefully you're still on, though this was sent like 2.5 hours ago now at this point, so maybe you won't be. But I appreciate it nonetheless. And the New York Knicks, look, preseason odds, I believe, to start the year, did have the Knicks initially around third. I think they were, it was obviously the Thunder were one. Well, let me just see if I could find it. They might have been fourth. The Nuggets were low. They were like 8th or 9th. And then the Nuggets surged up when they made the Michael Porter Jr. trade. They really surged up the preseason odds to like, I think they were 4th. They were 3rd or 4th preseason. But let me see if I can actually find it. 2025-2026 preseason title odds. Here we go. So actually, the Oklahoma City Thunder won overwhelmingly. The Nuggets actually surged up to 2 before the season began with those moves. But the Thunder were plus 240, and the Nuggets were plus 550. So way, way under the Thunder. So the Nuggets were 2, but a drastic, like twice as bad odds or twice as long of odds as the Thunder. Then the Cavaliers were the 3rd best preseason odds, plus 750. Then the New York Knicks at 4th, plus 900. And the Timberwolves round out the top 5, plus 1,300. So those were your preseason odds. And then I thought, look, going into the playoffs, they probably had the 5th-ish best odds to me going into the playoffs. I liked the Thunder and Spurs first and foremost, then probably the Boston Celtics, then maybe the Nuggets, then the Knicks. That's probably the order I likely would have gone if I was picking the pre-playoff odds. We've got Isun Min is in next. Does Wemby talk ethical hoops, but then plays dirty? I mean, Wemby did have some dirty moments this postseason. I mean, you can't say it any other way. I think he was typically in reactionary mode, like playing dirty in a reaction to other dirty things that he was encountering, primarily against the Timberwolves and the Thunder. I don't think the Knicks were overtly dirty this round, and he was playing kind of dirty and overly physical at times with the Brunson shove and then the OG Anunoby attempted leg stomp, knee stomp thing. They were very physical with him, the Knicks were. I don't think they were dirty. But, yeah, Wemby had some dirty moments in these playoffs for sure, primarily, though, when they were playing the western side of the bracket. God is the great physician. Welcome back into you, sir. As always, I appreciate you being here and for your kind and generous donation and helping further this conversation. Wemby has the greatest choke ever, multiple games with massive leads, including a 30-point lead with a team that was clearly more talented by a mile. Brunson has a Mamba mentality in a way Shea don't. I would say still to me, the LeBron choke in 2011 is more egregious than the Wemby choke in this series, though the size of the leads certainly does play a factor and make it close. But Wemby is only 22, whereas LeBron was like 27 in his 8th NBA season and a back-to-back league MVP at the time they blew that series against the Dallas Mavericks with the Miami Heat unbeatable super team. So I would still say it's LeBron. But Wemby is definitely going to have to wear this, and he's definitely going to have to do some heavy lifting for the next 5 to 10 years of prime time to overcome this pretty egregious choke job. I will give you that. Booge got that beam is up again now. Will 2030 for Wemby be like 2010 for LeBron? Well, I don't think so. I think Wemby will be back probably before 2030, and I think Wemby will win the next time that he does get there. So I would say, Booge, no. Like LeBron blew shards of vomit all over the place, basically with the best record in the NBA as the league MVP in back-to-back seasons before taking his talents to some other city. So are you inferring maybe that Wemby might be leaving San Antonio in 2010 maybe? I don't think so. I think Wemby is a lifer, a San Antonio Spurs lifer, and I think he's going to win several, plural, multiple NBA championships coming up over the next several years. But we'll go back-to-back with Booge. What's up, Booge? Welcome back in. How would the 2014 Spurs did in this finals? Probably won the championship probably. I don't know. That would have been a great matchup. Really high level Knicks defense, but that Spurs offense was also elite. And they would have thrown Kawhi Leonard probably at Jalen Brunson, which would have been even different and better than the Stephon Castle defense. So I think probably Gary, I would pick the 2014 Spurs over this Knicks team. What say you?
Yeah, pretty easy, I think, because Duncan would own Cat, and then Kawhi would shut down Brunson. So, yeah, maybe 5. It'd be a sweeper 5, I think, most likely. Maybe 6 at the most, but I don't even think that.
Agreed. We've got Fernando. We've got Fernando. Yeah, Fernando Sanson, 1776. What's up, Fernando? Welcome in. I appreciate you being here. America won tonight. America's haters ain't shit tonight. Well, yeah, I mean, it is a good outcome for the US of A, that's for sure, because the best 5 players on planet Earth are not American, and none of them won. So and Jalen Brunson, obviously decidedly American, but still, to me, the best players in the NBA are still the international crop. But you're right. I mean, it was people that are whatever anti-globe or anti-world in terms of like the best players being from other world markets had a good series, obviously, in this series. And the USA men's national soccer team as well. I believe they played Paraguay yesterday. Yesterday or whatever. Now 2 days ago, technically, because we're over midnight, and they win it 4-1. A shocking opening round match win for them, for the USA men's national soccer team. So yeah, a good 48 hours for USA sports for sure. Xavier DeGod joins us again next. Wemby had a LeBron run, not a Kobe or Wade run. It's fair. It's fair. He made a great run through his conference, played a much harder conference than LeBron typically was used to, but got there only to fail miserably in the clutch and ultimately play a major role along with De'Aaron Fox and Mitch Johnson in losing this series. So you're right. That run is more akin to LeBron's 2022 run than it was to Kobe's. And I think I might have to do a video on Kobe's 2022 run sometime this week, age 22 run sometime this week. So stay tuned for that. And I will probably drop these Skap Attack Kobe starter packs in that video. That sounds like a good idea for me. So I'll be working on that this week. The Out of Pocket Variety Show joins us next. What's up? Welcome into you, Out of Pocket Variety Show. And thank you so much for your ongoing support here of us. I appreciate it. Gary, actually, I guess I will read this one, Gary, because it's kind of to you. If God blessed my boy Gary to be 6'6", 220 with simply average NBA athleticism, he wouldn't let the Spurs lose this game. That said, gotta admit, this is phenomenal for business of the NBA. So Gary, he wishes that you had the NBA frame that you could get on there and will your Spurs to this win tonight. But he makes a compelling case that the Knicks winning is good, very good for the NBA, but not so good that it only went 5 games, because these games are drawing insane ratings. Like every game was drawing 20 million plus viewers through 5. So you know that they were desperately hoping that it could go at least 6. I think if it went 6 in Madison Square Garden and the electricity of the Garden, maybe 35 people would have tuned in for that game. So that's unfortunate that it didn't go, because probably we could have hit 3,000 on this live stream if it went to a 6 game in the Garden. So unfortunately for me, for Skap Live After Dark and Commissioner Ears Adam Silver, unfortunately for us, it didn't make it to a game 6, but still the Knicks winning overall, yes, definitely good for business. We've got the Last Prussian is up next. Welcome back in, Last Prussian. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Gary, I'll give you these next couple that are longer. Thank you, Last Prussian, for your continued support here. Gary, what does the Last Prussian have in terms of a question or comment?
For the game too bad pass, I blame today's NBA for not having traditional positioning structure. Wemby taking the ball up, Castle should demand the ball. Well, he did. If you're talking about game 2, he called for it, and Wemby continued to dribble. So Castle thought Wemby was dribbling up court, which he should have, because that is what Wemby communicated to him. So that is absolutely Wemby's fault, if that's what you're referring to, Prussian.
Yeah, I mean, it's just in general, just Wemby's placement on the court and in offensive sets, and the fact that they're not running any kind of action to get him closer to the block or down, down in the paint area. I mean, we cannot just have an offensive system that's implicit with Wemby just floating around the three-point line. Like, it's just nonsensical and ineffective. So I feel like that's on Mitch Johnson, and he's got to get better moving forward and define the role of Wembanyama and get him in the paint more seamlessly. That's got to be something that he works on and personally gets better on in the offseason. I agree with you on that one, Last Prussian. Next, God is the great physician, back in yet again. Talking about the 2011. Go ahead, Gary, and because we were talking directly just above about this and why I think that it is still a worse joke than this one for Wemby. But go ahead and read, and let's see the reasoning of God's the great physician.
The Heat choke isn't close to this. That Heat team was top heavy, and multiple teams have blown a 2-1 lead. No one has choked 30 points and 20 points multiple times. That year, LeBron bias coming in. No, dude, that Miami was a super team. There's no way they should have even been in a close series. They were supposed to annihilate the Mavericks. The Spurs weren't supposed to annihilate the Knicks. They were slightly favored, but they were also very inexperienced, and ultimately that's what showed all the stupid mistakes they made. They beat themselves. The Heat, on the other hand, they were heavy favorites. That's why it's a bigger choke.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't agree at all. I think Wembanyama is 22 years old. So it's not like, I know he was highly decorated this year. LeBron James was in his 8th season. This is Wembanyama's 3rd season. LeBron James had finished number 1 in league MVP in back-to-back years before that series. And, oh, by the way, Dwayne Wade finished 3rd and 5th in MVP in back-to-back years before that series. And Dwayne Wade had a finals run a few years before that, which was one of the best finals runs we had ever seen in this century. So I totally disagree. I'm trying to think of what would be kind of like a commensurate apples to apples type comparison to what we saw in that team up. In fact, I don't have to really think that hard about it. Let me just see. I just want to look one thing up here. So this year, if I could just find. So the season before the 2011 team up. The season before that team up, LeBron James was number 1 in PER, BPM, win share, and value over replacement. That is exactly what Nikola Jokic was this year, other than win share. He finished 2nd, a razor close finish to SGA in win share. But Jokic was number 1 in PER, BPM, VORP by a mile over SGA. That's what LeBron led in those things that year in 2010, the year before the team up. That season, Dwayne Wade was number 2 in BPM, PER, VORP, and win share. That year, Chris Bosh was 4th in PER, 18th in win share, 19th in VORP, and 20th in BPM or something like that. So essentially, what we're saying here is that team up with the players, they were all primed and in their peak. So like that team up, essentially, what we saw, the combination in Miami become would be like if in this summer, if I want to get an accurate Chris Bosh kind of an analogy, it would basically be if Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Karl Anthony Towns joined on another team in the NBA this summer. So think that over. So the players that joined forces together in 2010 going into 2011, profiled as LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, would be like Nikola Jokic saying like, yo, I can't get it done. I've been the best player for like 6 years. I can't get it done. Let me go join the next best player in the NBA. And I know we talk about Wemby, maybe he's the second best player, but it's really profiled the second best player. The guy with the profile as the second best player is SGA. So if Jokic went and joined SGA in Oklahoma City, and then hell, we don't even need Cat. We'll just say Chet. We'll just say Jokic, Chet, and SGA on one team next year. That would be like that team losing in the finals when they were up 2-1 with a 9-point lead in the fourth quarter in game 4 against a team with one all-star. That's what that would be like. In all due respect, God is the great physician. I don't give a damn how big the leads were. That's way worse. That is way worse of a choke job. So I completely and totally patently disagree with your premise here. 2011 is the worst choke job I've ever seen in professional sports history, any professional sport at any level. Will N8664 is up. Again, no thumbs up from Josh Hart at the trophy presentation. A bit disappointed. Interesting. I didn't see the trophy presentation. I will be watching all of it before I do any kind of a video moving forward about the game or the series. Others, C4P is up next. Skap, you need to play 82-0. I don't, Gary, what is 82-0? Do you know what that is?
I am not sure. I was thinking he's talking about NBA 2K or something. I'm not sure.
Oh, I think he is. Can your all-time NBA roster go undefeated? 82-0. Draft an all-time NBA team and simulate 82-game undefeated season. Build your roster, beat the algorithm, share your record. It's actually 82.com. I don't know. I'll look into it. I'll leave it up as a little cell there. Others, C4P. Thank you very much for the suggestion, and I will look into that. All right, we've got Coach C125 is up next. I told you, Skap, Knicks in 5, Brunson, GOAT NBA champs. You did call it. Congratulations. Great call, Knicks in 5. Very impressive indeed. Brunson is not even remotely close to the GOAT, but they are 100% NBA champs, and you can never take that away from him or them. Wolfsbane is in. Wolfsbane, welcome in, my friend. Welcome back in. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the ongoing support, as always. Well, my Hawks did the best against the Knicks out of everybody. Congratulations to the champs. At least we made you bleed before you all locked in.
No, hold on. Let me stop this blasphemy right now. No, your Hawks got their asses beat by like 40-something points.
I think
they did not
50,
do the. Yeah. It wasn't a final score 40. Did they kept it at 50? I know it was 50. I thought it took it down to 40. But either way, they got embarrassed the last 2 games. The Spurs, even though this was a 5-game series, this is the closest final series in a long time, probably since 2016. Every game, and those games weren't close until Cleveland came back. But the beginning of that series wasn't close. Every game here was close. So, no, your Hawks did not do better than the Spurs.
That's fair. That's a fair take, Gary. But technically the Hawks did win more games against the Knicks than any other team. They won 2 of the 3 games against the Knicks that the Knicks lost this whole run. So 16-3 and the Hawks won 2 of the 3, albeit 2 1-point wins for the Atlanta Hawks in games 2 and 3 before going on to lose 114-98 in game 4, 126-97 in game 5, and then 140-89 in game 6. A 50-point loss in a home elimination game. So that is brutal. Playing at home, trying to stave off elimination. They were down, I think they were down like 65 points at one point or some outrageous score. It was outrageous. As the legend Darko Rajakovic would say, that's outrageous. The halftime score, Gary, hang on one second.
I remember it was insane. It was like 80 something to 20 something, 80
Gary,
something to 30.
It was 83-26 was the halftime score.
Yeah, I don't think you can't be bragging about the Hawks playing tough in a series. How does an NBA team, I don't care if it's the worst team in the league playing the best team, how do you go down 83-26? So, yeah, don't bring that garbage in here talking about the Hawks looked better than the Spurs in this series. No, they did not.
Yeah, it's tough to make that case when you're down by nearly a 60 spot at the end of halftime. So in an elimination game at home. But still, Wolves Pain, shout out. You got 2 games, though. Congratulations for that. Out of Pocket Variety Show back in yet again. Welcome back in, my friend, and thank you so much for continuing the convo with us. Also, according to Google, the 2026 Knicks path since comfortably around 35th to 45th percentile all-time difficulty. Skap video incoming. I don't necessarily crush teams for their pathways other than the Celtics, because not only did all the best players in the East get hurt, then all of the B squad teams they played, all those players, all their best players got hurt too. So it was just 2, and the Celtics showed such small character both before and after the run that it was hard for me to not highlight that. Other than that, look, I just think you beat what's ahead of you, honestly. But I don't want to hear you celebrating getting to a finals and losing when it's an easy path. So that's why I talk so much about LeBron's, how easy his runs were through the East. But there will be a video about the Knicks, though, Out of Pocket Variety Show at some point, hopefully ASAP. But it's getting late already. It's getting late quickly, or late earlier, whatever the saying is. And we still got tons of comments here. So I'll have to play it by ear and see when I could get that out. But I think the video will be mostly flattering of the Knicks and critical of the Spurs by and large. We've got Samson the Current. Welcome back in, Samson the Current. Again, another longtime supporter of me here. Thank you very much. Forget draft picks. I trade Fox for Draft Kings. So he just wants Fox off the team at any cost. Doesn't matter how little the return is. And I think that is something that all Spurs fans are going to share in commonality now moving forward into the offseason. De'Aaron Fox off the team or bust, essentially, now, starting right here, right now, and moving forward till, the start of the season, really, ultimately in October. We've got Obliterix, maybe, Gary. What do you think? Obliterix 21. Do you think I did an okay job with that? You're giving me the thumbs up? Okay. Thank you, Obliterix. I appreciate you very much. LeBum fans forget they needed Bogut out and Green suspension to win from 3-1. Wemby's bag is already bigger than LeBum's ever was and will get better. I think it might be a toss-up, quite frankly. LeBron's bag at peak and Wemby's bag at peak right now are probably, Wemby's not at peak. Young Wemby, who is totally like an unfinished product right now, and peak LeBron's bag are probably similar. Wemby at 22 versus LeBron at 22, much better bag for sure, much bigger bag. Yes, you're right. That LeBron comeback in 2016 is a chintzy comeback. that they throw at us, because not only did they need all of those things to be true that you pointed out, but Steph was also not right physically, and Kyrie Irving was like the second coming of Kobe Bryant for games 5 and 7. Like, it was insane how great he was in those 2 games. So, yes, I think that is not really comparable. I don't, or it's not one of the greatest comebacks I've ever seen, I should say. We've got Senzubin 27 is in next. What's up, Senzubin? Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. Gary, go ahead and read the question or comment associated with this very generous donation from Senzubin.
I'm slapping the next person that suggests the first quarter is just as important as the fourth. Never been true. Draymond said that last game. The Spurs won every first quarter, 4-6 versus 6-0.
Yeah, the Spurs got off to very quick starts in every game. The Knicks got off to very slow starts in every game. And the Spurs were up massively in every game, it seems like, and they lost 4 of the 5 games. So, yeah, it's not how you start. It's how you finish, ultimately, in life and in sports. So, never been truer than with this New York Knicks team. And one of the most magical runs I've ever seen, and a team of destiny and magic, driven by magic, that just simply wouldn't let them lose. And they just found a way to come back and overcome these big losses, no matter what or how big they might have gotten at whatever point they got to that level in whatever stage of game it was. You knew somehow, you just knew that the Knicks were going to be right there at the end. We've got Paulie Fantone J's 19 coming in next. Paulie A. Fantone J's 19. What's up, Paulie? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Gary, what's the question or comment from Paulie with this very generous donation?
Skap, big fan of your channel. I've waited 27 years for this moment, and I can't believe we got our rematch from 1999 and we won in 5. What a season and what a playoff run.
Salute to you, Paulie. Thank you for being here for me and supporting me and what I'm doing out here. I can't thank you enough. And congratulations, my friend. All I can say is kudos to you. Enjoy it. Drink it in. Because you know, as you've waited 27 years, you know that it could be a long time before you get back. Hopefully for you and all of New York, that's not the case, and you're back several times. But hell, if this is the last one in a long time, you might as well savor and enjoy it. So hopefully you do just that tonight and over the next week. And hopefully you can find your way to Gotham. If you're not there, hopefully you find your way to there to take in that parade, because that is going to be an all-timer. Xavier DeGod is back in again. If Kobe had AD, does he three-peat or win more than one? Yeah, I think. I mean, he wins more than one for sure. A lot of it would factor in on AD's health. And if he was healthy back-to-back-to-back years, which I doubt that he would have been. But LeBron got 3 healthy years out of AD. There's no doubt about it. He got a healthy year out of AD for their title run. He got a healthy year or a playoff run out of AD for the Western Conference Finals run when they got swept by the Nuggets. And he got a healthy playoff out of AD when they lost in 5 to the Nuggets. So you give Kobe a top 10 overall player in the NBA when he's healthy, arguably top 5, who controls the defensive paint. Yeah, Kobe's winning. Kobe's probably winning definitely more than one for sure. I say that all the time. Like, if you give Kobe the exact same supporting cast as LeBron against the same exact opponents that LeBron faced, I think Kobe wins at least 6, maybe 7 rings. LeBron got 4. So, yeah, Kobe's above LeBron, in my opinion. We've got Xavier DeGod. We'll go back-to-back with Xavier DeGod. Thank you very much, Xavier. And thank you for your ongoing support here of us. Skap and Gary, what's more impressive, Kobe and Shaq three-peating or the Spurs winning every other year in 03, 5, and 7? Did Kobe and Shaq underachieve together? Well, that's easy. It's Shaq and Kobe three-peating. there's been exactly 3 three-peats since the modern era started in 1976 when the ABA and NBA merged. But you got to go back before that. You got to go back to the 60s is the last time. So the 1960s, if you go back to that point, 3 teams have three-peated. Jordan and those Pippen and not because Rodman wasn't even on the first three-peat. Jordan, Pippen, and Phil Jackson three-peated twice, and Shaq and Kobe three-peated once. That's it. That's the list. That's the total number of teams that have three-peated since the 1960s. And we've seen a lot of great teams come and go over the course of NBA history over that span of time. Hell, we've seen a lot of great teams in all sports because let me do you one better. Look at the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, and the NHL, the National Hockey League. The 4 principal American team sports. The last team to three-peat is Kobe and Shaq in all 4. No team has ever three-peated in the NFL. The last three-peat in baseball were the Yankees, which preceded the Shaq and Kobe run. They were in the late 90s. The NHL hasn't had a three-peater over that time. So Kobe and Shaq, 25 years ago, a quarter of a century ago, are the last three-peat in professional American sports. So that's not a hard question at all, Xavier. It's one of your easier ones. The answer is clearly Kobe and Shaq. But even the fact that is by far the better accomplishment, yes, the answer is still yes, Kobe and Shaq underachieved. You had the 2 best players on the planet, to me, on one team, and they only got 3 total titles together. Most of that is because they were too selfish and immature, both of them, to come together and give each other the respect that both of them deserved from the other. And I'm the biggest Kobe fan that walks earth, but that is true of Kobe. He didn't give Shaq enough respect and credit. And it's also true of Shaq. He disrespected Kobe too much and touted his own alleged superiority over him and importance on the team above him. And I think because they were 2 ultra alphas, they simply couldn't, their egos couldn't coexist at that point in time in their careers. If they had been able to put those things aside and work together, they could have been remembered as the greatest duo in NBA history. They could have won, to me, more than 6, more than Kareem and Magic, more than Jordan and Pippen ultimately, but they just couldn't. So yes, I do believe they did underachieve by only getting to 4 and just winning the 3 together. We've got It's Hio joins us next, and he thinks that Wemby's go chances, Gary, has taken a hit. He said that the go chances for Wemby has already not only taken a hit, are already over. Already lost in NBA Finals and is a solid favorite. MJ undefeated in finals and no playoff series losses as a favorite. I mean, he makes a point. The LeBron crowd and the LeBron point would be, well, would it be better for him to not get there at all? Would it have been better for him? This is the LeBron point, obviously, the LeBron case. Would it have been better for the Nuggets to have won their first round series and then Wemby look elite and awesome and average 35 and 17 and 5 blocks a game in the second round against the Nuggets, but just not have enough? Have Jokic have like 4 historic games and then lose a 2-point buzzer beater or some shit in game 7 and then them out in the second round? Would that be better than them? Because Jordan did that early on. Jordan went out with great individual performances against great, dynastic type teams in the Boston Celtics early, and then the Pistons a little bit later. So, would that have been better? Do you think? I don't know. I mean, look, if Wemby wins 6 titles or whatever, and wins 6 MVPs in those titles, I feel like if he gets to 8 and loses 2 of them, but he's got 6, like he's still in the conversation. I mean, Joe Montana's 4-0 in the Super Bowl, But to me, Tom Brady's 7-3 is better than 4-0. So I don't think Wemby's GOAT case is over, but it's high. You can make a case, took a hit. And we'll go back to back with more It's Hio. Gary, my voice is starting to quiver. So I'll turn this one over to you.
Let me answer this. Everyone knows MJ would never get gentlemen swept in the finals, especially as the favorite. It's hi-ho. What you're failing to acknowledge here, how many playoffs did Jordan win before he got to the finals? Yes, he won his first finals, but by the time he got there, he was very seasoned. This is Wembanyama's first finals, and he upset OKC in Oklahoma. He went there in the Lions Den, game 7, and beat OKC. That in itself is impressive. So no, this guy's not a choker. Well, his career's not going to be known as a choker just because he didn't win his first finals appearance. He did commit that terrible pass at the end of game 2. That was all on Wembanyama. But this is his first playoff run. So you can't compare that to other guys who have been seasoned. Jordan lost a string of times before he eventually won. And OKC looked like the next budding dynasty. Jordan got worked by the Celtics, which was a current dynasty, and then the Pistons, which was another budding dynasty. Wembanyama went in there and beat the current, maybe even stopped OKC from becoming a dynasty. Time will tell, but I just don't think that's fair to compare them like it's so black and white.
Yeah, that's a great point, Gary. I echo it completely. I agree with you 100%. Michael Jordan went to the playoffs 6 times before he got to the NBA championship and won it. 6 times. He was in his 7th postseason at the age of 27 when he won his first NBA championship. And that included him losing a game 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals the year before that. Even LeBron James, when he made his age 22 finals run, he had one. He was in his 4th season, first of all, not the 3rd like Wemby. And he had one previous playoff run before that. So this isn't apples to apples. This is Victor Wembanyama's first ever playoff run. And LeBron's, that age 22 finals run is inflated because of how weak his conference was to get through. He got embarrassed in the finals when he got there. Wemby went through the West, a very difficult West, just to even get there, and then play a very seasoned opponent in the Knicks. So I agree with Gary's point 100%. Like that is not a fair comp or an apples to apples comp at all. But thank you for the question. We've got Carl Cam is up next. Again, Gary, my voice is starting to shake a bit. I'm going to let you read it if he's moving forward. Yep.
All right. Wemby should be suspended for the 2027 season opener. He was looking down at Brunson's foot to ensure Jalen's landed on his. I don't know about that. I don't think Wemby would do that. I did see the play you're talking about. I just don't think Wemby would intentionally do. And to the point, I meant to say this earlier, when he shoved Brunson down to the ground, if you look, that was a retaliation. Brunson was holding his jersey. Wemby could not move. That's when Wemby retaliated by shoving him to the ground. That's when Brunson popped up and started yelling at him, and that's why Wembanyama is laughing. The previous game, when he got the flagrant against Cat and elbowed him in the face, you will see him reach down and pat Cat on the back to apologize because it was not intentional. It wasn't a dirty play. It was incidental contact, and he accidentally caught him. Now, when he hit Naz Reid in the Timberwolves series, that was intentional, but that's because, for one, Naz Reid shoved him to the ground on a previous play, and because the Timberwolves were roughing him up And unless he retaliated, the Timberwolves would have kept roughing him up and may have even won the series. Notice that as soon as Wembanyama threw that elbow, when he came back, there was never a single problem with the way they handled Wembanyama from that point forward. And the Spurs just routed them from that point on, all because Wemby said he stood up to the bully. I'm not going to sit here and allow you to do this to me. Unlike previous Spurs teams, back when they used to call David Robinson and Tim Duncan soft, Wembanyama's not going to be in a soft era. If you mess with him, he will fight back. He's like Jokic. Jokic is one of the nicest, most peaceful guys. But the second you pull a dirty stunt like what Dort did, we saw him in a blink of an eye transform. You can't commit dirty acts against Wembanyama and Jokic and expect them not to retaliate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Wemby ultimately is a dirty player. I think that doesn't mean that you can't, that non-dirty players are still capable of playing dirty at times or making dirty plays. Ultimately, I do think that Wembanyama just let the physicality get to him throughout the course of these playoffs. And I think he maybe overreacted at times, or maybe he reacted in kind with the same kind of energy that was coming at him. So I agree, Gary. I don't think that Wemby is a dirty player by any stretch of the imagination.
And they play a more physical brand of basketball in Europe that Wembanyama is accustomed to. So it may be interpreted as dirty here in the States, but it's not dirty in his mind. He's not like Lou Dort. Like when Lou Dort was aiming at Jokic's knee, to me, I might have been, if I was a commissioner, I would have suspended Dort for the rest of the season and have to do a little investigation if I want to allow this guy to even play in the NBA, because it's a privilege to play in the NBA. You do not intentionally try to injure someone. Guys get injured enough by accident. So you can't do it intentionally, or you don't have the privilege of remaining in this league. Your contract will be void at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. All right, I want to welcome in next a supportive OG, another one of these Skap Attack channel OGs. Sully Stackhouse has been with me and with his channel long before these live streams started, because I didn't even do live streams. This is my third year doing this now, the channel in general on YouTube. And I have only been doing the lives 2 years, and Sully predates my lives. Like Sully's one of like the very earliest subscribers to this channel. So thank you so much, Sully, for sticking with me through all of this time that has passed with us now. And I appreciate you so much. Gary, what is the question or comment from Sully?
I know the finals prediction was off, but I'll still send a new studio microphone. I'll send an email. Great coverage these playoffs. Thank you.
Oh, Sully, thank you. That's very generous indeed of you. Thank you so much. Yes, I did. You did offer me a mic if I had the games and the winner correct, which of course my prediction was not right, but sure. I mean, if you are willing to be so gracious and you want to do that, I would certainly accept that humbly from you. I broke my other mic. That's been one of the big, there's a couple big things I need to do in the next couple weeks now that the NBA season is officially and finally over. And two of those principal things, I want to get like a legit badass camera that can stream in 4K appropriately. And then I need to get a nice upgraded microphone as well. So that would take a big to do off my list, because I don't know shit about technology. I talked about earlier, I am an idiot when it comes to technology and technological instruments and things. So that would be very, very, very much appreciated. Thank you in advance. And of course, you know my email already, obviously. All right, we've got Xavier to God joins us back in yet again. Gary, what does he have for us this time?
And Skap Wembanyama, no more reading these comments for you. I'm reading. That's my job because your voice is starting to strain because you've been reading too many of them and forgot about me. So I will read them and you respond. Or if you need me to respond to give you a minute, let me know. Skap and Gary, the 2000s Rushmore for NBA is 1 Kobe, 2 Duncan, 3 Shaq. So who's number 4? AI, KG, D Wade, Nash, LeBron, T-Mac, Kidd, or someone else?
Are we saying like 2000 through 2010? Is that kind of where we're going? Like in that? Okay.
That's how I interpret it. I'd honestly probably have to say LeBron.
2000, but think about LeBron 2003 through 2010, though.
Yeah, I mean, he was really good. I mean, he was good. It's just that the problem we have with him is he's trying to call himself the GOAT. He's not the GOAT, but it doesn't mean he's not one of the top players of his era. He definitely is. It's just that he does all time. He's not ranked as high as he thinks he is. D Wade is the only other one I would say. KG is really good, but KG I wouldn't put up with LeBron or D Wade, even though I like KG. Maybe D Wade, because D Wade did earn a championship and LeBron did not. LeBron didn't get it until they gave it to him in the 2010s and 2012. So LeBron didn't win a championship, whereas D Wade did.
Yeah, I would say LeBron has two MVPs from 03 through 10, no championships. Steve Nash had 2 MVPs in that span of time with no championships. So yeah, I would probably lean towards KG, who was an MVP, defensive player of the year, and won a championship in that span of time, or Dwayne Wade, who didn't win an MVP, but he did have probably maybe the best finals performance in that span of time. So I would say probably those 2 over LeBron. Now, if you say if you go 2010 through 2020, LeBron's obviously on that list. It would be LeBron, Steph Curry, Durant, and then, pick somebody then in that, so one, it would be who's the third one or who's the fourth one there, because to me, those 3 are obvious. LeBron, Curry, and Durant would be the top of the top in the following era, but I wouldn't put LeBron in the 2000 through 2010 era. All right, we've got Connor Lakers 668 is in next. Go ahead, Gary, take it away.
Is Brunson the Sorry, I really did break character there. Is Brunson the greatest Knick of all time yet?
Well, Connor, thank you so much for joining us and for the question. I appreciate you as always. And I think, yes, I think he is. He's at least in the conversation. I mean, who else would it be? Like Clyde? Maybe Willis Reed, Patrick Ewing, and Brunson, like that. Are those the 4 best, the best Knicks ever? Probably
Clyde Frazier, Willis Reed, and Patrick Ewing. Yeah. Those Brunson. I mean, I think give it some more time and let's see what Brunson does for the rest of his career. How much longer he plays on the Knicks. So I'll say I don't think he's the greatest Knick of all time yet, but I think that he definitely had a great accomplishment. I'd say OG probably hit the most important shot in Knicks history with that tip-in, thanks to Fox. But I don't want to take away from OG. It was still a great play, even though it was a boneheaded decision by Fox. It was still a great play for OG to have those instincts. Because you got to think, as he's running, think about it. He inbound the ball, and then he just sprinted towards the goal. No idea where the ball was going to go. All he said was, I'm going to put myself in position and hope for the best. And that's exactly how it went for him. So props to OG for that. I just think it's kind of hard to put Brunson in that conversation. Even he does have a great accomplishment in New York Knicks history for sure. But I can't. I mean, come on, Patrick Ewing.
I mean, But here's the thing, Gary. I mean, let's really look at what Patrick Ewing did. I mean,
look at his resume compared to Brunson's resume is what I mean.
I am. He has one All-NBA first team selection. That's it.
Who, Patrick Ewing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one first team. And
well, okay. Oh, I'm thinking of who are the other centers in the East? He had Robinson was in the West. Hakeem was in the West. Shaq was in the East, but but Ewing was there before Shaq. What other center was beating him out from the East? Zoe came later. Dikembe came later, I think.
Well, and remember, All-NBA is a league-wide distinction. So, I mean, yes, he's competing against those other bigs, but still.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Hakeem. How many Hakeem have? Hakeem stole them all then.
Well, I mean, that's fair, but he was never, I mean, he was never, well, my point is, Gary, he was never a top 5 player. He was more like 10 through 15 or something like that for the most part, which is exactly what Brunson is.
I remember watching Patrick Ewing, and he just felt so formidable. There's just this aura around him. And he would have had a championship in 94 if not for, Hakeem, who's I think in our top 5 all time.
Definitely mine. Yeah. I mean, he might not be there yet, but he definitely is he's in the neighborhood and he's on the mount. He's on the top 4 already. So shout out to him. Xavier to God is back in. Gary, he just wants us to know that Mike Brown coached both LeBron and Fox at one point. He did.
Yep.
And he won Coach of the Year, I think, with both players. So there's that as well. So that is and I think he got fired from both those places. So, you take with that what you will. He ain't going to get fired anytime soon in New York. I can guarantee you that. We've got Mike Ross, 67.
You skipped the previous one. You got to go back. I'll read it real quick.
All right, we've got Board Pedantic. Board Pedantic is in. Thank you very much, Board Pedantic. I appreciate you. Gary, what's the question or comment from them?
Great job on the 2026 playoff season stream, boys. Till next year.
Appreciate you. I appreciate you guys turning out for me as always. I'd like to do more lives during the year anyway. So hopefully you guys stick around and obviously continue watching my videos as well before I decide what direction ultimately I'm going to go. But thank you, Board Pedantic, and thank all of you guys for your kind support during this NBA playoff season. Okay, now we've got Mike Ross, 6767. Salute. Shout out to you, my friend. Gary, what's the question or comment from him?
The disrespect Mike Brown had gotten over the years, I'm very happy for him. Fox got him fired, then gifted him a ring. What a thoughtful gesture.
Yeah, it's nice to see when a good guy, look, Mike Brown, I think he's a good guy and I think he's a good coach. Now I think he's a great coach. But it's nice to see when someone who's experienced a lot of struggles, I think, throughout his career, a guy that's highly decorated but kept getting fired for whatever reason. It's nice to see that he gets now this kind of success. And I think he is on the way to being an all-time great kind of coach now at this, but not an all-time great necessarily, but a Hall of Fame coach for sure. I'm trying to see exactly. He's got 507 career wins right now. So I'm trying to see exactly how far off. Chuck Daly has 638 wins. He can probably look. I think Mike Brown can probably get up around maybe 800, maybe 700, 800. I mean, he's not a ridiculously young man, but he's not that old either. 2 Coach of the Year awards. I want to keep reminding you guys of it. He's only 56 years old. So like ultimately this guy could coach for another, I don't know, 10, 15 years if he wants to. So he's going to be, to me, like top 15 all time on the wins. And we'll see how many more of these moments he can accrue along the way. But certainly a great job by him this season. We've got
the same roster as Thibodeau last year, right?
Yeah.
And I remember watching last year's playoffs. I was always complaining because their offense looked clunky. And then Thibodeau got fired. And I remember me, and I think you may have agreed with me, what the heck were the Knicks thinking? They're going to go backwards. They hired Mike Brown, but evidently there was a problem with Thibodeau. And I've got to give a lot of credit to Mike Brown because they look way better. Their offense did not look clunky at all this postseason. It was a fine, well-oiled machine.
There you go. All right, next we've got George Costanza's back in. I'll take this one, Gary, because it's another trivia question. Actually, I'll let you read the trivia question to me.
This one's easy. What's George CATM code? What would he name his kid? Both of those are easy.
Bosco was the ATM code, and 7 was what the widow Mantle told George, obviously, that he had permission to name his child 7. So 2 more good trivia questions. Jason Alexander, I should say, joining the live stream here. Thank you for another great Seinfeld trivia question. Actually, a twofer on this one. But again, I nailed it, Jason. I think you would admit that I've proven my mettle as a massive Seinfeld fan. I think you stumped me maybe on one because I couldn't remember the name of the girl who got her pinky toe severed. So right, that's the only one that I've missed. I think I'm like 10 out of 11 or something like that right now. I'm shooting a very high percentage from the floor. All right, Stump 4522 is back in yet again. Not that it matters, but did you and Gary see James Harden getting arrested? I did. I think it was on some kind of weapons charge of some sort, some like unregistered weapons charge, which depending on where that happened, obviously it could look. I don't think James Harden arrested, charged with unlawfully carrying a gun in Houston. So I don't know. We'll see. I guess he just was carrying it, so probably they're not going to throw the book at him. Remember when Plexico Burress shot himself in the leg and he had an unregistered weapon in New York, and he actually spent a year in prison in the peak of his NFL career. So we'll see exactly what the punishment is for Little Game James. Luckily, he didn't shoot anybody. I guess his gun wielding is probably about as good as his playoff shooting from the field on an NBA court. So luckily everybody was safe when Little Game James was strapped. The Last Prussian joins us again next. What's up? Welcome back in, my friend. I appreciate it. Gary, what's this latest one from The Last Prussian?
DYK at the merger. Knicks wouldn't let the Nets into their market unless they paid Knicks $6 million. The Nets offered Dr. J. Knicks said no. Cursed for 50 years.
So there you have it. That was the version. I did not know that, but that was the version of the curse of the Bambino. If any of you guys know, the Boston Red Sox, I think either traded or something, Babe Ruth traded him to the Knicks, or traded him to the Yankees, or cut him or released him or whatever, and he went to the Yankees. I think it was a trade, though. And from that point on, the Boston Red Sox won not another World Series till you saw them break that curse and whatever. It was like the early 2000s. But they went decades, like a near century, it seems like, before they won their next championship after they traded Babe Ruth to the New York Yankees, the curse of the Bambino. And the Yankees, of course, would go on famously and legendarily to win like 27 or 28 world championships over that span of time that would ensue. So this is the Knicks version of the curse of the Bambino, only it went against the Knicks in this case, not for them like it did with the Yankees. But that is a great story. I did not know that. Thank you very much for providing that story for us. I appreciate it. All right. Next up is the Sentinel 5523. Thank you, Sentinel. Welcome into you. Gary, what does the Sentinel have to offer us in terms of a question or comment?
The French gave New York City the Statue of Liberty. The Frog gave the New York Knicks a ring on the 250th anniversary of the USA.
Right you are, the Sentinel. Right you are. The French did gift the New York in America the Statue of Liberty, and you're right. The Statue of Liberty on the court, Victor Wembanyama, is about as tall as the Statue of Liberty. Did help in acquiring the Knicks their first NBA championship in 53 years and on the 250th anniversary of the US of A. So right you are, the Sentinel. All right, it's Hio joins us again now. The Mavs must feel like crap, lose their best player, Luka, for nothing, and lose Brunson for nothing, who brings the Knicks a chip and is finals MVP. Not a good look, it's Hio. Not a good look at all for the Dallas Mavericks, who, just let Brunson walk in free agency and who thought Luka was too fat to warrant, a long-term contract, which is why they wanted to shed him from the books. So the Mavs better hope that Cooper Flagg becomes everything they hope and think that he could be, and everything, quite honestly and fairly, that it looks like he can become after this first season. They better hope that he does, or else, ouch and yikes. Isun Mean is back in. Go ahead, Gary. I'll turn this one over to you. Thank you so much, Isun Mean, for your many generous donations to us tonight. I really do appreciate you.
Performing bad in playoffs so consistently. Harden, DeRozan, Westbrook, now Fox. Question: who's ever been likely in on a fix? Billups, Porter, Harris, others. Some thought Fox was paid off on Game 4 because we know he's smarter than that. That was not like him. He's better than that.
Well,
of course I can't prove that. I don't know, but that just seems beneath him.
So I get it. It looks so bad. It looks like he had to have had something, or he had to have been leveraged or compromised in some way. Ultimately, though, Gary, to this point in De'Aaron Fox's career, he's 28 years old. He has earned $187 million in checks that he has cashed already in the NBA. And he has another $223 million coming up over the next 4 seasons. So how much could they have given him? What could they have had on him that he could potentially sacrifice and compromise his opportunity to collect that $223 million? And ultimately, when looking and adding it to the $187 million, Gary, we're talking about like over $400 million. Like, what possibly could they have on him to make him, it's just, I get Terry Porter had a $100 million contract too, and he did it. But $100 million ain't $400 million, and De'Aaron Fox is only 28 years old. So I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. Isun Mean, therefore, to answer your question, the others that could be in on some kind of a rig or a fix would be the guys that, quite frankly, don't have a pivotal role on championship teams, because they're guys that would be making small amounts of money, that are living outside of their means, and they need to make more money quickly, and they can affect and impact their prop bets on a nightly basis. But in terms of impacting the outcome of championship runs, there's really not many I think of that could be compromised in that kind of a way. All right, we've got non-anime profile pick right now. Oh, I like that. Okay, welcome in non-anime profile pick. And Gary, he thinks that it's so satisfying to see Wemby get humbled. Sick of the glazing. Go Celtics. Well, Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were kind of fed up with Wembanyama by the end of the run. And I can understand it to some degree. And the fatigue. And look, they did take on, unfortunately, they took on a bit of components or characteristics, I should say, of the Thunder in this series against the Knicks. But I still think it was a tremendous run for the Spurs at this stage of all of their careers, including their head coach, Mitch Johnson. And I think that it will build character moving on down the line into the future. I think that they'll look, ultimately, of course, you want to win. You want to learn these lessons while winning. But I think they will all be better, all of them to a man, basically, maybe other than De'Aaron Fox, because he's probably not going to get an opportunity to be better because he's going to get shipped out this summer. But other than him, I think that the Spurs, this will make them better, and they'll all grow and learn from it, and they'll be back in a major way, I think, next season. The Uno 93 is in next. Thank you so much, Uno. Welcome into the show. Gary, what's the question or comment the Uno wants to add for us here tonight?
Joker lost in the first round to a team with 3 injured guards. It's not the same as losing in the finals at 22. Jokic will never win another ring.
I mean, I agree with that. I don't think that, and I said that earlier in this live stream. But look, Nikola Jokic, you're talking about rounds. Like it was, I mean, looking at it, it was just like he had a tough matchup in the first round. And the guys weren't hurt in all of those games. They were not hurt when they were going up early in the early portions of the series. But against the Minnesota Timberwolves, Nikola Jokic, I mean, he had 26 points, 13 rebounds, 9.5 assists on 45% shooting. His second best player in that series shot 35% from the field in Jamal Murray. He shot 23 times a game to get 23 points. So, yeah, it is what it is. You want to talk about Wembanyama, though? Here's what he did against in the next series. He got the Timberwolves, and here's what Victor Wembanyama did in that series: 20 points per game, 12 rebounds, 3 assists on 51% shooting. Stephon Castle in that series, 20 points on 55%. De'Aaron Fox, 18 points on 43%. Devin Vassell, 15 points on 57%. So, like, and you could say defense. Victor Wembanyama's net defensive rating, yeah, it was great. 93 in that series. He played tremendous in that series defensively. He had the best defensive rating on his team in that series. So you could say that's why he moved on versus them, despite the fact Jokic's numbers were better. But, I mean, he also has good defenders around him, Wembanyama does. And Nikola Jokic actually had the best defensive rating on his team of any guy that played more than 20 minutes. So, and he had a better net rating than anybody on the Timberwolves outside of Rudy Gobert. So, I mean, sometimes you just got to say, like, okay, but what about? Okay, but, like, there are excuses and there are reasons. Like, Wembanyama's team is much better. All right, Stephanie, welcome back in to you. Thank you so much for your ongoing and continued support. We heard from Sarah earlier, and now another regular female listener and supporter here in the Skap Live After Dark live stream. Stephanie, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Gary, what is the question or comment that Stephanie brings to us right now?
Brunson and Cat getting a chip before Luka and Ant was not on my bingo card, but so happy for them. Finally, I got myself almost tearing up. LOL.
Yeah, we've got a lot of sentiment like that. Never would have saw that. Never would have expected it. And, the funny thing is, obviously, they get it together. So they join, like, Brunson and Cat and OG, like I said earlier, Stephanie, both discarded. All three of them just cast off guys, traded away or let walk for nothing, basically. And they all come together in New York. and go on this insanely magical run together. So I am very, very happy for them as well. We've got R Turney 121 is up next. Thank you, R Turney. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for the question or comment. Gary, what is it?
Wemby could win finals if he could play with intensity the whole game. They win every first half. He just needs more help or find a way to get fitter.
Yeah, Wemby, look, as good as the team is around him, they are still very young. And Wemby's, look, his net rating and on-off stuff, his net rating and on-off cuts are extreme and vast and startling. They've got great players. They've got elite upper echelon, like lottery style guys on that team. However, he is still so utterly impactful and pivotal. I mean, they're losing 12, 15 points per 100 possessions when he's off the floor, just like Nikola Jokic. So we'll see if Wemby's team materializes and provides more help moving forward than Jokic's has provided him. And I think they will go out and they will make additions as well in free agency because they've got a good organization, unlike Nikola Jokic. So yes, I think Wemby will get the support he needs from the organization. And look, he'll probably will get in better shape at some point or learn how to conserve his energy better in the early portions. So I think like I keep saying, Wemby will be back and he will be better than ever. All right, we got 2 out of 3 by Stephanie here. Stephanie, thank you so much. Welcome back to you. I appreciate it. Again, Gary, what does this 2nd in 3 comments from Stephanie say?
It's so refreshing watching players play hard, give their all, cry like they care, be themselves in the on-court interview, not shouting, "We did it."
Yeah, I look forward to seeing. I really like this collection of Knicks players. I really enjoy them a lot. I really have nobody on the team I dislike or would root against. I'm happy for them all, and I'm looking forward. I always watch the post games unless it's some insufferable like LeBron winning the bubble or whatever. I didn't watch it. But I will watch. Other than that, I watch all, and I eventually saw it anyway because I dropped the I want my damn respect thing all the time. So I eventually saw most of that. I will happily watch the New York Knicks receive the trophy and Brunson get the MVP sometime either tonight when I finally get off of this live stream or tomorrow before I make the video, if I have any bit of my voice remaining after I have had laryngitis in the past. I've had it twice. And I know once you have it once, you are more prone to getting it. So hopefully that is not settling in because I'll have to go on Whitlock on Monday with like a marker and write things in and hold it up to the screen if I lose my voice because he will never let me hear it down. If I don't go on and face the music with him with Brunson's performance tonight, he will just think that I'm ducking and dodging him. So even if I'm whispering into my microphone or whatever on the show, I'll have to go on and face the music. So hopefully I do not lose my voice. If I do, I won't be making any video about this either at the moment, but hopefully it doesn't come to that, but I will get through it. We are at the 4.5 hour mark right now of this show. So it is now 4 a.m. where Gary and I are coming from, but we're going to keep powering on. I've got my water. Gary is chipping in here on helping me with the reads. So we're going to keep powering through and see all of these comments to a completion. And starting next with Mark N. Miguel 95. Welcome in back to you, Mark. I should say welcome back as you were on already. Thank you so much. Gary, what's the question or comment this time from Mark?
Including the finals round, San Antonio faced teams with combined win percentage of 63%, while New York faced teams with combined 62% win percentage. I don't know why people downplay this run.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. I think probably because the Knicks avoid the 2 best teams in the conference, right? The Knicks were the 3 seed and the number 1 seed was the Pistons. The number 2 seed was the Celtics. They didn't play either one of those teams. but that's not their fault. It's not their fault that those teams choked and didn't get to them or didn't have enough to get to them in the Pistons case. So it's not their fault. They played whoever they had in front of them and they beat everybody resoundingly. So all we can do is congratulate the New York Knicks, tip the cap to them, and celebrate them accordingly, in my estimation. The Out-of-Pocket Variety Show comes next, or again, I should say, welcome back, Out-of-Pocket Variety Show, and thank you so much for your continued support throughout this entire season. I appreciate it. Gary, what's the question or comment this time?
One last thing. New York won this title on the road and finished this season with 1,973 all-time away game losses for regular season and playoffs. San Antonio joined the ABA in 1973. This year is the 50th anniversary of the ABA merger.
Those are tremendous factoids. I love those kind of factoids and little tidbits and stuff. So thank you very much, Out-of-Pocket Variety Show. I appreciate you for dropping those little nuggets, those pearls of wisdom, if you will. Yes, 1973 is a very profound and impactful number that we're going to be hearing a lot over the next couple days in celebration of these New York Knicks winning their first championship since 1973. Coach C 125 up next. Gary, I'll take this one. Knicks, NBA Cup. We run the NBA right now. Shush. Hashtag shush. Yeah, look, Knicks are double champs. They won the NBA in-season Emirates Cup, and they won the NBA championship in the same season, and they beat the same opponent to do it. So, again, nothing you can do but just tip your cap and take your hat off or tip your cap to a great run for them, one of the greatest we've ever seen. Rhoda Fawa 1279, I think. Rhoda Fawa 1279. Rhoda, thank you so much for your very kind and generous donation. I appreciate you very much. Gary, what is the question or comment from Rhoda?
Been lurking for a year plus. First time super chatter. How funny is it that Adam Slither, he's a reptile creature, ditched SGA as the face of the league for Wemby, only to be humiliated by a solidly built team of rejects.
First of all, Rhoda, thank you so much for your support and lurking, as you put it, for a year, and supporting me for a year, and hanging out with me for a year, and helping get up my views, my comments, my involvement, interactions, integrate, whatever, all the stuff you've been doing for me. I'm very, very thankful for you. And obviously the super chatting, not a necessary thing. You guys help me out so much just by being here and lending your viewership and your time and stuff to me. But thank you very much as well for your generous donation here tonight. I appreciate it. And look, I don't think SGA should be the face of the NBA either. Why not Nikola Jokic? Nikola Jokic is the best player in the NBA. Why not Nikola Jokic? Or Luka Doncic, even, for that matter. Dude's led the NBA in scoring 2 out of the last 3 seasons. He has, 32, 8 and 8 seasons now or something like that. And there's only one other one ever, and that's Michael Jordan. Did it once. So, why not one of those guys in the mix? Or if Giannis ever comes back out. I mean, there's other options or candidates, but I understand why he did what he did with Victor Wembanyama. But, yeah, it's good and bad for him and for the NBA. It's great because the Knicks are a massive market and it keeps the parity thing going, dream alive. So it's good. It's really good that the Knicks win, but it's also bad that the guy they really want to market as the next guy or as the face of the NBA, the best player in the NBA, that he really choked bad in this series. So that is bad. But I think it's kind of offset by the fact that it was the Knicks. All right. Next in, we've got Mother Nature's Son. Welcome in, Mother Nature's Son. Cool name there. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the comment. If Wemby played like Brunson and had his numbers, you'd have his jock in strap to your face. Well, here's the thing, Mother Nature's Son. That might be true. But the point is, or I guess my point would be, yes, if Wemby had the numbers that Brunson had offensively, and they're not that far off, quite frankly. Like Brunson came into the night tonight. Now these numbers are going to change because Brunson had a great night tonight and Wemby did not. So these numbers will change. But coming into the night, Wemby was averaging 28 points per game, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks on 44%. Jalen Brunson was averaging 29.5 points, 4.5 rebounds, 5 assists on 39.6%. So, like, what are we talking about here? Like, they basically do have the same numbers coming into tonight's game. But Wembanyama is the best defensive player on the floor by far for either team. And Jalen Brunson, quite frankly, might be the absolute worst defensive player on the floor for either team. So, yeah, like if Wemby did all of the things that Brunson did offensively, which he pretty much did, and while being the best defensive player on the floor, yeah, Mother Nature's son, I likely would have had Wembanyama's jock in my mouth at that point. Guilty. Stump 4522 is back in yet again. Of course, Skap Attack's man crush is Jared Goff, who looks like Ryan Gosling. That's fair. Those guys do look a lot alike. But I think, quite frankly, Ryan Goss's physique surpasses Jared Goff substantially, even though Ryan Gosling's just a movie star and Jared Goff is an allegedly great NFL quarterback. But I do like me the Lions too. I love Amon-Ra St. Brown. Love him. Love Dan Campbell. So yes, I am also a Jared Goff enthusiast or supporter. Next in, we've got Blake 1267 again. Blake, welcome in. Thank you so very much for your very kind and generous donation tonight. I appreciate you so very much. Gary, can you tell me what Blake has for us in terms of a question or comment?
I'm not saying the Spurs are guaranteed to get back, but they might be the favorites. Wemby and his core got more playoff scars in one run than some stars get in 5 years. Barring injuries, they'll be better. That's scary.
And let's keep in mind that they had no playoff experience at all previously. Like, none of these dudes have ever been there before. And they got all the way to the NBA Finals. Yeah, they failed to execute down the stretch. Yeah, you can call that a joke if you want. But look at all of the failures and all of the heartaches and all of the several years that many all-time greats have to go through in order to get to this stage and to ultimately win it. If the Spurs condensed all of that stuff into one season and that's it, and they go and win it next year, all will be forgotten, all will be forgiven. At least by me, it certainly will be. And I am not looking at this as a 2011 LeBron choke. I'm just not. And I think this 2020, as a 22-year-old, it's a better run than LeBron's age 22 run. He was even worse in the finals, and he didn't get a single game in the finals. And yes, I know he wasn't the favorite, whereas the Spurs right now were the favorite. Yes, I get that. But Wemby went through a much harder run. He actually beat real teams in the playoffs, like great teams. Like LeBron beat a pretty good Detroit team without Ben Wallace, but that was it. And then he got smoked by the Spurs. And he beat 2 teams that were 41-41 otherwise. So I think we need to take a deep breath and realize that the criticism of Wemby overall, yes, it's fair to some degree. Yes, I'll probably make a video talking about his struggles or failures to some degree. But it will be fair to point out that this was his first playoff run and that he's got a lot of time to overcome this and to make up for it. Rand Moss 45 is in. Oh, I like this nickname, Lizesti Skap. I'll take it. Gary, what's the question or comment from one of my faves here, Rand Moss 45?
What's up, Lizesti Skap and the process Gary? Are the live streams finished now? Any plans for more live streams before next year's playoffs?
Yeah, 100%. Coming up soon. I'll do a live stream probably either before, during, or after the draft. So in like 10 days or whatever, I'll plan to be back on for sure. And I just like doing these live streams. So maybe I'll come on before that. I'll see. But I do have a plan, and I hopefully you were on earlier and you heard me talk about it, Rand Moss 45. If not, I think I am moving in a direction of a daily live show. I think I'm going in that kind of a path, not 4 or 5 hours, but maybe 90 to 120. So like an hour and a half to 2 hours, possibly somewhere in that zone or range. And all I really need to figure out is what time of the day will I be doing this? What would work best for my most faithful followers and listeners and subscribers? So if you weren't on earlier to hear me talk about this, please don't leave the comment in the live chat now. Go on after I end this live stream and it becomes a video that saves to my YouTube cache. Go in there, go to my live tab, find this video and comment in that video in that comment field. What time do you think? I'm looking for your guys' interaction and input on this, and maybe I'll make it a community feed as well question. Like, what time would be best for me to do a daily live show Monday through Friday, possibly as frequently as Monday through Friday? Maybe I'll start with less days at the beginning, but that would be the ultimate goal. So let me know, guys, if you don't mind, what times would look best for you guys. Xavier to God is checking in yet again. Go ahead with the question or comment from Xavier this time, Gary.
When it comes to finals MVP, do you think a player should get it based off the playoff run, the finals run, or the last game played? Also, Harden was arrested.
Yep, we know Harden was arrested on gun charges in Houston. So again, we'll have to wait and see what the ramifications are possibly stemming from that. But good question on this. I think it should be an entire postseason MVP. I think it should be like the NHL's Conn Smythe Trophy. The best player for the entire postseason wins the playoff MVP. I've always hated it as a finals MVP. And I always wish they would factor in the entire, and I know they added the conference MVP now at this point, but again, I want an entire playoff run MVP, just one MVP based on who was the best team in the entire postseason. And I still think probably it's Jalen. I still think Jalen Brunson would have won that, I think. But I do think that Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby were every bit as good, if not better than Jalen Brunson. But he scored most of the points. He led the team in scoring, and he made the tough baskets and got you the difficult baskets in clutch time. But the defense, to me, was the big story for the New York Knicks. And the fact that they went from the 8th best defense in the regular season that gave up 112 per game to the number 1 best defense in the playoffs that gave up 101 a game. That's the story. And OG and Cat anchored the defense while being the most efficient players overall for the New York Knicks. So it's just a team effort. Like, Jalen Brunson deserves some I think some notoriety, obviously, and praise for the run. And maybe even he deserves that. I think he probably would deserve that playoff MVP. But it's just a true team output and team effort by the New York Knicks. All right, Jason is back in, aka Six Wheel Cowboy. Thank you very much, Gary. Since he's talking directly to me, go ahead and read this one for me.
Skap with the plunger reveal. I don't bomb. I don't know what those.
That's a bomb. That's Skap with the reveal, basically. The bombshell reveal. There you go. Bombshell.
Okay, bombshell. Okay. Skap with the bombshell reveal. Kobe 666 system. Also, was this greatest 5-game series ever?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, at least in off the top of my head. I mean, every game, even though it was a gentleman's sweep, every game was a 2-point game in the last minute or under. Like, that is ridiculous. Absolutely, certifiably insane. So yeah, the series was a beaut. It really was. And the NBA, I'm sure, couldn't be happier, other than the fact that it didn't last longer. Like, they would have rather had a 6th and probably a 7th game as well. So that's probably their only small, tiny regret right now. We've got revival on the Hudson. Yep, absolutely. It has been a revival on the Hudson for sure this year, especially in the playoffs. Gary, well, congratulations, revival on the Hudson. I'm sure you're a big fan. Gary, go ahead with the question or comment from him.
I hate to say I told you, but last week I told you the Knicks were the team of destiny this year. Been waiting since Ewing 1985 for this amazing run.
Sir, all I can do is clap to you and your Knicks and offer you the greatest congratulations that I can, and the most heartfelt and sincere congratulations that I can. You guys earned it. You deserved it. All of you New York Knicks fans out there that have been suffering and waiting since Ewing in 85. So all I can say is savor it, enjoy it, and take in every moment over the next week or so. And hopefully, if you're not in New York, hopefully you can get there for the parade. I hope all of you guys can help produce like some crazy record all-time turnout for this parade. If anybody can do it, you guys can. Will N8664, who has had a extraordinarily gracious, generous night, I should say, for on the sponsorship front. Thank you, Will N, and welcome in again to you. Gary, what's this latest question or comment from Will?
Another hypothetical. If Markelle Fultz was fully healthy, would him with Ben Simmons and Embiid be a legit threat?
I don't know. Probably not. I think Ben Simmons and Markelle Fultz just weren't cut right mentally to be elite contributing NBA players. So really just coulda, woulda, shoulda, a hodgepodge. The process failed. Joel Embiid could never really get healthy. He had like 2 or 3 really healthy seasons, barely even. I think he played 60 some games the one year he won the MVP. And then, of course, Bum Simmons and Markelle Fultz, absolute cautionary tales, total misses, complete bombs out of the NBA. So I would say no, Will N. They're just not mentally cut to be. They're just not made for this life. So I would say probably no. Gary, next in we welcome in my fake, illegitimate bastard grandson here, Skap Jr., Skap's grandson, of course. So welcome into you. Maybe we can work on that Maury Povich paternity test sometime in the off season in the summer here, and we can live stream it possibly. Gary, what though is the question or comment from my fake, illegitimate grandson?
Great postseason live streams, Granddad. Can't wait for next season. Everyone help get my spiffy grandpappy to 100,000 subs. Speaking of, guys, subscribe if you have not already.
Yes, thank you, Gary, and thank you, grandson. Thank you very much, kid. I appreciate it. I appreciate you for being here, hanging out with me during the playoffs, obviously, and the kind words of support that you've offered as well. And from your fingertips to the YouTube God's ears, yes, please help me, guys. Help me help you. Help me get that silver plaque, guys, behind me, and I'll continue to feed the best content I possibly can for you out into the interwebs. Thank you. We've got the Uno 93 back in. Go ahead, Gary, with this latest one from the Uno, who obviously hates Nikola Jokic.
Skap equal Kenny Atkinson 2.0. Analytically, Jokic is the GOAT according to Skap. Analytically, he really is the GOAT. I mean, look, say what you will. Michael Jordan is the greatest player ever, in my opinion. And Jokic is not the GOAT. He's not even in my top 10, by the way, Uno 93. He is better than Wembanyama still, though. I will say that. But look, PER, BPM, win share per 48. Michael Jordan has always been number one in those 3 things for basically all of time. The other things, VORP and standard win share, those are accumulated statistics. So guys who played longer are going to naturally be higher in those things. So yes, Jordan isn't the all-time win shares or value over replacement leader because they add up. So like, of course, LeBron's higher in those things. He played the most time. And of course, Jokic isn't there yet. He's only played 11 years. But when you look at
impact peak kind of things, kind of numbers, player efficiency rating, box plus minus, and win share per 48. From the time basically Jordan stepped on the court in 1984, he's been number one always, and no one could ever catch him. As efficient as LeBron is, as built for LeBron as those acronyms and those advanced metrics are, he could never surpass Michael Jordan in PER, BPM, or win share per 48. Jokic's number one in all those things. He's number one in NBA history in all those things. And by a lot, quite frankly. His BPM at this point is outrageous. So yes, he is analytically the GOAT, quite frankly. That doesn't make him the actual GOAT on the court, which is why he's not in my top 10, Uno 93. But he's getting close to top 10, I think. He's probably 13, 14, something like that, 12, 13, 14. He's nearing, I think he can with one more ring. I don't think he will get it, but if he got it, I would put him above LeBron James. Esun Mean is back in yet again. Esun Mean, my goodness. What a terrific and very generous night you've had for me here. Thank you so much, Gary. What's the most recent question or comment from Esun?
If analyzing is bad, then how can people defend their opinions? No stats or reference to numbers allowed. Ooga, ooga, big man, jump high, growl like lion.
I guess that might be a reference to the previous one that the Uno was criticizing me. Yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. Eye test can't be the number one thing, right? Like, it can't be. Other than that, I mean, if eye test is the best thing ever, I mean, yeah, still Nikola Jokic is one of the best players I've ever seen. Kobe Bryant's probably the best player I've ever seen if I go by eye test only. But what does eye test really mean? Like, Kareem is in my top 10, Magic's in my top 10, Bird's in my top 10, Wilt's in my top 10. Never saw any of them play. So none of those guys would be able to be in my top 10 if I didn't analyze things accordingly and not just use my eye test. All right, next in we've got Sal Swearingen, 8321. Sal, thank you very much. I appreciate your very kind and generous donation. Welcome in to you. And shout out, that's Serbian, I do believe. So shout out to you there, my brother. Gary, what is Al? What is Al Swearingen's? What is the question or comment from Al?
The Kings now have their second championship winning coach in 4 years. Impressive achievement. Skap, you're the hardest working man on YouTube. Enjoy the offseason. You've earned it.
Thank you, Al. I appreciate you very much. And you're right. That is an impressive achievement, but not impressive in a good way for the Kings. And I am out here grinding, Al. I'm grinding for you guys. I appreciate you guys so much and your insane generosity and kindness. And that's why I am adamant that I will answer all these questions. I'm at 142 of these things now at this point. So talking the game and whatever and answering these questions, it's a pleasure. It's a privilege. I couldn't talk shit about sports on the internet as a career if it wasn't for you guys and your kind support of me. So my pleasure. And there is no off season now. I am the Kobe Bryant of YouTube. All right, damn it. There is no off season. I just keep it trucking. I just keep going through and then, adding, trying to get better and improve and see where I can take this to the next level. And hopefully I got big things coming over out your way in the next month or two. So please do stay tuned for those things over the next month or two. But I absolutely do appreciate you. And I will get some rest at some point this off season. All right, next in, let me welcome Stefan Piscano, good friend to me, good friend to the show, very kind and generous with his time and also donations to me throughout the course of doing this. Shout out to Vacation Wealth Partners and shout out to Stefan because I actually went on his podcast. The days and everything is just all running together. It is technically Sunday, so technically 2 days ago, but it's to me, I still think about it as yesterday. I did that on Friday with Stefan, so we'll have to keep an eye out. I will keep an eye out, obviously, for that to come out. Stefan, I'm looking forward to hearing it, obviously. Gary, what's the question or comment from him to accompany yet another generous donation?
We called it with Knicks in 5. Yes. Showing some gratitude for another great season. Thanks again, Skap.
Thank you, Stefan. And yes, we did talk about a wide-ranging amount of basketball topics and some non-necessarily basketball topics. And we did talk about how maybe the Knicks they're just going to do it tomorrow night. So when we were talking last night, we're like, tomorrow night on Saturday, like everybody essentially is expecting the Knicks to just kind of not play as hard, not play with as much desperation. I don't want to say phone it in, but just not be as desperate as the Spurs. The Spurs at home with the hometown crowd, like they come out, with a vengeance. That's what people were expecting. But Stefan and I pontificated or postulated that maybe the Knicks just say, well, the hell with it. We might as well just go rip this thing tomorrow night. And that might actually be their best look at it. Because they would have no pressure tonight. And they played from behind most of the night again. But boy, did they look loose down the stretch, as they always seem to do. And Stefan, thank you, by the way, just for sticking with me all these years and so forth. Really thankful for the relationship and the friendship. And again, looking forward to see what else maybe we can work on together down the road. We've got G back in, GGYY7104. G, what's up? Did you discuss Wemby and the Spurs not shaking hands? I did. So you sent this. Wow, we're catching up. 3:21 a.m. Only an hour behind on the comments. We're catching up. Hopefully you did. I did talk about it. Gary provided some context and said that they were at the other end of the floor and the Knicks were already in mid-celebration, and maybe Wemby just wanted to get off the floor, didn't want to interrupt the cell. I don't know. Maybe there's a good excuse. Maybe he'll talk to it after the game. I personally didn't like it. I mentioned the story of Kobe. Probably, if I had to estimate what his worst loss ever was, it was the 2008 Game 6 loss by 37 points after the years he had leading in, after the blown big lead in Game 4, and then to lose that like that. Kobe was on the floor for like 10 minutes after the game. Like you could see him walk up. He hugged Doc Rivers. They had words together. He went specifically and found Pierce and Garnett. And, he's just traipsing through this massive celebration with like 100 people on the floor, confetti's blowing in his face. And obviously, it's just eating him up inside. But he walked in, he found the guys, and he shook hands and congratulated them. So I would like to see their best player, at least in Wembanyama, do that, or at least some of the other players in the Spurs. And I don't think really many of them shook hands with anybody. So I did discuss it, G, and I did not necessarily like what I saw there. Xavier DeGod joins us yet again. Will Kawhi be remembered as a Spur or a Raptor? Probably both. I mean, both of those runs were very legendary in their own right. And look, he ended the LeBron Miami dynasty and humiliated them, helped in the public humiliation of them in that 2014 series. And then the Raptors series, he ended another dynasty, basically. Yes, Kevin Durant had blown his Achilles and Clay hurt his knee, so they weren't really the Warriors. But look, that was the end. Like Kevin Durant went on then after that. So Kawhi Leonard basically ended like two of the like super team, like the two super teams, really preeminent super teams that we saw in the 2010s. Kawhi ended those. So, or played a major factor in helping end them or be on the team that beat them last. So I'd say, yes, he's going to be remembered as both because those were both very impressive performances and accomplishments by him in their own right. The Big Prussian back in for yet one more time at least. Thank you very much, Big Prussian. Gary, what's the latest question or comment from the Big Prussian?
Top 3 biggest sports titles in New York City history. 1955 Dodgers, 2008 Giants, 2026 Knicks. Yanks' titles, a dime a dozen. Mets title, a miracle and an error.
Well, look, I know you New Yorkers or most New Yorkers love the Yankees because they're just so excellent. But you're right. The fact that you got so many of them now, though, you've only had like one in 20 years. So I'm sure the next Yankees title will also be celebrated very favorably as well. But I get what you're putting down. And look, if you're kind of, this reads obviously, and look at your avatar as if you are a New Yorker. So who am I to argue with you? Like, you know better than me. So I'll go ahead and I'll buy what you're putting down. I would think this 2026 run by the Knicks is going to be one of the greatest moments and one of the greatest runs ever in New York sports history. I've got to believe that this might be top 1 or 2, quite frankly. So just a magical run, the way they did it, the way they overcame it, the 29-point comeback in Game 4, and that it was in the Garden. Just a magical year, a magical run. All right, Beetle Covers after 909 is back in again. Beetle Covers, thank you so much for yet another very kind and generous donation. I appreciate you and all of you guys so much. Beetle Covers wants us to know, or wants to ask, who is the biggest poverty franchise now that the Knicks have won, Clippers or Kings? I mean, I would say Clippers for sure. Well, I guess it is close though. It is close. And look, the Timberwolves are ass too, by the way. They've been good the last few years. They went West Finals, and second round this year, and they presumptively look to have a bright future with Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle. And they're competitive and good now, but what have they done in their playoff lifetimes or their career and their franchise to this point? A whole lot of nothing. So, but I would still say the Clippers it's been such a run of futility for them overall. And the fact that, look, they made just some horrendous trades and things and decisions. I'm thinking Kawhi might get out of there sometime this summer. He might be traded. So they're going to go back to blow up and rebuild mode, and it's probably going to be forever till they're competitive again. So I would answer the Clippers on that front. But the Kings, look, they're not good either, and they're practically bad every single year. They were really good for a couple of years in the early 2000s. It's a fair question, but I don't know. I lean Clippers would be my answer. It's Hio joins us next, or I should say again, thank you and welcome back in. It's Hio. Gary, go ahead and read this latest question or comment from It's Hio.
90s and 2000s top scorers would average about +4 points per game now. Today's players would be -4 points per games in the 90s and 2000s. LeBron 2014-15, 25.3. Fourth 2023. Okay, I'm so confused. I really wish you guys would just use some periods to separate this. 2014-15. 2014-15, 25.3. Fourth. Okay, 2023 and 24, 25.7 point a game, 13th. Okay, so that's fourth. 25.3 is fourth, and 25.7 is 13th.
Yeah. So yes. So, and what he's saying is basically like a decade separates these spans too. So LeBron's a young primed athlete in one span, and he's an over the hill upper 30s guy in another. I'll do you one better, it's Hio. When LeBron James won his last NBA MVP in the 2012-2013 season, he was 28 years of age, and he averaged 26.8 points per game. When LeBron James, so 26.8 for his last MVP season, he was first team All-NBA, first team All-NBA defense, MVP 1. Oh, and Defensive Player of the Year 4. Let's go all the way down to 2021, 2022. When LeBron was in his age 37 season. So like a decade later, 28 to 37, big difference. 30.3 points per game. He averaged 4 more points per game. Despite the fact, again, he was first team All-NBA, first team All-NBA defense, MVP 1. In 2021, 2022 at 37, he was All-NBA third team and didn't even make a defensive designation. And he scored 30 points per game. Like, obviously, 37-year-old LeBron wasn't better than 28-year-old LeBron. The NBA just got markedly easier. And LeBron came in at the tail end of a very, very difficult time span in the NBA, maybe the toughest to score and build points and stats. But it's gotten progressively much, much easier from around like the 2014 season and on. So LeBron's gotten fat, as have a lot of the players in this era, to your point. So gotten fat on an easier defensive era. So like I fully agree with those points that you made. We've got our tourney 121 in next. 4 blocks first quarter, 1 thereafter, gassed. Yeah, we've talked about Wembanyama and him running out of steam throughout the course of this series, throughout the course of these games. Definitely something that needs to be addressed in the offseason. And he had 5 blocks in the first half and none in the second half. So, but that was just the theme running throughout the entirety of the NBA playoffs, at least when it really got in intense moments in these finals. He showed some signs of it in the West Finals as well, but ultimately prevailed. In this one, it was like basically every game he was gassing out. Some of it could be the more, advanced amounts of minutes he was playing in this series, but it also could have been the accumulated effect of him making the entire run and playing against all these difficult Western Conference teams. So, like, look, he's missed 16 games during the regular season. He played only 31 minutes a game during the regular season. Now, all of a sudden, he's got to play every single night, 35 plus every single night on this 2-month journey into the finals. Maybe it's the accumulated degradation of the wear and stuff and the tear, and coupled with the fact that he was really maxing out extra in this series with all these minutes. So definitely, though, something he's got to work on moving forward. We've got Rhoda Fawa 1279 again. So first super, but been lurking obviously for at least a year, and now 2 supers in the same show. Thank you very much, Rhoda. I appreciate you. Gary, what's this next one say?
Do you see Wemby ever bulking up and becoming a dominant force in the paint, or will he be just another Joel Embiid jacking up threes for fun?
No, I do. I see him getting bigger, better, stronger, more resilient in terms of either his conditioning is better or he understands how to, partition his energy and kind of keep them some reserves for late in the game when he needs them in these playoff moments. I think he will, some combination of those things. And I do think that Victor Wembanyama is going to be a lot better. Guys, I think the NBA prime starts at 25 and runs to about 32. So Victor Wembanyama is in his age 22 season. So basically, he's still, to me, 3 years away from his actual prime starting. So I think he's going to be a much different player and a much better player when he ultimately arrives at that prime point than he showed in this series, at least. And he showed flashes of excellence and greatness in the playoffs. It's just he's not quite there yet. Xavier DeGod comes in next again for the upteenth time. How many ever times? Thank you very much, Xavier. I appreciate it, brother. Is Rodman more iconic on the Bulls or Pistons? He's probably more memorable on the Bulls for that second three-peat run and how dominant they were. The 95, 96 team that added him and won 73 games. The fights that he got in with Karl Malone. But he was by far the better player on the Pistons. I mean, he was in his mid-30s when he joined the Bulls. Mid-30s. Like, those teams were old. Pippen, Jordan, Rodman, like, all those guys were old. He was, Rodman was like an elite all-time defender when he led, and look, he still was leading the league in rebounds with the Bulls. But some of those years in the Pistons, he averaged like 18, 19 rebounds. It was insane for a 6'7" guy to average 19 rebounds in the NBA's modern era. Crazy. And a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year winner, I'm pretty sure. So Rodman is one of the all-time best defenders, one of the all-time greatest defensive rebounders as well. So I think of him, because of my age and the fact that I was born in the mid 80s and grew up mainly in the 90s, I think of him as a Bull, but I think he was better, obviously, and far more elite as a Piston, and maybe more iconic. I think you can make the case for that. I don't know though. It's a good question. All right, we've got Mark Book is in next. Mark Book, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it very much. Thank all of you guys, obviously, for being here. Gary, what does this most recent one say for Mark? And Mark, thank you for your very generous and kind contributions here tonight. I appreciate all you guys so much.
Morning. Have you talked about Fox and Castle's performance?
Good morning, Mark. Thank you for joining us here. You've obviously missed the previous 5 hours and 4 minutes of this post game 5 live stream, in which we've broken down quite a bit, talked a lot, discussed many elements of the game, the series, the season. So I would obviously urge you to go back and check it out. Go and find it. I'm going to wrap the live stream here. You can hear me discussing the first 30 minutes really of this show. So the first 30 of 5.5 hours or 5 hours, you can hear me discuss the actual specifics of the game, the game specifically tonight, I should say. So you can go and catch those 30 minutes. I might put up a little excerpt of that opening take as a standalone video tomorrow, maybe like a 10 to 15 minute excerpt of that opening take. I might put it up for those of you like Mark that might have missed the show. So yes, I talked about Fox and Castle. They were both terrible, abysmal. I don't have the box score in front of me anymore, but I know the numbers are seared into my mind, I'm pretty sure. 7 points for De'Aaron Fox on 3 of 15, and 6 points for Stephon Castle on 1 of 10. That's a whole lot of ass, Mark. And not ass in a good way. Bad ass. Terrible ass. Putrid ass. Because when you've got your two principal creators in the starting lineup, at least, Harper was the best player again tonight for the Spurs. But 13 points on accumulated 4 of 25. That is Jamal Murray type playoff futility right there. So you're not going to win much with that kind of output from your lead guards, obviously. And I think, look, the answer is different, Mark, for both now moving forward. Castle is 21. He learns from this. He grows from this. He becomes much, much better than this moving forward. De'Aaron Fox, those things may be true about him, but it ain't going to be in a Spurs jersey. I think the answer for De'Aaron Fox as it pertains to his future with San Antonio is it doesn't exist. I think they're going to do every single thing in their power to ship him off to somebody else, and they're probably going to have to attach an asset or two to go out the door with it. So, it's going to be interesting to see what the postseason holds for several teams, and now the Spurs are one of those teams. Like, you would think, look, the Thunder have things I think they need to address. Like all the upper echelon, the Nuggets, like the Rockets, the Timberwolves, like all the upper echelon teams, the Lakers, like all the upper echelon teams, the Celtics, the Pistons, all of the upper echelon teams, all of them have questions to address this offseason, have issues that showed in the playoffs by and large that they need to answer. And the one team you figured that wouldn't do anything would be the Spurs. But now, on the heels of this final series, I think they definitively have to do something with De'Aaron Fox. There's something about De'Aaron Fox. So, it's going to be interesting to see what exactly the offseason now holds for them, too. So we got a lot of things to keep our eyes out for in the offseason. Thank you, Mark, for the follow-up super chat as well, and saying that you will do that. I appreciate you. If you don't make it to the live stream to watch the first 30, like I said, I might put an excerpt in of my open. Since my voice is crackling and about to break, I might not even have this theme to record a video at this point about the New York Knicks winning this championship, though I should, because it is a historic performance by them. So I should muster the strength to do it, the vocal strength. It might just be a quick scripted like 8-minute, and I'll try to throw all video overlay over, but then that's a more challenging edit, though you guys don't really need to hear about all of that, though, do you? Mark, speaking of the off season, though, and all of those great things that are looming and pending, we've got the draft coming up on the 23rd. We've got the free agency moratorium ending in early July. There is going to be a lot of bombshell things happening off the court now that all the action on the court is officially concluded. Therefore, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I know that we will have no more of these post-game lives, these late night post-game live streams for like 5 hours, which 5 hours and 9 minutes now at this point. It is nearly 5 a.m. And I've been on since like, I don't know, like it was like 11:40 or something when I came on, I think. So Gary and I have been on all night long, basically. It is now the morning here. And I don't have much left, guys. I've worked through all of the questions and comments unbelievably. You guys, again, very gracious and very, very generous. Thank you so much. And thank you guys so much, obviously, for being here, not just tonight, but all the way. I know the 500, we still have 520 people on here. So I know all you 520 are like the elite of the elite for me in terms of my supporters and fans and so forth. People I can, obviously rely on to be here for me whenever I go on, whatever video I release. And I can't thank you guys enough for all that you've done for me to this point through 3 years, but also everything that you've done for me in this postseason. It's been a great, amazing, and very enjoyable and fun run for me with you guys again. Probably even better than last year, quite frankly, because I actually really liked the outcome this year, whereas I hated watching the Thunder win the championship last year. So this has been even better, even cooler. And like I said, I'd like to keep the live show going. And it would be structured more like a daily sports show, basically like a sports talk show kind of on the radio or something like that for maybe like 90 minutes to 2 hours, where I'll talk about like the daily sports things. I'll probably be a little bit more edited up at that point. I'll have more drops and video cut-ins and stuff. So that's kind of what I'm working towards, and maybe a secondary channel as well. So that stuff will all be coming out, including the merch line. Look for this merch line of Kobe stuff. I'm excited about that too. So those are kind of the things that I'm working on into this off season. Hopefully you guys will hang out and keep on with me throughout the off season. Look for the community feeds, look for video updates, etc. on what I'm doing next. And if I don't see you before the draft, if you guys want to come hang out with me and Gary on the draft, maybe we'll be there all during the draft. Maybe we'll just live stream the draft and stay on afterwards, maybe, and talk about some of it. Who knows? I'll let you know somehow. I'll send the smoke signals out. Also, before I completely hop off here, Gary, I just wanted to thank you for everything you've done this postseason run. It's been a crazy one for sure for both of us. And you've done a great job. Been very reliable. I know I could always count on you for whatever and whenever. So thank you very much for everything you've done. You guys should please go check out Gary828 Sports. He's got a sports channel and a regular channel as well. Check out both of those channels. Give him some views on there. Subscribe to him, please, if you don't mind. Gary, would you like to say any words to the people here in our final post-game live late night live stream?
Nothing except OKC is not your 2026 champion. As disheartened as I am about the Spurs, congrats to the Knicks. I'm so glad to see an organic team win. And honestly, OKC is an organic team who won it last year. I'm just so glad we're headed out of the whole super team era, it appears like.
I'm with you, Gary. It's a beautiful thing to see these non-super teams winning over the last several years, and these kind of one and done type magic runs. Not anything close to what we saw from the New York Knicks tonight and throughout the entirety of this playoff run. Again, the New York Knicks beating the San Antonio Spurs in 5, a gentleman's sweep to claim their first NBA championship since 1973. A truly magical run by them. And for all the suffering, long struggling fans, and for everybody in the city of New York. Congratulations again to your New York Knicks. You are champions of the basketball world. It was a hell of a lot of fun for me to watch the run along with you guys. And thank you for having me on board along for the ride throughout all of these crazy, zany, long, lengthy, late night live stream shows. Like I said, it's been a blast, guys. And this is not goodbye until next year. It is farewell for now until me and Gary will see you again next time, which again will be, at the latest in about 9 days when we hop on and do some draft stuff. Until then, guys, though, until, I may find my way, maybe it'll be earlier than that or sooner than that I'll find my way back on for a live stream with you guys. But until that day comes, I hope all of you guys have a terrific and wonderful, night, the rest of the night tonight. Tomorrow, have a happy Sunday and an enjoyable Sunday and a great, how many ever days it might be until we meet again. So until then, guys, again, good night and thank you.